Oh, I don't know how you. Let's see here.
Okay.
Here we go.
Well,
There we
uh,
go. I think I figured it out here.
he's
How
going to
about?
push a button, and we're all going to explode.
That's right.
Boom.
3, 2, 1.
That was a quick adventure.
There
Yeah.
we go. Thank you for joining us, everybody. Good night.
Yeah.
Okay, now they can hear us now. All right,
Oh,
terrific. So, everybody, I think everybody should introduce themselves and see here.
and and say what character you're playing, please.
Yeah, say what character you're playing. Now, Curry and I are not playing characters. We're just setting this up. This is for you guys, the fans that came in that won the contest to be able to play with us.
They're the monsters.
We're the monsters. That's right. That's it.
Oh, crap.
I am Jeff Thetford. I am the one who created this Mages and Sages podcast, along with Curry Russell and Ed Greenwood, of course. And it was our brainchild to come up to give the fans something that they were lacking, that we thought. That was the ability to talk to Ed himself and the creators of the books and the modules and stuff like Stephen Shend and Eric Boyd, and then people in the background like George Krashos, who give more lore to the Forgotten Realms than almost Ed himself. At least he keeps it straight, keeps everything in line. But we'll be in the background taking care of stuff. So Curry, if you want to say something.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm Curry, one of the co-hosts of the show. Just basic run-of-the-mill tourist that's been privileged enough to hang out with these guys and put the show on. Hope you guys have a great game today. We've been super looking forward to running this, hosting this for everyone, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the story unfold.
Right. Terrific. No, absolutely. George. You gotta unmute your mic, George. Guys, he's really good. He's really
There
good.
we
He's really good at lore, but I don't know about tech. No, still can't hear you, George.
No.
Yeah, he'll figure it out there. How about Eric Boyd? Let's go to you, Eric.
All right, I'm Eric Boyd. I've been dabbling in the realm since grad school, since I learned it was a lucrative field to
Oh yeah, that's a good word.
and I've had the privilege of writing in the realms for a long time. And I am also Ildrim Thalm, finest finagler in all of Am. I'm a celebrated procurer of antiquities and a devoted acquirer of all things hidden, and I'm pleased to make your acquaintance.
All right, George, can you hear us? Can we hear you now? Try it again.
Let's try again.
There you
we
go.
go.
Hey!
Hey! Hi, I'm George Krashos, and I'm playing Brelagar of Tempest, fierce priest of the war god.
Nice.
We come in peace, shoot to kill.
Right. And George, when did you first join? When did you first get the bug for the Forgotten Realms?
First got the bug for the Forgotten Realms when I used to find random copies of Dragon magazine that rich friends used to buy and leave lying around. And this gentleman by the name of Ed Greenwood would write all these fascinating articles. So after I kept changing my Greyhawk box set into Realms names, I realized that probably wasn't going to work long term. So I decided to go straight Forgotten Realms. It's much easier after that.
Who's this Ed guy you talk about? Who's the Ed guy you talk? Who's he?
The esteemed Mr. Greenwood.
The esteemed Mr. Greenwood. There you go. He's steamed, not esteemed.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It keeps the
curl out of
wrinkles
his
out.
beard.
Keeps the wrinkles out of his beard. There you go.
He's al dente, as we say.
That's right. Stephen Shind, how about you?
Oh, gosh. I'm Stephen Shend, and I started at TSR on February 5th of 1990. Started working with Ed on Ruins of Undermountain. I think it was just after Christmas. No, it was late September, about this time in 1990, that I started editing Ruins of Undermountain, the first box.
The bane of my existence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yes, the box set that my boss kept saying nobody would buy, and he came to my office to apologize in person when it sold out its first print run in 9 days. So, anyway, I've been tinkering around in the realms as an editor and as a designer since 1990, and been good friends with a lot of the faces I see here, and I've been very honored to be part of it.
And who you
Eric,
playing? Who you playing?
anyone that questions Eric's and George's bona fides, they're the guys I would call when I needed something fact checked, because I didn't have time to do that while juggling everything else. So I would always send my first drafts to them and Ed, and tell me where I screwed up. But so I'm just glad to be along for the ride. And like I said before we started taping, I've been friends with Ed for 30 years, and this is the first time I've gotten to play a game with him. A D&D game, that is, anyway.
Yeah, it's all work and no play when you're doing D&D.
It's true.
That's right. That's right. And Stephen, who you which character?
I will be playing a Masca, a carrier-free and irreverent mage from the village of Espar in Western Cormier.
Fantastic. All right, Steve Parlin.
Well, I have suffered much the same fate as George mentioned. Dragon Magazine drugged me in early. I remember reading all those little Realms articles, and like him, I was changing my Greyhawk game into little pieces of the Realms, and I kept digging through every Dragon magazine I could find to find more of the Realms. And once the gray box hit, it was all history. And I've been addicted ever since. Had the enjoyable time of meeting Ed at Origins 2008 here in Columbus, Ohio. We got to hang out most of that day. That was pretty fun. Wander the con and buy minis and just chat Realms all day. And I have read, I think, everything that all of our Illuminaries here have written, literally, about the Realms, and probably have a humongous basement full of all those things in my library. So just happy to be here.
And you're playing which one? Which character?
I am playing Tasram of Tamora. So I will dare all and take chances and expect the same of all of you.
I'm sorry.
Nice.
Even if monkeys fling
so
poo.
the trouble magnet, I see.
That's right. Perfect. And is it Stefan Jagust? I'm not sure how to
Yeah, I
pronounce
can say Stefan. Stefan is okay.
Stefan, hey, go right ahead.
Yeah, hi. I'm Stefan. I'm from Germany. I encountered the Forgotten Realms in Dungeons and Dragons at the age of 12, which is now already 26 years ago. Yeah, ever since then, I was drawn into playing in the Forgotten Realms, and like I'm baffled and probably all the time silent because I'm staring at a screen where I see a bunch of people I was reading stuff for like 25 years for now. Yeah, that's my little D&D career, and I play Brella.
It's not little.
Well, compared to you, I guess. I am Brella Ilfrost, a female fighter, probably the meat shield of this group, and but I'm missing a shield, and I hope it doesn't backfire.
Oh wow!
hey, use the mage.
Yeah, good idea.
He'll cast mage armor on himself, and then you can use him.
Yeah.
All right, Alex.
Mage armor does not exist in this edition, dude.
Well, maybe for this it will.
Well, I have a mage armor then.
All right, Alex.
Alex, I have been playing Dungeons and Dragons on and off since I was about 14 years old, which means about 1986. When I finally got to university, I came across the grey box set for the Forgotten Realms and thought, well, I've been running D&D, and I didn't want to put all the hard work into making a setting up, and I grabbed the first, I think it was first edition, and I had a look through it, and it sort of sat there and gathered dust, and eventually I sold it. But I did not stay away for long. When second edition came along, I bought the campaign setting and didn't look back, because it's such a fascinating world full of wonder and adventure, and I don't know how anyone could not like it.
Agreed.
I greatly admired Mr. Greenwood's world building. I think I sent you a fan fiction once that you read. I think it was called Ash and Snow or Snow and Blood or something like that. Long time.
Mhm.
It was about Mermeen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
So-
and who you playing, Alex?
Oh, I completely forgot. I'm so flustered.
That's all right.
I'm playing Chandelara Flamestar, the daughter of pirates who sold her into slavery and finally fought her way free and became a warrior for Tempest. And yes, he's basically trying to prosper to become rich and die happy.
There you go. That's a prospect.
And so you shall. Here's a sack of gold. Now I'll strangle you.
That was perfect.
Excuse me.
All right, Eric Bauer.
Hi guys, I'm Eric Bauer, and I got started playing D&D in the basement of our Episcopal church as a kid before they knew how bad it was. A long time ago, and since then just been playing ever since, really, and was able to then become part of the gaming industry. I started Gaming Paper, which is a fun company that I get to gets to send me around to some conventions and such. I haven't retired yet on the money from Gaming Paper, but hopefully soon. But I will be, and I love all you guys, and I think I've met most of the folks here. So nice to meet you. If I haven't got to say hi yet, I'm playing Delthrar Dawnstorm, who is a ranger, wandered the realms, serviced Maliki, finally found a home in the Baron's service in Am. So looking forward to more adventure.
Excellent, excellent. And now for our esteemed Mr. Greenwood, straight from his world tour of the Orient and the subcontinents. I give you Ed.
Jeez Louise. Hi. So, for the edification and amusement of everybody who is watching this, the adventure concerns the Baron's Blades. All of our players are members of a private bodyguard of the Baron of Hawk Hill in northeasternmost Aum. And this adventure is entitled The Missing Monkey of Sword Chalice Hall. The Baron of Hawk Hill, Aldonor Rendon, has promised that his private bodyguards, the Baron's Blades, will try to recover the missing pet monkey of his longtime friend Delasco Moondever, the Baron of Thunderbridge. Brigands recently stormed Thunderbridge Castle by night when Moondever and his family were far away in the barony of Tuther to attend a wedding of Baron Tuther's daughter to some wealthy noble idiot from Waterdeep.
As
Aren't
they
they
are.
all?
There's no shortage. The thieves terrorized the servants, slaughtering 2 guards and a doorjack, pillaged the castle of all visible portable valuables, and departed into the night. It was some time before the terrified maids realized that Lady Thunderbridge's prized pet, a she-monkey by the name of Lady Laurel Silverhand, was missing. It was additional time before she could bring herself to tell her lord husband that Lady Laurel had swallowed the Thunderbridge family ring. A finger band that heals and regenerates the wearer, banishes diseases, glows and emits a levitate effect when willed to do so, and commands 4 helmed horrors linked to it. Empty suits of armor that stand in various alcoves around Thunderbridge Castle, usually with drying lingerie hung on them. Some days previously, and she'd been waiting for the little beast to poop it out, without success. So, the monkey and the ring must be found. Now, Moondever has spent heavily to elicit any information he can from peddlers, shepherds, woodcutters, and other miscreants, villagers who may have seen something, anything, of whence the brigands fled. And the results of this expenditure has been a general agreement that the miscreants fled in haste into Sword Chalice Wood, all that remains of the long fallen barony of Sword Chalice, where they
Very
almost
cool.
certainly took refuge in the only surviving structure there, the ruined, disused, fortified mansion of Sword Chalice Hall, reputed to be haunted and long overgrown and cracked asunder by vigorously growing duskwood trees. Not even desperate outlaws or bears dared to dwell in the hall until, it seems, now. So here's another fine mess you've been dragged into.
Yeah.
And as play begins, I'm just going to mention two things. One of them is, does anyone have any questions? Anything they want to change on their character sheet? Corey,
I would
about-
like to have a shield.
Okay. Would you like a tiny hand buckler or a large heater, or what do you prefer?
Something large. I don't know how big the ape is.
Okay.
It's not a gorilla.
The Baron of Hawkill, is a marauding old rip. He adjusts his monocle, goes to the wall, and says, "So, I was carrying this shield when I fought a giant. I don't remember much about it. I wasn't sober at the time. And there's a shield over here that I believe when I fled from a certain bedchamber, I held it up in front of me so I wouldn't be recognized by her father. And then there's this shield here. Let's pass. Here's a nice one." And he hands you this beautiful, never used, gleaming, finest quality shield. He says, "I've never used this one. It was given to me as a gift. Have a fling."
Okay. I think I just went into a trap.
Does it have divots to catch the poop?
No, but on the inside, the side that faces towards you rather than the foe, it has a sheath with a tiny dagger in it that you can pull out, and underneath it is a pouch, and the pouch jingles a bit.
Okay. Can I look into it?
Yes.
Not while the Baron's there.
No, well, yeah, probably I do that when he's not there. Like, oh, that's a nice shield, and nothing is behind it.
Half a moment.
Oh, thank you very much for this wonderful shield. I will try to hold it up in honors for Tempus.
Use it wisely. And you see in the little pouch there are dice.
Oh.
A complete set of dice.
Okay.
And the D6 that is staring at you, yes, it's staring at you because the one pip on the D6 is an eye.
Oh.
And it winks at you.
Oh,
Nice.
Hey.
Real
Okay.
quick, can everybody type their name and their character's name in the chat? We got some people online that are wanting to be able to know who's playing who.
And chat or the chat?
Either one. If you want to do it on Twitch, you can. If you want to do it in the chat here, you can. All right, behind the wall.
So I also had a request. I am Ildrim Falm. Do you perhaps have a ring of some sort, not of any particular value, but hopefully shiny and attractive to monkeys?
Well, I can't say as I go around using my wardrobe to be shiny and attractive to monkeys, but Yes, here. And the Baron drags a large gold finger ring with little rubies all over it. Looks sort of like a COVID ball. Okay. Because he's a tasteful man. Usually licorice or cinnamon, but
That would be perfect. Thank you for the honor. I may not return with it.
Okay,
Oh,
Ed,
well.
Tashram
Okay.
has a request.
Yes.
My lord, I'm sure we'll be successful in finding this monkey, but in preparation to do the daring that Tamora demands of us all, I would like to request a small pouch of prunes in preparation for the
Yeah.
the lost ring.
Perhaps some liver oil as well, maybe.
I think the mage just wants something to drink. I just need the prunes.
Well, from my private stock, Baron, and he wanders back to his bedchamber. He has a bed table, and from it he gets out and a and a ping, and then he, after carefully putting away the things he doesn't want you to see, it's amazing what they do with rubber duckies these days. He produces a small glass jar of prunes, which he empties into a drawstring bag and hands to you.
Thank you, my lord. I'm sure
Passion.
this will expedite the process of recovering the Thunderbridge family ring.
And then he rummages in the cabinet, and then he comes out and turns to Mascar and says, "It's cod liver oil. I hope that will do."
I didn't hear that. Sorry.
It's cod liver oil. I
Oh,
hope
thank
that
you.
will do.
Does anyone have a net bag or perhaps a small cage we might put the creature in once we recover her?
I have a canvas sack. I'm not
Sounds
sure if it'll hold
perfect.
a monkey, but
The Baron walks over to the wall and takes down his canary in its cage. He bashes the cage against the wall 3 times. The canary falls over stunned.
Somebody
This is
call PETA.
auspicious.
I cover the ranger's eyes. Don't look! Don't look!
Yeah. Oh,
He
man.
opens the cage, takes the canary out, stuffs it under his pillow, and hands you the empty cage. And says, "There you go. I'm not a decisive man of action for nothing." Oh.
Thank you, my lord. We
Uh,
shall endeavor to bring it back with the pet.
oh yes, and he says, "Just a moment," and he walks over to a door and knocks on it, and a man who looks vaguely like me sticks his head out and says, "What?" He says, "My wizard, they need to see the Lady Laryl." "Well, that would be more easily done if she was here." "Yeah, yes. Can you use magic?" He goes, "Oh, yes." He says, "Just a moment." And he turns to this glowing screen in front of him, and he types in Wikipedia, and then he types in Ecuadorian monkey, and that doesn't work. So he types in Siamuri macrodon, and then a little picture of a monkey of the sort that has a black mouth and a white face and is a little cute little thing pops up, and he goes, "There! That's what she looks like." So, should you find a monkey, yeah, and the one in his picture is not flinging poo.
Good.
So, Ed, the important question is, if I look closely enough at his browser tabs, are there questionable browser tabs that are hidden?
Yes.
Did I hear the wizard's name, or was he just
No, you didn't hear the wizard's name.
All right. Well, part of me is wondering. We've heard tell that the ring this creature has ingested has helms attached to it. Did the helms? Do they stay with it, or are they still here in the castle?
They're still here. Well, they're in Thunderbridge Castle,
Okay.
not this castle that you're in now. They're in the Baron of Thunderbridge's castle, and they have not moved.
Okay.
So whoever has the ring, well, it's presumably somewhere in the insides of the monkey. They have not yet summoned or attempted to command the helmed horse. That could get real interesting.
That was why I was asking. I wondered if we might take one of the helms or something with us, so we could, if it suddenly became active, it would lead us to the creature.
Well, it's probably about 45 miles to Thunderbridge Castle. And being as you're standing in the woods, not far from Sword Chalice Hall, by the magic of the same wizard, Foomp, I think he's giving you I think they call it the bum's rush. Anyway, so it is a pleasant fall morning. The birds are tweeting in the many trees in the depths of the woods, and you know that somewhere just in front of you, amongst all of these thick growing duskwoods, is the ruins of Sword Chalice Hall.
Do we see any signs of life around us other than the trees?
Well, yeah, there's tons of birdies. They seem to be flying around quite unconcernedly. But this is a dark, dense forest. And the longer you stand there looking around, the more you get this unpleasant feeling that you're being watched.
Let's go. I start heading down.
Are there any obvious entrances, Ed?
Well, there's a gap in the trees in front of you.
We know the direction we need to be heading. Yeah.
Oh yeah, straight ahead.
Any of us ever been to this wood before, or no?
You've ridden past it. You've never been inside. It's not a wood that the woodcutters tend to like, because it is so thick in this part of it that it's one of those things where you fell a tree and it won't fall.
Okay.
It's hung up on the trees around it. So the woodcutters like to work on a front on the edge of a woods where they can fell a tree. They usually square it and so on right there, and then easily take it out with horses. And then they work it. They clear their own work area. And this is far from there. This is in the depths of a deep, old, tangled wood. And everything is overgrown.
Ildrim, my friend, could you perhaps seek out a safe entrance to this place? I mean, you are the sneaky sort, a scout.
Yes, certainly. I look askance at the ranger, look a little out of my depth, and take a very tentative step forward, just waiting for a tree to fall on me.
Kind of just point him in the right direction. Go right forward.
Oh, this way. Sorry, I was going that way.
Ildrim, could I have a D20 roll, please?
Absolutely.
Force the Michigan player into the
First roll of the night.
deadly scenario.
Trying to mention here that I've already gone on ahead of the party.
And I'm starting off very well.
Wow.
A 7.
Okay, so Chandelara has just strode ahead between the two trees. And after she walks between the two trees, Ildrim frowns at them and then points up at the two trees, and you notice that a cunning deadfall trap has been created.
Oh,
Oh,
By wedging a tree across in such a way that anybody disturbing certain tall grasses will
boy.
bring the deadfall crashing down. However, whoever did this deadfall trap didn't do a good job. So when Chandelara just walked past and tromped on the tripwire, nothing happened.
Oh,
Aha.
Ildrim noticed it. Well, okay, not nothing. Ildrim noticed it when this huge tree trunk slipped about 3 inches and then stuck right where it was. And you look up at it and go, okay, that didn't happen by itself. Somebody put that there.
Lady Chandelara, I might not take a step backwards. I'm not very versed in forestry, but I don't believe the trees are supposed to go that way. And the root system does not seem well attached. I have the feeling that if you step on that thin root there, you may get more twigs than you'd like in your breakfast.
I've never seen a crossbar in a forest before. Wow.
I may be able to assist here and find us the right path through the.
well, if there is a right path, probably the fact that there's a trap there means it's the right path.
On, lads. A battle to the holy ending. On.
Chandelara, having advanced the farthest, sees in front of her a wall. A piece of wall. Standing amidst the trees is a sort of spire of stone blocks. What's left of a wall that somebody has punched 2 huge holes in. So there's this little spire of stone left, and you can't tell what was supposed to be the inside of the building and what was supposed to be the outside of the building, for the very good reason that there are trees growing on both sides, and there are birdies lighting on dancing under their weight branches on both sides, and you hear little rustlings underfoot, as if something about the size of a squirrel has decided that you're too close now, and it's just going to move over there a little bit. So it does.
All right.
So while the rest of the party's looking at the squirrel, I'm going to tear a piece of cloth off of Bralagar's red cloak and tie it to the string so we don't forget about it.
How nice to get somebody else.
Well done, Eldrin.
This is how Ildrim came to be walking with naked companions.
It's just a little piece.
As long as we're safe and naked, that's okay.
Yeah, okay.
Let me suggest that we ask our ranger, Dawnstorm, how we should best go about finding such a small creature as a monkey. No one should know better than he.
In my vast experience with monkeys, best way is to coat the floor of the forest with flour and then look for the prints. But if we don't have that flour, perhaps we could look for some signs, or we could perhaps look for the signs of the brigands who came this way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm searching through my gear for some flour, Ed.
Okay, and there are no signs around you at the moment. You can't see any signs.
Okay.
No brigands this way. You know.
Got you. I look for footprints and broken branches and that sort of thing, or deadfall traps.
Lots of broken branches, and yes, Chandlara has just discovered the next deadfall trap.
Oh, stop. Just stop.
Now, Chad, Tamura demands that you dare some, not dare all.
I'm gonna quick tear another strip off of Bralagar's cloak.
While our party is just destroying themselves, can I just have a look if somebody is really watching us? Like,
Of
if
course.
it's just not a feeling, but I mean, like, we're giving a good show for somebody who's in the woods and maybe laughing his ass off. But
Oh, that's what that weird wet noise was.
yeah,
Laughing his ass off. Okay. Brella does. Brella does indeed see two eyes staring right back at her from the deep depths ahead, where, well, it's probably about 100 feet away and probably about 40 trees away, and there are two eyes, and they look like they might be human. And as she watches, one of them winks at her, and then the
Ah.
two eyes are gone.
Out of character, Ed, was it morning, afternoon?
In morning.
Okay. How much light is filtering in through the forest, or is it so dense that it's dusk-like conditions?
It is very gloomy right where you are. It was bright, and it is bright outside the tree canopy still.
Okay.
If you look at Alex's screen and the way the light is shining on the side of her head,
Mm-hmm.
it's about like that, where the sun can get through.
Okay.
Okay, but where you are now, it's sort of deep gloom. It looks sort of like behind me in my room.
Gotcha. Okay.
You can clearly see what you're doing. You can clearly see what's close around you, but everything is shadowed.
And is it dry or at least a little damp and musty? I don't know how the weather's been. So
It's moist.
Oh, lovely. Nothing like the squelch of a forest.
It's moist like the sheen of my brow.
Mascar.
Well, okay.
Mascar, did you hear that innuendo? I think I heard it in the woods a bit further ahead.
Yeah. It's out there. I think we'll all move forward, but let's no offense, Chandlara, but maybe someone could take point.
Perhaps somebody with softer feet.
Ildrim, come on, let him. He's a trap finder or blunderer or rogue or favorite of Tamora. Let him go forward.
Brelagar pushes Ildrim forward.
I look around carefully to see if there are any other Ildrims in the forest along with us. And finding none, begin to advance in a way that makes you think that I might be moving backwards with every step forwards.
Oh, well.
Ooh.
I just say soft.
And looking a little bit around nervously to see if I can spot any traps.
Ildrim. Lots more rustling. Lots of little critters that you can't see in the bushes and dead leaves underfoot are deciding they want to be somewhere else. Just over there a little bit. Out of the way of all these people with heavy boots that are coming their way. You see another deadfall trap. This one is bloody obvious. Mainly because it has already fallen.
Okay. And who is trapped beneath it?
Nothing. It fell and is wedged because the trees are so close together. Whoever was instructed to create these deadfall traps said, "What's a deadfall trap?" And somebody showed them. And they, okay, I can do that. So they did it. And they didn't leave space for most of these logs to fall. So they fall a little way, and then they wedge amongst all the standing tree trunks.
Okay.
But when Ildrim is beholding this half-fallen trap, he sees that this is definitely a ruin that he's standing in. An overgrown, roofless ruin of what was probably once a very large stone keep. There are bats roosting in some of the dark corners. And you notice not just these big gaps in the walls where the forest has marched through, but there are gnawed bones and old crumbling dung or scat underneath. And you're somewhat familiar with this. It looks like bears have layered here long ago, not recently.
Is it?
And
sorry, does
there
it
are
does it look like it's been picked clean, or does it look like it just collapsed while still furnished?
looks like it collapsed while still furnished.
Interesting.
Okay.
Now there are some black, wet, disgusting things like wet nets here and there on the ground. And when you peer at them, you notice that it's sort of they look like old spider webs from very, very, very large spiders. Spiders the size of ponies that have rotted to the ground and are sort of like splattered everywhere, rotting into the. And you notice something else. The body of one of these spiders. Well, okay. 8 legs leading to an eaten thing in the middle. Something ate the thing in the middle. And the body that it was eaten was probably the size of your bed.
Oh.
Hmm.
So the
Okay.
thing it was even bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Dawnstorm, you think a monkey could do that?
No, I don't.
Is that
So-
recently
Did he need a
dead,
hell of
or
an
is it
appetite?
dead for longer?
Dead for a long time, Brella. Very
So,
long time.
I'm gonna grab Bralagar's sword and poke at it and see. I don't want to get mine dirty.
Bralagar looks at Ildrim and says, "I don't have a sword. Get your hands off me."
That's not a sword.
It's not a sword. I'm just happy to see you.
Ed did mention it was moist.
I'm going to reach into my pack, pull out a slightly ratty old shirt, and say, "Here, if you really need to do some markings, use that. Go alone."
I will take that gladly, and I guess wrap it around the tip of my sword and poke at the body to see if there's anything underneath it or.
Does that make you a red shirt?
Yes. It's amazing. They have jumping maggots in this forest.
Yay!
Lovely.
When you poke it with Mascar's shirt, maggots spring in all directions.
Ah.
But
do I need to save any of those for spell components? I'm trying to remember.
Do they cause diarrhea?
I don't know.
There's one way to find out.
Well, have a monkey and toss it down his throat.
Yeah, hey.
That's why I have the prunes.
I know.
Plus,
but
I don't have any
probably
vials or anything to put them in, so I'll just have to skip this possibility.
Yeah, they're vile enough without them. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to look around for tracks of whatever was big enough to scare away bears and eat a spider of that size.
Well, we know that this isn't Sword Chalice Hall, since we were told specifically this was too frightening for bears, and there's obviously been a bear here. So let's keep moving.
Dawnstorm, you don't detect any tracks at all. You get the feeling, looking at this, that the route that you've been taking, or route you've been taking, if you prefer, that where Chandlara walked, and you saw deadfall after deadfall, seems to have been created as a trail some time ago, but not used for months, maybe years. However, while you are peering about, being a rangerly ranger, alert at all times to your surroundings. There you go. You do notice a glow where there should be no glow, light where there should be no light, light in the darkness. It's an Episcopalian basement. No, no. No.
You see ponies the size of spiders. Wait,
Yeah.
no.
So, in the depths of the ruins ahead of you, in an angle of two still standing bits of wall, underneath a leaning tree, where the sunlight should not be able to reach, there is yet light coming from there.
I'll go take a closer look.
I will join him.
Oh, there is indeed a glow, a, dare I say it, magical glow. The glow seems to be coming because it's a steady, faint, sort of amber radiance. It was sort of whitish when you were farther away, sort of more like sunlight, and now as you get closer, it's more and more amber, and it's coming from a locked, plain stone door, like a single slab of stone. And you sort of peer at this and you realize the wall that the door is set in probably has bedrock behind it, because the forest rises behind it as if the trees there are on a ridge, and you can see exposed stone, and then there's a little more stone with lichen all over it. You go, and then most of the rest of it is covered in dead leaves. But okay, so this is a wall that has earth or stone behind it, probably stone, and there's a door set in this wall, and it's got a glow coming from it.
Does it have a keyhole?
Yes, it does.
Uh-huh.
Do you all communicate this to the rest of the group, or do we all make our way up there as well?
Basically wandering over there because currently they don't have a sword to protect their backs.
Yeah, I'll wave folks over and say we found a door.
Yeah, and I
Megan's
how
joining.
Ed Greenwood said that, so I'm going one step backwards and just let you go.
Inspiration point for Stephen.
I think we should sacrifice or get the mage up here to investigate this door.
That glow
obviously
is
magical.
magical.
Instinct point.
I'll get over there. Yep, that's a door. It's glowing.
And Chad, I think Dawnstorm serves as a sword to protect himself. I don't think he needs you.
I haven't prepared a spell for that to tell you anything more other than it's a door. Yeah.
I pull out a dagger, Ed, and I'm going to try to trace around the gap between the door and the surrounding frame and look for traps and underneath it, see if I can find any tripwires or levers or anything like that.
You found one!
Yes!
Yay!
Can I take it home and share with the kids?
You hear a click as the
Lord.
as the
Loud
point
click.
of your dagger touches something in the frame, and then you feel a sort of quiver, as if the entire landscape has shifted uneasily.
Oh, nice. Has the door opened at all, or is it just that the surroundings feel different?
The surroundings seem to have reacted in some way. The door still seems to be closed and looks exactly the same.
I guess I'll continue my investigation of the door while hopefully the rest of the party looks around.
Yeah, I'll
Are
check
we in
the
Avernus
surroundings.
yet?
Could I have D20 rolls from all players?
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Da, 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 da.
Ooh.
11.
8. A 5.
Ashram got a 14.
A 2.
I want to roll low, right? Yeah. 3.
I just looked it up. If it's initiative in AD&D, that would be good, I guess. But it would be another die, I'm
Yeah, it's
afraid.
not D20.
Die
Yeah.
another day. Yeah. No. There will be a day when you roll magnificently, but that day is not this day. Okay, so you hear a sudden strange noise. No, Jeff. You hear a sudden strange noise, and there's a sudden sensation of moving, and then the ground underneath you gives way,
Oh.
and all of you
Uh-huh.
plunge into dark depths, as in, I realize that none of the Baron's Blades have ever seen a football field.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Uh,
but
what sort of football field for those of us who?
Australian rules football field, a large round one with goal posts and men in trench coats and fedoras with flags in their hands. Oh wait, they don't wear those anymore. Forget it.
100
Okay.
yards by 30, right?
Yeah, about okay, and covered with blood, and hairy men with cleats on their feet that have caused. Okay, no, a large area of about that size of the forest around you
Wow.
falls away, and as you stare in horror at the trees that you're now leaving behind, you get the distinct impression that the ground underneath you fell as if it was a giant door on a hinge.
Oh.
Okay.
And all of the Baron's blades are tumbled into the darkness, but being heroic sorts, toughened by years of valorous adventure, chins first against the foe. Although you tumble, you suffer no damage other than pure pride, and find yourselves sitting in darkness. And as you find yourself sitting in darkness, a deep, shuddering rumbling arises from around you as the floor that dumped you begins to rise back up into position. And sort of. And now you are all in darkness with no apparent way out.
I take the dagger out of the sheath on the back of my neck and will it to glow with fairy fire.
Boing! And you can see darkness all around you.
Oh, surprise!
And the faces of your friends all staring at your dagger. Except one of them, that would be Delthar Dawnstorm, Ranger Extraordinaire, alert at all times to his surroundings, has noticed something moving in the distance, something small
Good.
and glistening, an eyeball, a human eyeball, which is flying from right to left. And then he notices more movement flying from left to right. It's another eyeball. The two eyeballs come together and
I
float.
give a little whistle and point.
See those?
The eyeballs give you a glare. They're not that sort of eyeball.
They're not winking.
And
They're not winking.
and the eyeballs,
They're not winking.
the eyeballs that are glaring at you, and the eyeballs,
They're not winking.
the eyeballs that are glaring at you, and the eyeballs,
They're not winking.
the eyeballs that are glaring at you, and the eyeballs.
What do we have?
I'm in some sort of a loop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
I thought you were just building the suspense, Ed.
Well, perhaps I dropped into someplace foreign.
Yeah.
It's
That
big
was a cool
inside
effect.
there. It's really big
Great
in
show.
there.
There's an echo.
Jesus.
An echo.
So
An
the,
echo.
Immersive one
these
shot.
two eyeballs are definitely looking at Delthrar now, and you all hear a voice hiss out of the darkness, presumably from the vicinity of the eyeballs. Aroint ye, unknown miscreants. And then something pops into visibility underneath the eyeballs. The something, poop, is a skeletal hand. And then, poop, there's another
dear.
skeletal hand. A left and a right hand, almost as if they go together. And you notice, well, there are certain things you should notice about these hands. First of all, aside from them being skeletal, you can clearly see that they're skeletal because they are glowing. And then you can see something else, that this hand has a plain brass ring here on it, this finger bone, and another one here, and the other one only has one plain brass ring here. But you don't pay as much attention to that second hand's ring because it seems to be holding a foot-long, smooth, tapering stick of wood, which it promptly aims at you.
Ooh.
Okay.
And then the wand pulses, and from
I
it,
dive sideways.
Hmm?
I dive sideways out of the way.
Wait for it.
I will try the same.
I take cover behind
I
the
hope I
mage.
roll as well.
So everybody's diving this way or taking cover, and therefore the emerald line of crackling fire that lashes out from the wand and sort of whips as if the person has a giant drover's whip and can, about a 30-40 foot long whip made of emerald green flame, crackles and snarls, and long have I awaited new sacrifices. Die now that I may live.
Hey, Ed,
may
can
have to wait
can
longer.
Tasram attempt to turn the undead?
Tashram can attempt anything.
You're not giving me a lot of hope here, Ed.
Tashram's an adventurer.
Do I need to roll anything?
No. What you need to do is say your piece and present your holy symbol and try and banish the undead. With stirring words.
Okay, I'll present my silver disc and say, "Get thee gone, bonehand, by Tamora's grace."
Oh, for goodness sake! And it lashes you with green flame. So,
Browgar, a little help here?
let's see. Oh, that's okay. This shouldn't hurt too much.
For
You're
long.
dead.
And you meet Tamora personally.
Okay. You suffer 9 hit points
Ouch.
of
Ooh.
damage. It seems to wow. It feels like tingling fire, but you once got hit by lightning. The spell, not the natural effect, and this feels the same, and it sort of rocks you back on your heels, and the eyeballs look at you and say, "I remember Timora. She was fun. We used to dance, and well, she was fun."
I'm trying to sneak up on these hands.
How far away are they from us, Ed? The hands. that is?
It's hard to tell. They're sort of just above head level for Delthrar, and they don't seem to be all that far away. Maybe 10 feet from Delthrar. So, and they're not moving. Well, I mean, they're moving around in the air, but they're not advancing or retreating, and they're not raising or lowering. They're sort of in the same area.
Mhm.
Ed
Do-
Tasram's going to bravely slide behind Chand and let her do her fightery type skills.
All right.
Pat her
Do
on
I
the back.
see Chandler
See what you
go
can
from the
do.
one side because she's glowing, or has that glowy thing on her?
Well, she had a glowing dagger in her hand. She still has a glowing dagger in her hand. You
Yeah.
can see the glow coming from her hand.
I'm in the process of slipping that dagger back into the sheath and pulling the bastard sword off my back.
But I think that's enough for me because I go counterclockwise then, and I leave my Mascar mage cover, get my shield up, and try to counterclockwise move towards that skeletal hands glowing
Yes.
eyeball thing.
Okay, yes.
So when I see that Chandler strikes, I can also like support her.
Okay. You're right there. Ready to engage these skeletal hands and two floating eyeballs. And the eyeballs turn and look at you, Brella, and they say, "But tell me, what is the news of proud Yith?"
What? I just cry a battle death as a holy ending and charge her, whatever that is.
How much are you charging me? Ha ha!
Oh.
Mm.
Is there a discount today? Ha ha!
Oh.
And it lashes you with green emerald flame. But you're close enough to hack should you wish. Are
Mhm.
you hacking?
My inner instinct tell me as when the DM asked if you wish, you shouldn't. But Brella doesn't care, so she hacks.
Do it, Stefan. Do it.
Okay.
It was nice meeting you all.
Cheers.
Brella, -9 hit points of tingling lightning damage
Ouch.
Ooh, that tickles.
from this.
Welcome to the
emerald.
club, Brella.
Yeah.
And
Niners.
your sword bites into what seems to be a skeletal hand that you are cleaving, except that it sort of it feels like you've one of the little tricks that fighters often do is to toss a piece of kindling into the air and try and hack it out of the air with their swords or even cleave through it before it hits the ground. This feels like you just hit a piece of kindling. It weighs nothing and it just sort of goes toing out of the, So what happens is the skeletal hand, as your blade passes through it, and the bones all shift apart.
Ugh.
And when your backswing is complete, they all come together again.
Oh.
A loud and hefty rast
What
from
happens
me.
to the wand while that happens?
The wand is in the other hand.
Ah, okay.
And all this time, the skeletal thing is holding the wand like a conductor's baton, like this.
Uh-huh.
I know this is probably very risky idea, but harass the hands and
I likes risky.
I point my sword at the eyes.
Mhm.
The curse is upon you now, it says, and roll d20, please.
One.
Oh no.
Oh.
Brutal.
Well, you scare the left eye a little.
Oh.
During the distraction, Ildrim is going to. You said there were 2 rings on one hand and 1 on the other. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And one of the 2 rings is on a different finger than the other 2. Is that right?
Yep.
The
The wand hand has a middle finger ring.
All right. I am going to try to slide in from the shadows and sever that ring finger with my dagger.
D20 roll.
May
I
the
thought
greed
you
be
were
with
going
you,
to
Eric.
take some more Radica's cloak.
Oh, nope, dropped it. Hang on.
That's
It's obviously
random.
a 20. It's obviously a 20.
19.
Ooh.
Oh, my.
Ooh.
Polite golf club.
that one finger flies off with your deft slicing, and the plain brass ring slides off of it and tumbles through the air
I'll
and
dive after it.
and settles over the point of your dagger.
Oh, cool. Oh, timing.
Nice.
And this voice whispers in your ear, the same voice you've been hearing from this thing. It says, "You shall never escape what befalls you here. It will mark and maim you for the rest of your days."
I give a shudder because that's the kind of thing that gives me the creeps. And then I slide the ring on my finger.
Oh dear, Ildrim, it's been. I'm just checking to see if you're gonna have to roll up another character.
Roll
So were
3d6.
the Baron's blades -1?
You see 4 skeletal hands.
All of a
Don't
sudden,
roll.
nothing happens. Ildrim is staring at his finger, and it has a plain brass ring on it.
Oh, and a
I
green finger.
try to like shake my hand and see if I can create a whip or something. This is going well.
Picture a modern politician producing free money from a budget. Okay? Nothing happens.
Ah.
I am occupied for a period of time.
That hand that Ildrin just attacked, was that the one holding the wand, or that's still the other one?
That's the one holding the wand.
Okay.
The attack.
The wand is still in that hand?
Yes, the wand is still in that hand.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to slide in, drawing I've got my battle axe out. I'll draw my mace and try to take off another brass finger, ring.
Okay, that'll be from the other hand, which
Yes.
has 2 of them, there and there. Okay, and you're just gonna. Okay.
Bash it with the mace.
Could I have a D20 roll, please? It's a surgical strike. I bash it with the mace.
Another 7.
Ah!
Lucky 7.
In your ear, you hear a voice. It says, "Kalangalar am I, and your doom by any name you choose from me. Do choose."
Creepy as well. I don't share that with anyone.
Okay.
I draw my mace as well and put my battle axe in my other hand and charge forward and strike at the skeletal hand also.
Okay. Roll.
Roll.
D20.
14.
Pow. Okay. There's a sudden flare of eerie purple radiance because Bralagar has struck home. And you hear the same voice that's been saying all of these crazy things hisses in pain and anger. And the skeletal hands do this, and the wand spits emerald flame everywhere, missing you all because, he's good at this. And
Good.
one of the things you notice, because there's so much light being given off by this thing, because Brelagar has struck it, you can tell that you're now standing in a vast square cellar, about 90 feet by 90 feet, that big. And in the center of each wall of this cellar, there's a closed, unmarked stone door right in the center of each wall. And the walls are made of massive old stone blocks, and they're damp.
Okay.
And the ceiling looks to be about 30 feet up. And something's moving. Every time you guys move, it's like your own footsteps cause dust or spores or something to rise up from the floor just for a moment and drift and then fall back. And there's something else. The room seems to be full of things that aren't moving. And then you can't see anymore because the light is faded. So you might want to hit it again and look around some more.
Okay.
Could we see that thing when he lighted it up?
No,
Hmm.
but you can now.
Okay. I'd like to cast a spell if I've got the chance.
You have the chance.
Okay.
Seize it.
I'm going to aim magic missiles. I generate 4 of them. 2 go on the hand that holds the wand, and the other 2
Mic feedback
for each
off.
eyeball. What the hell?
Mic on. Mic feedback on.
Dun dun dun.
I have no idea what that voice was talking about, but one missile for each eyeball and 2 on the wand holding skeletal hand. So, shall I roll damage or don't bother?
Yes, roll damage.
Okay. All right, 3, 4, 5 on the hand, and 4 on one eye and 2 on the other.
Ah! Says the thing. Whatever it is. And the 2 eyeballs do this in the air and then look at you. And then the wand is lashed in your direction.
Okay.
Are you
I would like to
going
dodge as much as I can.
Okay, could I have a d20 roll then?
I would be glad to give you one. 17.
Woo! Mascar does the brave, chivalrous, valorous, hurling himself for dear life across the room. And sort of lands and skids amongst all this dust or spores or whatever the heck it is that's coming up off the floor. So it's sort of like, you know, when you're a kid and you jump into a pile of dead leaves in the fall. Okay, it's sort of like sliding in a pile of dead leaves. And as we all know, you can slide best in a pile of dead leaves when there's doggy. Oh, never mind. So, Mascar slides. The emerald flame things miss his heels by inches. It's a game of inches. And and by the light of this thing, you see that all of these motionless things that are crowding the room with you, except the little cleared area where you're fighting this fun little thing, seem to be stone statues, tall stone statues. I mean, they're about the height of hill giants. They fit into the room, but that's about it. They're all shrouded with cobwebs. They're not moving. They seem to be 3-legged, lizard-tailed, upright bipeds with heads like toadstools. Only they have many tentacles protruding from around the edges of their caps. So if you can imagine, there's no eyes, there's no mouth, there's just a head that looks like a toadstool cap. And from around the edges of that toadstool cap, there are lots of tentacles. And the tentacles aren't moving. The statues aren't moving. The statues are covered with little patches of lichen here and there. They're definitely statues, not living things. And they stand in lines, forming an 8-rayed star. They're all facing inwards at a featureless square stone block. It's about as tall as a tall man. The block of stone is stained on its top with much old blood. It looks like it might once have been an altar, or perhaps a suggestion box, or or how are we doing today? Comment.
Yeah.
And meanwhile,
Meanwhile,
the two eyeballs are glaring at Mascar, and the wand is pointed in Mascar's direction as if its holder wishes to feed emerald flames up a wizardly behind.
first chance I get, I want to dodge behind one of those statues. If I can
Okay.
slide behind one or clamber behind it, whatever.
Yes.
I want to keep the stone between me and that wand.
Okay. Yes. So you're on your tummy, having slid. So you just sort of crawl hastily around behind the statue, and the wand comes up, as in it's no longer pointed at you. It's now being held upright, and the two eyeballs go, ah. And then the eyeballs look around at everybody else. And then the eyeballs focus on Ildrim. And
oh no.
Then the wand points at Ildrim. What is Ildrim doing?
Ildrim gets a panicked look on his face and dives behind Bralagar.
Of course he does.
What is Bralagar doing?
Can Bralagar cast a spell?
Yes, Bralagar can cast a spell.
Bralagar casts Dispel Magic.
On what?
Creature.
Oh.
At the wand.
Could I have a D12 roll?
D12. 8.
Ooh. And the wand goes boop. And it isn't there. Huh. And the hands go. And then the two eyeballs look down at the hands, and then they look all around. And then they look at you, Bralagar, and then they run straight at you, both eyeballs, and then they split and go around and look at Ildrim, valiantly cowering behind you. And then they go down to the floor, and they, as if they're trying to peer up Ildrim's butt. And then they circle the both of you. And then this voice says, "Where is it? What have you done with it?" And these two eyeballs come up like periscopes and slowly turn in all. They're moving independently of each other, but at the same time as they look all around. And then they start flying at different members of the Baron's blades, and they fly right up to you, and then they fly down your chest, between the legs, up the back, look around your back of your neck, look all around, and then they pull back. Now the pairs of eyeballs are looking at all of you and going, huh.
Are you looking for this?
I would give you the finger, but you've already taken it. Well, this is no fun. I'm going to have to kill you now. We were just having a little fun, but now it's serious.
I'll trade you rings.
The finger in your hand begins to move like a worm.
Oh.
The ring on that finger begins to glow. What are you doing, Eldrum?
Can I get the ring off and jam it on my own finger?
You can try.
I'll try to get the ring off the finger before it gets away from me. Maybe by poking it on my dagger, like a sausage on a hot stick on a stick.
Children did not come from one of the more civilized areas of Am.
Apparently not.
When Ildrum regains consciousness, okay, Ildrum attempts to do this. Finger goes poing in one direction. Skeletal finger, that is, not Ildrum's. Ring tumbles in the air, but Ildrum, being a thief, procurer, and having the reflexes and agility of lithe accomplishment, snatches it out of the air with one hand and pops it on which finger of his other hand?
Oh, we're gonna go with the middle finger.
How fitting! And he slides it on the middle finger. It feels velvety, comfortable. It feels as if it belongs there. It feels as if it's always been there. It feels as if it completes you.
No.
I think I just got married.
Wow.
It's the ring of Tom Cruise.
Oh.
So you're a foot shorter than you started this interview.
You suddenly notice Ildrum is standing on a box.
So the important question is it like jumping on couches?
That's true.
Repeatedly.
So the ring is on your finger. And you hear this voice in your head. I don't have any money. But what I do have is a particular set of skills. Make me a nightmare. What you hear in your head is this voice that says, "Oh, it's been so long since I've had a living body to control."
Oh.
I whisper to Braliga, Idrum's lost. Let's get out of here.
What do you want? I say into the darkness.
So,
A bucket of pistachio ice cream.
I'll be right back.
A kidney-shaped swimming pool full of champagne. It's obviously going to be a long list.
Would
Yeah.
sparkling wine be acceptable?
And then you feel something. Not that something. No. It's Ildrum who feels something,
Okay.
and he feels that there's a hand at his throat.
Ralagar, cut it out.
What's actually happening is the other hand, the one that you didn't attack, the one that Delsvar Dawnstorm attacked, is vanishing finger by finger from its position in midair, and the fingers are reappearing one at a time around your throat. What are you doing?
Before I get choked, I will try to cough out something like, I'll trade your rings.
And and two eyeballs are suddenly hovering right in front of yours and saying, "Go on."
Well, this ring does not seem fitting for a procurer of my status, and I would love to give it back to you, but I can't just give it away. That wouldn't be within the lines of the way I was taught and raised. Do you have a recently acquired ring you might like to trade for this ring?
Yes. Yes, I do, as a matter of fact.
Could you describe it?
It's round.
Does it smell like monkey poo?
No. Do you always ask such questions, human?
Would you put on a ring that smells like monkey poo? This is why I ask.
He doesn't have a nose. He's got eyes and hands, but no nose.
That's true.
Well, I think it's time we... Well, no, I shouldn't. I mustn't.
Go on.
I will just take what is mine. And then the ring that you have on your finger that you got from it vanishes.
Okay.
And it vanishes. Wand, eyeballs, skeletal fingers, all gone.
Even the one I cut off?
Even the one you cut off.
Ooh.
So are we without light again?
Yep, it's pitch dark. And a voice out of the darkness says, "And so it begins."
Sound of that.
Did that come from everywhere or a particular direction?
Yeah, sort of in front of you.
That looks like we're going to
In
be.
front of me or?
In front of, yes, in front of Mascar.
Okay. So I'm trying to get a sense of where I am in the room, but all I know is I've got a statue right at my back. So
Mascar, you're
Yeah.
right. You're right here. Wherever you are, right here.
Thank you, Buckaroo Banzai.
Every Canadian knows this. You can walk into the northern wilderness. You can't get lost. Wherever you are, you're right here.
Yep, that's true. Okay.
I
The
will
rest
light
of
up a
the-
torch.
I want to pull a torch out of my pack and
That's okay. Delthrar has already, Delthrar is a ranger who is always alert to his surroundings. So he's pulled out
wow.
one of these self-striking torches.
I don't know if you've
Out of his
noticed, but
backpack.
it's dark.
Yeah. Yeah, now that I've cleared my eyes, I see the dark. Yeah.
Well, you see, if you had any bards with you, they would argue the point. They would say, no, it's not dark. It's romantic. But you don't. So you all agree that it is dark.
hmm
Wow.
So, continuing to get my torch out so I can light it.
Oh, is that what we're calling it?
Yes. Moving on. So,
I throw some lamp oil towards it.
yeah. Okay. Once we have some light sources, I'd like to go to the nearest door.
There's
To
4 of
me.
them, Stephen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whichever one I am closest to. Since I dove behind one of those central statues, I figure I've got to be closer to one than the other.
Well,
The other
being
three.
as you're all seasoned veteran adventurers, you have an innate sense because you paid attention when tromping into the woods of where north, south, east, and west are.
hmm
So, even though it's pitch dark and you got tumbled down on your heads, you can be fairly certain that that door in front of you is the north door. That door over there on your right is the east door. And therefore, by process of stunning elimination, that's the west door and that's the south door.
hmm Okay.
So, pick a door.
Stephen, I would suggest we ask Ildrim to search for traps. We know how that went last time.
Yeah. Anyone else want to search for traps?
Hey,
Maybe
I'm right
Brelagar would
here.
have.
Yeah, Ildrim's right
oh
there.
wait, actually, Tazrim, I'd sooner trust you with luck than. No offense, Ildrim, but.
Oh, come on. Ildrim can buy a vowel. Well, Tashram checks for the door.
Ed, what direction was the trail that we were following?
It was heading north.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So further into that hill would be north, we think, yeah?
Yes, definitely.
So I will look for traps. Ildrim will look for traps. He pulls forth 2 daggers this time, because obviously one will trigger the trap.
Twice as
So you
good.
can cut 2 tripwires.
And he's trying to see if he can hit any tripwires simultaneously, because that opens the secret door.
A question, I mean, smartness is not our forte, but wouldn't it be when everything is covered with dust looking for like footprints or something? I mean, there was a band of...
Well, I figure I may have made a bit of a mess on the floor, so I may have wiped out some footprints, but
they should lead to one door. At least to one door somebody should have gone. Or there are monkey marks or something.
Monkey
marks. I will check for monkey marks.
Good boy.
Very good.
Great
Steve,
green globs,
roll.
Mutilated monkey marks.
Roll your healing.
The lost Wahlberg's brother,
Okay, Tashram casts Cure Light Wounds on himself, and he gets a 7 on the D8.
Ta-da! And feels almost back to normal.
I might suggest before we delve into this northern room that Bralgar may pony up a healing spell for our other injured party member, Brella.
Who wishes to be of... wait for it. who wishes to receive the boons of Tempest?
I say for Antama's spirit, and I bow my head.
Okay. Cure Light Wounds on Brella.
He's going to roll 1.
4 points of healing.
All right.
And Mascar got hit as well, didn't you? No. Oh no, he avoided it. That's right. Who else got
I'm covered in lichen and cobwebs, but
I would like to take my torch over and take a look at that central altar.
Yes, good idea.
Okay. It is a massive block of stone. Probably weighs about 1.5 tons. It's nicely, smoothly sculpted, very square, like really good dwarf work. It's smooth, and everything is true and at right angles. And it's had lots of things sacrificed or butchered or slaughtered or whatever you want to call it on top of it, because there's lots of blood stains from lots of different things over quite a period of time. And the blood stains are quite large. Like, this was not, oh, ouchie, I've got a little cut. This is lifeblood drenching the altar.
Are there any symbols on the altar, Ed? Any carvings, any engraving on the outside or on top?
Nope. The thing is completely featureless with one exception. In a far corner of the altar from where Delthar is standing, there's what looks like monkey poop on the altar. Just a little boop, as if a monkey paused there for a moment. Something fell from its butt and it moved on. Not
as it does.
Well, as opposed to a critter stopping and deliberately taking a large dump. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So
It's sort of
which corner is that, Ed? Is it the western, southern?
the northeastern corner of the block.
Okay.
So I mark poop on my map.
Something happened to scare the poop out of a monkey.
Look, Bralagar, it's an offering to Tempest.
Oh.
We may want to look through that poop.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks.
Stick your finger in it and see if it levitates.
Does anything ring?
There you go. I'll pull out a dagger and kind of search through the scat there.
Yeah, I make
Okay.
little girly noises. Me, 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 me. I put your dagger. I don't touch the poop.
Okay. 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 Delsrar, being an experienced ranger, no, seriously, who tracks a lot.
Okay.
He's very good at going, okay, this scat is this old. This is, this is fairly recent. You would say 2 days old. There's no ring in it. There's nothing in it except digested. And it's pooping just like a human is pooping. It's getting rid of cellulose from its diet. So, things are grainy. Things are stinky. Things are not individually interesting.
Dawnstorm, stop playing with that stone ground mustard and let's head north.
That sounds good. I will look for any monkey tracks at all in that leading away from this altar or towards any of the doors.
It looks like the monkey rode on something and therefore left no tracks. And the something it rode on left no tracks. You're lost in the trackless wilderness.
It's either that or the monkeys learned how to levitate with that ring.
That
Anybody have a spare torch I can have, please? I didn't seem to bring any.
Maybe the monkey basically jumped onto the statues and used those to get across the room.
I give Tazram a torch.
Okay, I'll take that torch and light it from the lit torch and put it in my shield hand.
And I'd also light my sturdy ironstone lantern.
Okay. Lantern, torch.
Yep. Did you find any traps there, Ildren?
I will look for some.
You want to look at the north door?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get out.
Eric, don't worry. I have healing spells ready for you.
This time I'm pulling out a full 3 daggers and carefully shoving them around the.
And
2, and
where are you holding them? What are you holding them?
One with each hand and another one with my mouth.
Oh, okay. Okay, just checking.
Yep.
No,
I did not put any in the spot.
Okay. Well, you've got something you can make them stick with. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're doing all of this. Where are you checking for all these traps?
I think they wanted me to check the door, if I remember correctly.
Which door? The north door.
North door.
Okay. And you don't detect any traps. You can't.
But safe. Let's go through.
Yeah. So we can see the doors, but was there no handle or a lock, was it? I seem to recall you said featureless.
Yeah. Each of these doors looks like a single smooth slab of stone just in the door frame.
Okay. Well, if you haven't detected any traps, let's see if it pivots one way or the other.
On the door.
Sure.
Mascar is pushing on the door.
I will push on the right side of the north door. See if it pivots.
Mind me, Rogue.
I don't want to cross the threshold, but I want to see if this moves.
So Mascar carefully pushes on the door, on the right-hand side of the door, not overbalancing himself or stepping forward, so that he will not cross the threshold. The door swings inwards silently and opens into darkness, dank, wet,
moist
darkness Yeah, moist, decidedly moist. It smells of mold and mildew. Yeah, moist.
Okay, and I'm holding a torch in my other hand. How I can see at least 20 feet in if it doesn't end that quickly. If
Well,
just a water closet, then I'll know that. But
you're looking into a stone-lined, 10-foot wide by 10-foot high passage. Excuse me.
Did we skip looking for footprints?
No, we looked. We didn't find any.
Okay. I missed that. Sorry.
We think that maybe the monkey rode out on something.
Oh, okay.
I shall return in 30 seconds.
Okay.
Start the clock.
That's right. Let's pause for the cause. If y'all needed to get up and stretch or do anything, go ahead and do it.
This is the part where you play the Jeopardy music.
This has to be released.
I'll be right back.
No, go right ahead. Go right ahead. We'll get a friendly tavern sound in here. How's that? How you doing, Eric?
Good. How about you?
I'm doing well.
Which Eric?
You're the only one there.
Am I? All right.
Everybody else disappeared. So
that's funny. Doing fine. Been a lot of fun so far.
Really good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. This is. I'm hoping I think I can convince Ed to do this as a regular thing, to have games online like this.
Cool.
I think that would be
a lot of fun.
That would be fantastic. Yeah.
Yep. Definitely. A lot of folks would come watch, I bet.
Yeah. Oh no, that's it. And then maybe we can promote your gaming paper on here too.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
Because I still want to I haven't done yet, but I need to put together your commercial for you.
Yeah, we should do that. You wanna do a skit about it, Jeff, or do you just want to put together like a general promo for gaming paper?
I have Eric had one of his employees send pictures, so I have all their stock photos of their paper and their battle mats and stuff. So,
Eric, what do you want? How would you like it to be presented? You want it just done straight? You want it comedic? You want it creative?
I like comedic and creative. That sounds great. But with a message, of course.
Okay. Let us know. You've seen the silly little commercials that we write.
Sure. Oh, that'd be great.
And we'll put together something fun. For
cool.
sure.
That'd be awesome. I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
If you need any more real stuff, let me know. We can send it on.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Down or over or up or wherever we all are.
And Eric, anytime you need me to write "Keep Further Away from the Borderlands," let me know. I can do a sequel,
the sequel, as far as you can get for the Borderlands.
Hey, having so many people here knowing so much about lore, any idea what that die is with the eye?
That's a good question.
I can see a picture from some monster manual, but I cannot remember the name.
No, I think it's an item. I think it's if you look at the Ruins of Undermountain box set, there's eyes. So it's like a winking eye. It's like a little like a quail's feather token type item.
But is it an item controlled by somebody? Because I know they have the Arm of Valor in the box.
There was a winking eye in the product. I can't remember what it was.
Was there?
Eric, let me double check what I'm guessing, and I could be dead wrong. Hold on, let me see.
They're trying to decipher what that eye is.
And I'm trying to remember if those statues were some sort of uber fungoid or some sort of Cthulhu-esque thing. I'm not sure.
I think the eyes are something that pops up in a lot of Ed's adventures. Like there was some in Vol's Guide to the North, some in Vol's Guide to Waterdeep. Yeah, it's kind of like a spectral hands and eyes thing. I think one time he maybe he called it a witchland. I don't remember, but that would be my guess. But I think they're just like
the witchland. Yeah, okay.
Ed favorite is the way I always think of it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I love it. First thing I thought of was something having to do with a beholder. As soon as he mentioned the eyes being separate and then coming together, I'm like, oh damn, this was a short
Yeah.
game. This was a really short game.
Yeah.
That's when I give you the.
Exactly.
Oh dear. So, and Stefan, I'm horribly jealous of that mug I've seen a few times.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Stefan, when I was in on deck about a year and a half ago, and that's what they served the beer out of. I had some great was it Hefeweizen?
Hefeweizen.
Oh my God!
Hefeweizen, yes.
Yeah, I fell in love. I had a couple of those and had to drive back to Munich, but those are so good, but they're huge, Steven. I bought one, but it's about half that size.
Okay.
But that's what they serve the beer in. If you got a regular beer at Ondex, that's what they gave you.
Honestly, I'm trying to collect those right now. They're selling them for like €4 a piece with a 1 liter can of beer in it from the Oktoberfest, which is like kind of canceled.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh. And I tried to get them like 8 or 9 of them for my whole gaming group, so all of us could sit at the table and have a 1 liter mug.
You know what?
Water and holy water.
Stephanie needed to send us a picture of that when you get it, and we'll put it on the website.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We'll put it. Get your whole group together. We'll put it as on the banner for 1 month. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that'll be great. Yeah, that's
Prost.
That's beer there, Stephen.
Prost. Yeah.
Oh, I see. It's just a little.
Admittedly, it's a non-alcoholic.
Too early for me.
Well, I had one, and now I'm turning to non-alcoholic because, like, I don't want to get too done here before Brenna's done.
That's okay. Look at that, Steve. Steven's watering. His mouth is watering. I can see it right now.
Well, Stephen, the more you drink,
my coffee.
the more you drink your beer, the more you favor tomorrow with your chances. So drink
right.
that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Stefan, what is it there? About 6 o'clock? 5 o'clock?
We have 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
6 o'clock. Yeah. That's 6 o'clock. There you go. Yeah, we were there just before Oktoberfest. It started late September. This is in 2018, and we stayed in Landsberg for a week, and then drove down to Ondex, and then drank beer and got real drunk, and then drove back, and then and then we went to Munich and took a 11-hour flight home. That was fun.
How are our two Aussies doing? Are you hanging in there, staying awake?
Easy. It's only 1:30 a.m. It's fine.
Oh, that's not bad.
We'll eat some chocolate-covered espresso beans to help you along. How about that?
There you go.
My wife made chocolate brownies. I just had a bit, so that should the sugar should be going.
Well, Alex, you can get some of that Mad Dog 2020 you got in your cellar too.
Alex is a
Just
gamer.
bad.
She's just getting warmed up. This is nothing. This is like, you guys don't know about raid night. You don't know what's going on here.
I am drinking decaffeinated beverages at the moment.
There you go.
Well, you don't want to be up all night, do you?
I want to be able to get sleep at some point. I've got gaming to do tomorrow. No, actually, I don't really, but.
Stefan, there is an Eye of Winking. I was right. It's in the Ruins of Undermountain box set. So,
oh, cool.
If it's the same item, it's a little thing that protects you against ESP, suggestion, enchantment, charm type things. But it should have a command word on the other side or somewhere.
Oh, okay.
So if it's that item, it might not be. Knowing it, it's not. Could be any number of things.
I've got the wrong volume of this to look up eyes.
I have 4 of those. My son actually borrowed them.
Oh, darn, I don't have my first printing because it doesn't say the wizard in here. Darn it.
The wizard.
No, it wasn't the mage?
Yeah. You remember? That was one of the old things when the editorial demand came through. You cannot say mage. You have to say wizard. So they did a search all on the file, and so it changed every use of the word mage to wizard.
So damage became the wizard.
Damage is the wizard, and
the wizard.
Images of illusion were eye wizards, and so forth.
Oh yes.
So,
And they didn't do that again.
no.
Oh, Jeff, don't say that. I can tell you stories. I can tell you far more recent stories.
Oh yeah.
but that's another podcast. So.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry about that. Minor medical thingy.
No,
Over
no
now.
worries.
Don't
Back to
get
the
old,
game.
folks. Don't get old.
Look, I'm already experiencing being old, and I'm not even that old.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, geez, while I was away,
So,
everybody.
what did I see through the doorway?
We found the monkey when you were gone, Ed.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay. And we shucked it.
Not the right monkey, but nonetheless, we found a monkey.
Hey,
We
monkey.
put it in
now-
the
we
cage
now
and we
worship-
just tossed it around.
We've all worshipping the monkey god now.
I think Eric just disparaged somebody. I can't figure out who it was.
Screaming monkey on a stick. Okay. Who have we not offended yet? Okay. Okay. The door opened inwards, and you saw a stone-lined, 10-foot wide and 10-foot high passage that was dripping wet. The walls were encrusted with reeking mold, and the passage seems to run straight away from you into darkness. Yes, yes.
That does not make me want to enter that hallway. Does the door close if I don't hold it open?
No,
Does
it stays
swing?
right. It stays right.
Okay.
As it's sort of, you didn't push it hard.
Mm-hmm.
You pushed it warily.
Mm-hmm.
You were keeping your balance and not moving forward.
Yeah.
So it sort of swung 3/4 of the way open, ground to a halt, and that's where it stays.
I'm going to grab a torch, preferably somebody else's. It's cheaper that way. And,
Well, you know,
Don't you tear
mine.
off? Don't you
could
tear off
choose-
Bradaga's cloak and light it?
yeah, no, yeah.
Leave the poor man alone.
All right. I tear off Bralagar's cloak. I wrap
Oh.
it around a stick. I pour lamp oil on it, and I light it. And I stick it in to see if there's anything unusual in there.
For the record, you
First,
got
look up.
his cloak, my lamp oil.
Might be Ildrim's head that's the something odd that's in there in a minute.
Okay.
Steve, you're muted. Steve, you're muted.
I just wanted to confirm that Eric wanted to pick on a cleric of Tempest, take his cloak, and not expect to get smacked.
I'm good at ducking.
Hey, Delthro, you want to check out the western door?
I am looking for traps, Ed.
Okay.
I thought you were looking through the other door.
So,
Okay.
you don't find any traps. Do you want to proceed further through the north door, or you want to look at other doors before you proceed?
Do I see any signs of passage?
No.
I say nothing to see here and back up.
Yeah.
And I hand Bralagar the torch.
Here's your cloak back.
Bradaga, should I grapple him so you can just smack him once?
I think that's a great idea.
Okay. Just because great parties function that way.
Teamwork.
Now that
Yeah.
Ralagar has no cloak, what's next? You're gonna start tearing off pieces of his undergarments?
Oh yeah, I'm getting there.
If only I wore any.
Why do
Oh,
you
yeah.
think I gave you my spare shirt? You can make 5 or 6 torches out of that. Come on.
I already
Are we
wiped up
thinking-
with spider goo.
South, east, or west? Any preferences? Check another door, maybe.
Well,
Well,
if we
that
go
sounds
south,
promising.
that's going to take us back out of the forest, but I don't know.
Did we check for
was-
secret doors in the passageway?
The poop was in the northeast. Either there's a
We didn't
secret
really
door
go
or
into
we
the
have to go to the
passageway.
east.
No, we
Come on.
just
To dare is to do.
Oh yeah, which corner was the poop on? Was that the
Northeast.
northeast?
there's northeast, so let's
So
check
it's-
the east door first, I guess. And
Yeah. somebody shocked the monkey and he dropped that turd.
But
Now I'm going to have a song in my head all night.
I really shocked the monkey.
Well, just be glad he didn't fling his poo in your eyes.
oh,
Oh.
Oh.
he'll
Come
be
on.
here till Thursday, folks. Try the meal.
It's got to be a divine thunderbolt now, Ed.
Yeah, the light and heat from Pink Eye can be
That's a story you have to tell to your kids for like decades. I played a one-shot with all of you, and it was about monkey poop.
This
And
is why
Peter
you should
Gabriel,
never
apparently,
set your
somehow.
sights
Powering
We're
on.
looking for an east door.
Let east door. Let's check that one for
Mic on.
traps.
I'll look,
Someone turn their mic on.
I'll look for
No,
traps.
sorry, that was my headset just went out and it came back on. Sorry.
I'll look for traps on the east door, Ed.
Aha. And could I have a percentile roll, please?
Ooh, I haven't done this in a long time.
Yes. We're going old school.
Oh,
Math class.
for a
No.
thaco.
That's actually the damage roll, Eric. So good luck.
Uh,
You lose 100%.
27% of something.
Well,
Well,
it's like this.
Oh no.
I'm gonna need you to bend. No.
Sort of
I'm
back.
I'm gonna tell you don't find any traps.
It's
You're-
all clear this way.
it's safe, Eldrum. Go.
I will confidently, with only a small quiver in my knees, step forward and try to open the door.
And how are you going to do that?
Does this look like another one of these swinging doors?
Yeah, as in there's no lock, there's no handle, there's just a featureless slab of stone set in the doorframe. What are you going to do?
So I am going to do a slight variation on what my friend Mascar did, and I'm going to push harder because I saw that the last one didn't go open all the way, but I'm going to brace myself on the wall to the side so I don't fall in if it suddenly, pushes in.
Okay. You push. The dog likes that. You
Yes.
push. And the door swings straight open and as far as it can go and comes to a halt against wall.
And what do I see?
Thank you, Jeff. The door was actually better oil than that.
By the
But anyway.
flaming togs of Tempest, you see.
It has opened into a stone-lined, 10-foot wide and 10-foot high passage that's blocked by 3 successive fallen portcullis, 10 feet apart. All of them are orange-brown with rust and crumbling, like on their last legs. And the passage they are set in is running straight away from you.
I'm going to look down at the ground. Do I see like any freshly fallen rust spots like they recently fell?
Yeah, there's flakes of rust everywhere. And there are some that are fairly recent, yes.
Okay. I say, I think we need some of the brutes to help lift these back up. I suspect the monkey went through here and they dropped in his wake.
You think so?
I'm confident.
Well,
go on in.
All right, I head in. I go to the first portcullis, and I basically tap on one of the rails, just to see whether it's to test whether it's rusted all the way through or not.
Okay, you tap on one of the rails, and clouds of rust flakes give off, and the hand you're tapping with goes through the portcullis.
Oh my.
You think these portcullis fell recently? I don't think so.
Somebody with a mace.
And Chandler, from where you're standing right now, are you going to cut loose?
Yep.
Okay. Bam! Okay, there's now a Chandler-sized hole in that first portcullis.
Nice.
It was like bashing through paper,
Yeah.
Wow.
tissue paper.
If this had fallen down from the ceiling recently, I think it would not actually be here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, your judgment is correct. And from where you're standing now, not having passed through where the portcullis was, but it's no longer blocking your vision because there's a hole in it. You can see the other two portculli, and then beyond them, what looks like fallen stone and rock.
Ah, it looks like it's a dead end this way.
That's what they want you to think.
Ed, since Tamora favors the bold, I'm going to walk over to one of the, I think the southern door, and just push on it.
I think you mean fools.
Bold.
Okay, so Tashram walks over to the southern door and pushes on it. The door opens. And this cloud of, well, they're all over you, Tashram.
Bold
Adoring
fool.
fan.
Oh, dear.
They're very active. Scaly, copper-colored winged bats, each about as long as an adult human arm.
Oh.
They have scorpion-like stinger tails
Ooh.
and sharp-looking claws. And the sharp-looking claws are, of course, on their wings because they're bats. Their wings are actually hands. And they're also on separate arms that jut out from under their wings. And they have pointed rat-like snouts. And these pointed rat-like snouts end in writhing tentacles that are around in a ring, sort of like a lamprey has teeth around in a ring. And
That ain't right.
their snouts are questing in the air, almost as if they're trying to suck blood from something. Like, I don't know, you! And there are 14 of them. And
Oh.
you are enveloped in a cloud of them. And let's just see how many of them have hit you.
Oh, dear.
I look through the Tazrum scat to see if it's fresh.
Oh,
Okay, there are 10 of them on you. Now, let's have a look. Oh, yeah, blood-sucking tentacles with rings of tiny fangs on the ends, and a tail sting. Oh my goodness. So let's have a bunch of those.
it's nasty creatures.
Ed, as this happens, I'm going to scream in my most girly voice and fall to the ground and try to stop, drop, and flop.
Okay. You stop, drop,
Succeed.
and flop for a mere 20 points of damage.
Oh.
And actually, your stop, dropping, and flopping is actually a good thing, because as you flop and roll and smack on the floor, some of these little bats don't want to get crushed underneath you, so they let go, as opposed to just clinging to you and repeatedly driving their stinging tails into you while their blood-sucking tentacles all search for some bare skin to bore into. So they, one or two of them are still doing that. You'll be happy to know, but the others have detached themselves and are flapping in the air right above your face, waiting for a chance to strike home again.
Start throwing daggers at him.
Hmm.
Not the ones on him, but the ones in the air.
Okay. Throw your daggers.
All right, what do you want me to roll? D20s?
D20s. Yeah. And you have 3 daggers. You're going to throw 2 of them and spit the third, or throw
Yeah.
it.
A 10 and a 17.
Okay, you hit with both. Both of
Ooh.
your daggers fling through the air and knife into different ones of these bats, these little sting bats. And one sting bat goes, and the other sting bat struggles, rips your dagger out of its breast, flings the dagger on the floor with a clatter, gives you a dirty look, and flaps heavily away, heading back where it came from.
Ooh.
I hope I can make it to the Stingbat Cemetery, you
I will rush that way with mace and axe in hand and try to cut the 2 off of Tazram.
Okay, with surgical precision.
Precision, absolutely precise as I swing both hands.
Yep.
2 D20s. Roll those D20s.
Is that to Tazram or to?
I think that's yet to be determined, Eric.
Got armor, he'll be fine.
Is that a
Just
damage
remember,
roll or a to
we
hit?
favor the bold.
I'm gonna scream. She favors the bold. She favors the bold as I still roll around.
A 9 and a 3.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, let's have a look here.
She favored. Past tense favored the bold.
Wow.
He was talking about his coffee.
Bump.
Because Tashram rolled, and these bats are veteran fighters, they dodged both of your attacks, despite remaining affixed to Tashram. And what can I say? But you scared them a little. You know, they now look at you with respect. Get away. You know, that sort of respect.
They might be the only ones.
And now, some of these 14 bats that aren't actually stuck on Tashram swirl up in a cloud and fly across the room at the rest of the Baron's blades. Blood!
I'm gonna share my misery.
Sorry, that's Tashram screaming to Tamora. Sorry.
No, it needs to be a few octaves higher, please.
That's the Wilhelm scream. That's all I have.
Oh dear!
Is it time for initiative or no?
No, you can. They're just flying right at you.
I hack them.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just roll a d20.
Grab my bastard sword.
Okay. Roll a
Five.
d20.
Ooh, an 18.
Bang.
All right.
Oh, natural 20.
Oh, nice.
Second
Okay.
edition rules.
So Chandlara
Chris.
swings her broadsword, and 2 halves of a bisected stingbat cartwheel off in opposite directions to splop on the floor, oozing stingblat ichor.
Ooh.
Stingblat ichor, bottled in Milwaukee.
Yes.
Milwaukee's beast.
Okay, I swing my battle axe. Rolled a 10. 10.
And yours dodged. You were just
Not very
about to
nice.
chop it in half, and it went zing zing in midair, and it sideslipped, lost about 30 feet in the process, and is now on the floor over there.
I had an 18.
And you smash it. Roll damage.
Ooh.
Ooh. Not too good. I guess that's a 7.
Okay. So, yours squalls at you, and backs away from you in midair, flapping. You seem to have sliced open its belly, and its little stingbat intestines are hanging out. Little ropes of intestine, and it looks down and goes, "Oh!" and tries to stuff them back in with its claws. well,
Okay.
backing away. Backing away. However, the ones that are still on Tashram are going, "Ha ha!" and they're doing this with their tails, stinging away. And what is Tashram doing to them?
I am batting at them with my torch in my hand and rolling and just screaming to high heaven,
Okay.
as a brave
Could I-
adventurer should.
Could I have a D20 roll, please?
14 again.
Okay. You have harmed one of the ones that's on you, and it has harmed you
Oh dear.
for 5 more hit points of damage.
Ouch.
And its tentacles are sliding all over you, questing for bare flesh wherever it can find it, so they can bore in and begin sucking that lovely blood.
Ew.
It's sort of like tax time. There, it's going. Okay, so yes, Mascar.
I am throwing 3 darts into that cloud of bats that are coming on the rest of us because I don't trust my accuracy to throw them at Tashram.
Thank you. Could I have 3 rolls? Yes.
I did. I rolled a 14, a 7, and a 20.
Wow.
So
okay. Well, guess
darts.
what? One of your rolls slices a stingbat wing, and it squalls at you and goes sideways in midair, flapping its wing, which is bleeding profusely.
Okay.
One of your darts misses entirely, tumbling end over end through the cloud. And your last dart goes poop right into a stingbat head, splitting the head open, and the body flat in midair, and it just falls flop.
Okay.
So we are several stingbats down, and you hear doors opening all around the room.
Oh dear.
Behind you.
I look behind us.
Oh.
The doors are all ajar. I know they're not ajar, they're a door, but they're all ajar.
There was only one door we hadn't opened, and that was the door.
Yes. So all these doors are now slightly open. And eyeballs are looking at you from me. Now, a single eyeball.
No.
Nothing else. No body. No second eyeball. No skeletal hands. No nothing. Just single eyeballs floating in midair, watching from the gap of every door.
So there's 3 more in total, or
Yeah, 3. 3 more.
eyeballs.
Yeah. And they it's like they're watching you so they can take bets or something. You know, I don't.
I'll throw my 3rd dagger at one of the eyeballs.
D20 roll, please.
A 4. I hope that hits.
Your dagger. Well, you were fairly accurate in your aim, but just not enough oomph on the throw, and it passes underneath the eyeball and into the darkness beyond, and you hear it splitter clack off the stone and slide to a halt somewhere unseen.
That was a +1 dagger.
You throw like a gnome, Ildrim.
Hey, no insults in this game, Buster.
Hey, you're the one that threw away a perfectly good magic item.
That's right. Oh, don't worry. He'll just pull something off Ralagar.
Or as I like to call them, the wardrobe.
Yes,
Ed, I'll draw my dagger and go where Tasrim is and
Yes.
try to slice off carefully one of the creatures that is on him.
D20 roll.
Ed, to make this more difficult, I'm going to continue to flop and spin and
Oh, thank
scream
you.
and
Good.
be as hectic
Of
and
course.
crazy as possible.
So you're breakdancing, is what you're telling me.
yeah.
No, it's more like a seizure.
16.
And you
Yeah, all
hit.
right.
Roll for damage.
It's easy when you just
Die
aim for
4.
wings.
2 points.
Ooh, okay. With great cunning and precision, as you attempted to remove this stingbat from Tashram, so you were slicing sideways, and it was trying to stop you by interposing its tail. So you sliced off its stinger tail,
Ooh.
which is now writhing and dancing like a demented inchworm with a fang on the end of it, over on the floor over there, and it's staring down. It looks at you in horror, then it reaches down to its blood-spurting stump and puts one little claw-like hand over the stump and pats at it. It's still spurting blood. It looks back at you in horror, looks down at the stump, goes, "Oh!" Then it looks at you, and it doesn't look pleased. And then it launches itself off Tashram, so you have achieved your goal, sir. It launches itself off Tashram, straight at your face. What are you doing?
I interpose my war gauntlet and try to smash it out of the air.
Oh.
E20 roll, please.
What's that? It's a 6.
And you punch it solidly sideways by clouting it on the side of the head as it tries to get at you. And it goes sideways and winds up on the floor, landing on top of its own tail spike.
Oh.
Nice.
Meanwhile, and Tashram rolls over on top of it. Crunch.
Oh. Revenge.
So there's one less stingbat because you hear this little oh from underneath Tashram.
Can you hear it from me screaming?
All right.
Lovely. Okay, well, there are still 7 of these stingbats, and I mean you've thinned the ranks by 1/2, but they want new blood, and they are going for Mascar.
Ooh.
All 7 of them.
Enjoy, Steven.
Mascar?
Do I have a chance to cast a spell first or no?
Yes, you do. You can cast it at point blank range. They are just about to, well, you know that saying about the whites of their eyes?
Yeah.
Yeah, ignore that.
They have reds. I see.
Yeah.
How close am I to the rest of the group here?
Well, you're right in the middle of them. So if you want a fireball, now would be a darn good time.
Not quite what I was thinking,
but sure, why not?
Good option.
They're all coming in a pack straight at me. I will do a lightning bolt straight at them.
Oh, okay. And I'm picturing the situation. Yes, your lightning bolt, having passed through these things, these stingbats, will then vanish through that little gap in the door, and hopefully for the party will ricochet around behind the door in that passageway. Let's see what happens, shall we?
Okay. I'm also trying to see how long a bolt I actually summon, but
oh, it's long, all right. This is
So the environment is moist and the bolt is long. I got that.
Yeah, that's it. That's right.
Oh, wait.
And there's a big smile on Mascar's face.
He just says, "I'm done here, boys."
Yeah. Because the air is filled with the reek and the sizzle of electrified stingbats as 7 stingbats fall dead out of the sky. All of them fall plop, 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 plop on the ground. You've killed them all.
Okay.
Nice.
And your lightning bolt vanishes around the door. By the way, that eyeball that was hanging in the doorway has just time to widen in astonishment, sort of like my eyes are doing right now, before it is gone in a sizzling singe of because the lightning goes straight through it and then vanishes past the doorway and ricochets around in there. There's lots of flashing and banging, and then nothing, silence and darkness.
Okay, that hallway's safe now.
There's still a bat attacking me. Help!
If it's back around to me, I'll take a couple swings at that bat again.
Okay, it is your turn. Do that.
Oh my gosh. No, I missed terribly. Another 2 and 6. I may have to retire those dice.
Okay. Tashram, you still have 1 bat on you. 1.
Okay, I'm gonna double fist it and see if I can squeeze it like toothpaste.
Okay. Your hits
That'll
are
squeeze
automatic.
the blood back into you.
I'm just gonna roll a secret little DM roll here.
She favors the bold, Ed. She favors the bold.
Tashram, is your mouth open or not?
It's wide open as I scream, "Oh Lord Jesus, save me!"
Well,
and Timora heard that and says, "Hey."
Well, you've never tasted stingbat before, but as you squeeze the thing and throttle it, and you're sort of twisting it as if you're wringing out laundry. So it's as if your wet smalls are being twisted vigorously by you, and when you do this, the stingbat vomits its innards into your face, helplessly, sort of. So, and they don't taste that bad.
Compared to what?
So Ed, did I kill the stingbat when I squeezed it?
Yes, you did.
Okay, I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna dust myself off, look south, and go. Don't go that way.
Think we figured that one.
Okay. Guess what? You have prevailed. You stand on the battlefield victorious. Small copper-colored bats are lying everywhere in pieces. They look defeated.
Browgar, can I have a healing spell, please?
Yes, I cast Cure Serious Wounds on Tashram. Cure Serious does... I had it here somewhere. Where was it? 2d8 plus 1. So let's see how we go.
And my fellow Blades, if you ever mention my squealing and screaming to anyone outside this room, I will never heal you again.
2 7s, so that's 15 points of healing.
Ooh.
Oh, Tashram's going to get a plate full of bats for every birthday here for. Oh, we got these just for you.
The bat cake.
Well, Ed, I was just thinking, I'm going to go ahead and collect all the wings from the bats because hot wings aren't a thing in the realms, but they are now.
Oh, dear.
Which hallway did my lightning bolt go down?
It went down the south one because they flew at you from south, and you fired past.
All right. Ildren, you might want to retrieve your dagger, I say, as I'm picking up my darts and
Yep. I grab all the daggers I can reach.
Do we just casually ignore the 3 eyeballs? Like,
Well,
pretend
2
they're not
eyeballs are
here?
left.
2 eyeballs now?
Okay.
One of the eyeballs and give it a bow.
I figured they're still in.
So which hallway did my dagger go down? Was it the south one or was it a different one?
No, it was a different one.
I'm gonna start looking down that hallway to see if I can find my dagger.
Okay. Okay.
Bye, Eric.
Bye, nice seeing you all.
Yeah.
So,
Iron-colored bats come out of No.
oh gosh. Come on, this is not an official adventure.
Okay, undead aquatic hellhounds come out of it.
It's second edition. Anything goes.
A beholder.
No, we have to be able to make a mini of it and sell it in a box.
Yeah.
That's right.
So it's going to be something. Yeah. Anyway, so
Beholder.
Yeah. Did I mention Beholder?
No.
No, Ildrum mentioned the Beholder, which is very fitting because it's Ildrum who comes face to face. No, it's Ildrum who comes face to face with the eyeball.
Yeah.
And this voice from the empty air says, "Going somewhere."
Just picking up my stuff. Don't like to leave a mess.
You got any of them rings?
Plus, I think you owe me a ring.
The eyeball says, "It's over there." And then it flies away deeper into where you're heading.
Well, snatch it, Eric. Snatch it.
I grab the dagger.
No, the
I
eyes.
guess.
I'm still trying to figure out how does an eyeball gesture in a direction.
It gives a leer.
It rotates.
Turns and looks. Yeah, it's over there.
Okay.
If the eyes were such great observers, maybe they've seen a monkey passing by. Maybe ask them.
We're too busy killing ourselves.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. No, I grab at the dagger because that's what's important.
Yeah, sure.
Any monkeys down there?
No. What you have been doing is going around the west door because the west door is ajar, and the eyeball vanished back down the passage behind the west door. You have now stepped into this passage and retrieved your dagger, and you've looked up to see your doom. No, you've looked up to see what's around you in the passage, and you see that you're standing in a stone-lined 10 feet wide by 10 feet high passage that runs straight away from you off into dark distances. Well,
there's a theme here.
Yes. But it runs off into dark distances beyond a human waist-high stone plinth, which stands in the center of the passage about 20 feet in. And that plinth is topped by a 2-foot-tall statuette of a 3-legged, lizard-tailed, upright biped with a head shaped like a toadstool, but with many tentacles jutting from around the fringe of its head cap. Though it has no visible eyes, nor a front to its body that you can determine, you somehow have the feeling that it's both facing you and watching you.
Great. Hey, Bralagar, I found a temple to your god.
Them's fighting words, George. Come on.
Akrimata. I won't tell you what that translates into.
You're not going to get healing when you need it, Ildren.
I wasn't gonna anyway. I say I found some sort of statue that makes those bats look normal.
Ildrum, I don't care if you found your lineage down that hallway. What do you see?
I described the statue. It's a tentacle toadstool kind of 3-legged thingy.
Oh wait, aren't they just? Isn't it a smaller version of the statue that's in the room we're in?
Is it, or is it slightly
Yeah.
different?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just smaller. It's just smaller.
Yeah.
It's a smaller version of that on top of a plinth. And while I assume they're following me, and I will start looking for traps and advance towards the plinth.
Mhm.
So you're looking for traps towards the plinth, you
Yes.
say,
Not
which means
behind
you're
me.
which means you're getting closer to the plinth.
I am absolutely getting closer to the plinth.
Okay. And a voice speaks out of empty air.
Could be mine.
Come ye, supplicants, to the greater glory of Damlar Thu. Submit to Damlar Thu. Breathe in the greatness of Damlar Thu and carry that breath to all.
Nice pitch, but you got to give me a little bit to work with here.
Well, as you say that, spores are issuing from behind the plinth and drifting towards you. The air is full of spores.
I'm gonna try to outrun them.
They're like human thumb-sized tribbles.
Oh.
Human thumb-sized tribbles. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna vigorously go tell the party about what I found.
Breeding spores this way.
What door was that you went into, Eric?
I think it's the western, but I may have gotten confused.
No, it is the
No,
west
it is
door.
a
Western door.
Okay, let's not go west.
As they come, I am going to run like a cleric of Tempest, and
Oh, shit.
when I get to the door, I will try to swing it closed behind me as I run through.
But do you scream like a cleric of Tamora?
Yes.
Okay.
Feet don't fail me now.
Well, you see, there is this little problem. The door doesn't have a handle. So all you can do as you're running past is hook your hand around the edge of the door, run past and pull, and then keep running and hope it slams.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, it doesn't.
Magic mushrooms, here they come.
It almost closes.
Okay,
And then it
surprise.
seems to glide to a smooth halt, just ajar. And you are back in the room with your fellow Baron's blades with a wonderful story to tell.
There's another one of those statues, and there's all sorts of spores coming at us, but it's a good thing I slammed that door shut because now they can't get us.
Okay, so we can't go west, we can't go south. So it's obviously
Oh, no,
north
we
or
can
east.
we can go south. I'm fairly sure that I cleared the way there. No.
And as Ildrim says this, the west door swings open behind you.
We should leave through the south door, I guess.
And you notice something. All the spores have sort of jostled together in midair. They're still moving and shifting in midair, but they now form a shape vaguely like a human. An upright biped with, 4 limbs, 2 arms, 2 legs, a sort of pillar of a head, which is sort of shuffling out through the door towards you. And then it's
I
shuffling
say-
across the room towards that stone block altar.
I say something like, that would be Damien Flew, and he wants us to worship him. And let's go south.
Are you sure we should be going south?
For a change, I want to be toward the beginning of the party and getting out of here.
Well, but if
I
all the
thought-
spores assembled to like a humanoid figure, we could leave through the west door too. Like there are no more spores, I guess.
Hey,
Yeah.
Was it the north door with the portcullis?
No, the
No,
north
that
door
was
had
the
the
east
water.
door.
North
Oh.
door was water or wet and musty.
North and south.
South was the bats.
South was
Yep.
the bats, but I also sent a lightning bolt down that way, so I figured it was clear to.
Yep.
It may have taken out the eye.
Portcullis was the east door, the rusty portcullis.
Ildrim, did you bother to ask the spore critter there if he had seen a monkey?
No, I asked.
He's too busy running.
But I was too busy running from the spore cloud to ask the question. He just wanted worship.
I sense a top 20 hit, running from the spore cloud.
Hmm.
Your comfort in these times of COVID.
Well,
I'd say we just outrun that and pass through the west door because there was that little figure or statue, which kind of like maybe indicates something. I don't know.
You didn't see any monkey poo on that statue, did you?
I did not.
yeah.
Hmm.
Well, hold on. The monkey did not go south because the bats would have batted the monkey. So we can be
Yes.
certain of that. It likely didn't go west because the spores may have got the monkey itself. So that leaves north and east.
Mm-hmm.
And east has got the portcullis and ends at a dead end.
And Ed, the monkey could have slipped through the bars of the portcullis, right?
That could have been an
Yes.
illusion, that pile of rock. Wizards are everywhere.
Or there might be a secret door there.
Why don't we check there first, since it's the shortest hallway?
How
Well-
fast is this spore guy moving?
He's moving very slowly, but he's headed for that central stone block altar.
You know, I don't think we want him to reach that, or we don't want to be here when he reaches that. So
Kill it with fire.
Oh.
might
okay.
work.
How far out of the doorway is it?
About 20 feet.
And how?
There's plenty of room for your fireball.
No.
Yeah, come on.
Actually, what I am going to do, I want to double check that I can do it this way.
Uh-oh. He's consulting the rules. This is always a dangerous thing.
Brother Masca, consult the Book of Armament.
Yes, I am. There we go. All right. There's more than enough room around this fungoid creature. I'm going to summon a wall of fire as a ring right around it,
Ooh.
trapping
Kill
him inside of it.
Ooh,
If he
with
wants
fire.
to walk through it, he's more than welcome to.
Right. Barbecue time.
Mm-hmm.
Ring-shaped wall of fire.
Ring-shaped wall of fire, and it's 20 feet high, and it's got I can make it a radius of about 30 feet, but I think I'll only make it about 15 feet radius so we don't get roasted, but it roasts that thing.
How kind of you. Okay.
Yeah.
Thoughtful. Considerate. Yes. Spores smell funny when they're burning.
Yeah. I suggest we take this moment to pick an exit, and let's use it.
East. Who's for east?
Four.
I'm for east.
Yay, go first.
East.
I'll
Go east, young man.
Okay.
Okay. So are we all heading east together?
East sounds good.
Yep. Chandlara, you don't want to go east or what?
I think north is our better idea, but all right, if we're going east, we're going east.
Ed, does the spore monster die to this wall of fire, or can we tell?
No, the wall of fire is all around it. You can't
We can't
tell.
see, but
The it's sort of like a cylinder of fire that's raging away, and due to the lights of magic, it's not using up your oxygen. But you can't see through it, and you can't hear through it. You got the smell of roasting spores right away when he cast it. So obviously he was at least singeing the Mushroom Man at that point. But you can't tell. The Mushroom Man is not screaming. He's not exploding. He's not farting large clouds of mushroom gas. So you can't tell what is happening to him. Now, there are cruel things you can do with such a wall, like move it. But of course, if the thing inside can still move, it moves as the flames are about to touch it, and you're just sort of pushing it all around the room. You still can't tell if you've cursed it. So
It's not passing through the wall of fire, in
no,
other words.
it is not passing through the wall of fire.
It's contained. Let's run squeal.
We could maybe, could you move it back through the door it came out of?
I don't think I can move it once it's cast. It's gonna, it's immobile the minute I bring it up. So
Yeah,
that's why I wanted to make sure there was room around it to bottle it.
It'd be terrible if a ranger had to shoot some arrows into that fire just in case.
I don't think the arrows will make it through the fire.
And I can also tell you that
it's not a wall of warm blankets. Okay, just keep moving. Let's see east. You know?
I'm also not that kind of ranger.
but are you?
Where are your scimitars?
Come on, everybody! All rangers have two scimitars.
He's a ranger that believes in second breakfast. Yeah, that's
right.
So every one of you, every
picks
single
up
one
the
of you.
sting bats and begins to hold them in the flames, roasting them like marshmallows. Okay,
you wanted the hot wings. Yeah, there you go.
I say yes. Let's go east. Leave them in the fire.
Okay, so you head east. Push the door open again, all the way. Eyeball. Eyes on you, or eye on you. And the eyeball backs away as you advance heroically. Who's in the lead?
Stefan, meet you. Let's go.
Yeah, I have a shield.
Okay.
Braving the monkey poo.
Yeah, and I glance at the eyeball and say, "Excuse me, eyeball, have you happened to see a monkey?"
I'm not sure how it's going to talk back to you.
Magic.
I'm looking at one now.
I was waiting for that.
I just ignore that. Coming from Moolmaster, I know worse, and I just go on.
Hey, aren't you going to stay and play?
No, we're looking for a monkey.
Which one?
Oh no.
One with the name of Larry.
Eric, we can't hear you. You're talking, but you're on mute, I think.
Short and hairy.
Sorry, I was talking to my son.
Ah.
It's the constipated monkey.
Yeah.
Oh, that one. Oh, you won't find that one here, but go ahead, have a look.
Do you know where we might find it?
Yeah, that way.
Well, missing a thank you eye.
and
Does he look down a passage or something?
Well, no, he darts past Brella back towards the way she came from. That way.
And in the big hall, the same way on?
I think Chandler is right. North is the way.
Uh-huh.
Well, no, the eyeball is sort of indicating west. You're going east, and it's indicating west.
Where the spore bat was, or the Damien flu was.
Yes.
Does this guy actually have any reason to be honest with us?
Yeah, well, that was what I wanted to say.
Hey, lady, do I make rude comments about you? We've barely met. And yet, here you question my probity right away. What have I ever done to you?
You don't have a face, let alone an honest one. Come on.
It's second edition. There's no sense motive.
I don't know. Green lightning at us?
Oh, that wasn't me. That was the Guardian. If
You
you're
all look the
stupid enough-
same.
Who's that?
Oh, now we're being racist.
All eyeballs look the same.
So
Okay.
if that was the Guardian, what are you?
Oh, I'm just a spy. What? Excuse me. We call ourselves watchers, but what we really are is spies.
Oh, for whom?
I'm sorry, I can't tell you that. That's NDA.
Could you have signed an NDA anyway?
All right. I thought and I cut that NDA in half.
Oh,
I rolled my eyes over that NDA.
I was thinking if we find NDA in this adventure, we could slay NDA and it never be a problem again.
There you go.
Do we go back towards the domicile of Damien Flew?
I'd say so.
It looks like it.
I mean, we have no reason to trust an eyeball, but we have nothing better we can work with. So
Yeah, we could go north, or we could go.
Thank you for that vote of confidence.
Or do what he says.
you're welcome.
You know,
Can you-
as I
can-
mentioned before, she favors the bold.
Can you describe
that
the
worked well
monkey
for you, didn't
eyeball?
Well, the monkey's a cute little thing. It's got a white face with a black mouth and dark eyes. It's got a gray head. It's got a brown bum and brown forearms, and the rest of it's gray, and it scampers around a lot. And it's a mischief. And it eats like a friggin' horse.
Well, that sounds like the monkey we're looking for.
Does it
Almost
poop a lot?
identical to the monkey we're looking for.
Could you lead us to this monkey?
No, I can't leave my post, but I can show you the right way. And it zooms out into the room, cross to the west door, and into the passage, and past the little statue. And the statue, once again, voice speaks from the empty air. Come ye supplicant to the greater glory of damned loud Thu. Submit to damned loud Thu. Breathe in the greatness of damned loud Thu and carry that breath to all.
Does any spores come up?
Accessories sold separately.
Do any spore? Does a spore cloud come up again, or just
No.
not
Nothing.
Let us stride confidently past Damlar Fu, which I mispronounced earlier.
I'm gonna wrap a cloth around my face just in case.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have seen anyone like that recently, but
Yeah, that's true.
Bradaga, that remnants of a cloak you have.
Yes, it's a nation of bank robbers.
Those spores big enough to breathe in? I mean, small enough to breathe in? Or
Well, no, they're huge, but then
there's-
of course you don't know what happens. It's sort of like you've seen bees on flowers. You have no idea if these things give off little pollen or stuff like that.
Yeah.
If you contact with them, the actual spores are huge. I mean, it's like thumb sized, human thumb size. But you don't know if a contact with it would leave something nasty behind.
That's a
possible.
Yeah.
good idea, Dwelthar. I think I will take the hood of my cloak and pull it around rather than on top of my head, but over my mouth. That's yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna tear a piece of Bralagar's tunic off and hold it over my back.
Are we taking bets if he ends this adventure nude?
It's not an Ed game unless someone's naked.
I know what I'm doing with that monkey when we find it. It's all good.
And this is a family game.
No.
Oh yeah, wait.
Oh, you'll think it's family by the time it's done with you.
That's right.
Yeah. The family way is different in Australia than it is here, Eric.
Oh God.
Oh dear. Okay, so are we proceeding past the statue in a polite, professional manner?
I'm going to ask for help from Tazrim. Let's close this door after we're all in this passageway so we don't have to worry about something coming behind us.
I will assist my good friend Mascar in shoving that stone door closed.
We can't get out. We can't get out. Drums in the deep. Okay, the door closes.
Ed, question: is the eyeball stuck in here with us, or did it leave?
You can't see any sign of it. It's almost as if it snuck away when you weren't looking.
Imagine that.
The statue said to supplicate. Is that right?
It said, "Come ye supplicant to the greater glory of Damlar Thu." It was asking you a question.
Yeah.
Are you a supplicant? Are you coming here to worship Damlar Thu? And then it said, "Submit to Damlar Thu." And then it said, "Breathe in the greatness of Damlar Thu and carry that breath to all." So I guess it wants you to infect everybody with Damlar Thu.
Yeah. Okay.
That's one interpretation.
Let's just make our way past it. Everyone good with that, or do we want to search it, look for traps or anything? Ildrum?
I think we ought to consider his offer at least.
We did. We trapped it in fire and we're moving on. Okay, come on.
All right.
Just a quick question while you're considering the offer. The door had no handle, so you just pushed it close. Are we ever going to open it again from the inside, or can we push it to the other side into the room, or do we just trap ourselves?
We can't
We're
get
not coming
out.
back this way.
We can't get.
I didn't think of that, so sorry.
Forward.
Excellent question. Perfect
Yup.
timing, too.
A little
Yup.
late.
He's an adventurer. I didn't think of that.
Steve, you're still muted. Steve, you're muted.
What's that?
Now, Steve was muted.
Let's investigate this. Mascar has an 18 intelligence. I think I have an 18 wisdom. Yet we still trapped ourselves in this room with the door.
Maybe.
Push on.
Define
There's
trap.
got to be a way out on the other side.
Maybe a spectral-handed open. Who knows?
I
to that
will
offer.
search for traps beyond the statue, Ed.
Okay. Could I have a percentile roll, please?
I barely remember how to do
Again, Eric. Oh my
this.
God.
I know. This is so exciting. I thought we were going to get to do Ben Bar lift gates, by the way, and I'm very disappointed.
Hey, we'll get there.
Oops. A 43.
Ooh. You are fairly confident that there are no traps on this little bit of passage, which runs straight on into the darkness.
I think I still have my torch burning with Bralagar's cloak.
Yep.
And I continue onwards into the darkness.
Okay.
Cautiously.
And by the way, everybody sees Ildrum vanish into the darkness. It's as if he steps through a curtain. He's holding his torch, and he strides forward, and it's as if he passes through a plane of blackness that isn't solid, but it's like he steps through it.
Do I have any knowledge of this, or am I oblivious?
Do you really want us to answer that?
Yes.
Obliviated. That's what I said. Am I obliviated?
Malagar, you were just handed a gift right there.
The answer is yes.
Eric, have you ever
boy.
played through Tomb of Horrors? You know that one door with the Spear of Annihilation?
Nope,
Yeah.
never heard of it.
No, well, I was actually thinking it was more a tech administrator joke, you know.
Yeah.
Am I oblivious? But anyway, okay, so you step through what seems to be a magical curtain of darkness. Now, the only clue that Ildrim has that something might be out of the ordinary is that there's a moment in which he feels tingly cold all over. and then that moment passes and he no longer feels like a country and western star
Oh,
in a lingerie ad and is walking on through the darkness.
Well, he just took one of our 3 light sources, so I think maybe we ought to follow quickly. Seems.
everything
you hear-
seem- everything
Eldrin, can you
seems
hear
fine to
us?
me.
Can
Can I
you hear
hear-
us, Eldrin?
Can I hear them?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Then I'm not sure I know that I've done anything other than eat a York peppermint patty.
Oh, gee.
I say, it's a little chilly, but seems fine to me. And I keep advancing cautiously forward.
Okay.
He doesn't look back.
I mean, unless somebody
Apparently not.
tells me that something happened, I don't know.
You're gone.
I'm what?
I'm yelling after you. You're gone.
I'm right here.
Well, we don't see you. Do you see us?
I look backwards. Do I see them?
Yes.
I see you just fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a one-way curtain of blackness.
It's an illusion, I guess. So let's just go forward.
Just for safety, I'm going to put my hand on Dawnstorm's shoulder before I go forward through this thing, because I don't want to be separated or whatever.
And I'm
step
gonna,
forward?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go forward boldly, where someone has gone before.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And we're all advancing
Yeah.
to join Ildrim.
Yep.
Ildrim,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
you being an experienced procurer, and experienced procurers are used to knowing distances so they can tell when one room in a castle is shorter than the room next to it, you know, so
Yep.
there must be a secret space and stuff.
Uh-huh.
So you've sort of figured, we've traveled about 60 feet since we passed the statue. And
Oh.
you come to a halt at this point because your passageway has ended in an end wall that has an archway in it. And there's a wider open space beyond. And that wider open space is dark.
Is my light penetrating in there and all?
Oh, yeah.
Can I see anything in there?
Yeah. Empty space. Oh, and a flagstone floor. A flagstone floor stretches away as far as you can see. And it's an uneven flagstone floor. And many of the stones on the flagstone floor are cracked, as if they've been shattered by hard impacts.
Dear.
I'm gonna wait till the meat grinders show up, while I'm waiting for them, I am going to study the floor and see if there is anything that doesn't look just broken, but looks like it might sink or something like that if you stand on it.
Aha. So you're not actually advancing, you're just examining.
Yes, as an experienced procurer, I like to let the meat shields go first.
Understood. And your experienced procurer spidey sense is tingling. You don't like the look of this floor.
Okay.
This floor will not do it all.
I'm
This
gonna
is unacceptable. Yeah.
I'm gonna look up at the ceiling.
Well, now, the ceiling, that makes you feel even worse. You now have a fairly good idea that you're staring into a 70-foot square room with stone walls, and that it has a closed, featureless stone door in the center of the far wall. Another one of those famous stone doors that's just a solid, smooth slab of stone with no lock, no handle, just a stone panel, a rectangular stone panel in the frame. Um, the ceiling that you've looked up at, you can't see because there's roiling, well, likely magical smoke or swirling darkness that begins about, well, if four tall adult males were standing on each other's shoulders, they would just about be able to touch it. So we're talking more than 24 feet above you. This roiling stuff, it's like smoke, but you can't smell anything. You can't smell smoke. It's just, it's like a wall of smoke, which is constantly drifting and eddying and swirling, and you can't see through it. It's grayish and opaque. And that's, you stare hard at it, but you can't see anything through it because you're trying to see if it'll thin for a moment somewhere so you can see anything, and you can't. But when you do that, you also notice that the walls look to be water-stained, mildew-specked stone panels, but the more you peer at them, the more they seem to waver.
Has the rest of the party caught up?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take a few coins from Bralagar's purse and throw them into the room.
He's stealing your tithes, man.
You're going to throw them into the room.
Yes.
At random scattered places?
The first one I'm going to just throw at the floor. And if it just bangs around, the next one I will throw upwards to try to hit the inky darkness. And if that does nothing, the third one I'll throw to hit the wall.
Okay. The first one goes tink, 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 tink on the floor. And comes to a stop. Wonga, 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 wonga. The second one you throw up at the ceiling. And it goes up into the smoke or whatever it is. And vanishes. And doesn't fall. And the third one, when you toss it at a wall, left wall, right wall, back wall, what?
I'm right-handed, so I throw it at the left wall.
Aha. It vanishes when it gets to the wall. But you hear a tink, 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 and then it, yeah, sort of like that. And then it rebounds back into view on the floor.
Like there's a wall behind it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it hit something, but it passed through the wall you can see to hit whatever it was.
Okay. I whisper to the rest of the party, the coin that went up didn't come down, and the coin I threw to the left bounced off something and back into the room through the wall that we can see. My job here is done.
The marks on the floor, did you say they look like something heavy hit? Does it look like scorched at all or anything along those lines?
No scorching, but it looks like many places on the floor, really heavy things have hit the floor. Whether somebody's bashed it with something like a mallet or heavy weights have been dropped on it or something like that. In many places, and just shattered it. As if is this something they've never repaired it afterwards. And okay, which party members have let's see, we have a lantern lit. Ta-da. We have torches. How many torches?
I've got one.
Dash Ram has a torch.
2,
3. 3 along here and a lantern. Okay. Good. So, what are you doing now?
I edge over towards the left wall and use my bastard sword to sort of poke at the wall itself.
Okay. Could I have a dex check, please?
Dex check. Alright, so I can't remember how dice roll in second edition works.
Don't worry, pretend it's 5th.
Alright, well, in that case, that would be a 14.
Aha. Okay, yeah, you can use 5th edition and you can use 2nd edition. I am a master of game editions. I will try and figure out what the hell. Okay, so you proceed towards the wall with your sword held ready, and you're probably, you judge, about 10 feet away from the wall when a crossbow bolt comes right at your face.
Ah!
And you do the dodge and bring your blade up at the same time, and the crossbow bolt just misses you. It does the old past your ear. You know, the old zippity-doo. Almost got me, but didn't. Yeah. But the second one does get you. Right bang.
Ouch.
So, that'll be... oh, dear. It'll be one of these. Minus 2 hit points as this crossbow bolt. It's a war bolt, probably from a light crossbow. Whacks into you, and it seemed to come straight at you from the wall.
Well, okay, that wall's trapped. I back away from it.
Through the wall.
You know, the good thing is it's far less damaging than a herd of 20 bats.
Yeah.
Feel anything give under my feet as I approach the wall?
Oh, yes.
Right.
Oh boy.
Rather than backing off, I stay still.
Okay, so the 3 crossbow bolts that come at you now, from the same general area, but a little further along the wall. Like, the first 2 came right at you, and these 3 are coming from an angle, sort of 20 feet further along the wall. Only one of them comes anywhere near you, but it tags you for 5 hit points.
Right. Are they all coming from roughly the same height?
Yeah, roughly the same height, around chest height for an adult human.
On your knees.
Yeah, I do take a step back and basically crouch.
You take a step back, you hear a sudden rattle. What are you doing? The rattle seems to be coming from directly overhead.
No.
I dive back towards the doorway.
Right. Could I have a D20 roll, please?
19.
Okay.
I don't have a squish sound. Ed,
don't worry. What you really need, Jeff, is not a squish sound. You need a crash box sound.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. What the rest of you all see, and Chandler sees glimpses of as she's cartwheeling, is a giant rusty iron cage full of rocks.
Oh dear.
So imagine a Volkswagen Beetle stood on end, replaced with rocks after you've encased the Volkswagen Beetle in an iron bar cage, which is orange with rust and flaking with rust, but not as bad as the portcullis that Chandler had fun with earlier. And this thing is hurtling down out of the darkness of the ceiling its chain trailing behind it, and it smashes into the floor right where she was standing before she did her evasive maneuver, which is obviously the reason for all these cracked floor flagstones. And
Had a
then
feeling like
you
that.
hear this as it's slowly drawn jerkily back up towards the ceiling by its chain.
So it's like a gabion.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and it's huge. It's like Squashwall flat.
Yeah, I knew that index had to come in handy somewhere.
It's like a giant game of whack-a-mole with you as the mole.
Well, that was fun.
Is anybody moving anywhere in this room?
Now we have established the wall is made out of pressure plates.
Wouldn't be prudent.
And what is Mascar doing prudently at this time? Staying
Keeping his
right
thoughts to himself.
So I'm a bit confused. Is that eastern wall solid, or is it not solid?
Well,
it appears not to be solid.
that wall looks like a solid stone wall with made of stone blocks of different sizes, all fitted nicely together and mortared, but covered with mold. Except that when it was stared at hard by Ildrim, it seemed to waver. And he figured, okay, that's an illusion or something. It's not the real wall. And sure enough, when he took one of your coins and tossed it at the wall, the coin vanished through the wall, hit what was probably a real wall or some sort of stony type barrier right behind that, and bounced back out into the room. And then when Chandlara walked towards that wall, at a certain point, crossbow bolts came ripping out of the wall as if they were actually coming from somewhere unseen behind it. And then another 3 of them came at an angle to do the same thing. So the wall you see is probably not the wall, but what's behind it, all you know is that a coin hit something that sounded like stone.
Ildrim, I'll offer you the blessing of Tamora's luck if you scamper across the floor there and try to find us a safe path to the door.
That sounds like an offer I can barely refuse.
Did the thing that fell, was that near the center of the room?
No, it was okay. It was a little way into the room, and it was about a third of the way towards the side wall that Chandlara went on a sort of angle towards that side wall, and then she retreated, and then she cartwheeled hastily back out of the way when that thing came down. So it's sort of like if you went off at a sort of 45-degree angle towards the left-hand wall, and you got about 1/3 of the way across the squarish room, that's about where the thing fell.
Okay.
So do I see any I'm actually thinking of doing the silly request, and I'm wondering if there's any sign of like less damage to the floor.
Oh, it's less damaged over here in the back right corner. If you'd like to go there.
I'm gonna try going that way.
Okay. And as you go that way, could I have 3 d20 rolls, please?
Ooh. This seems like high odds of success.
The blessing of Tamora go with you, Ildrim.
May the foe hammer smite the unjust.
19 on the first one. Hey, wait a minute. I resemble that remark. 19 on the first one, Ed.
Okay.
6 on the second one.
Okay.
And 17 on the third one.
Okay. Okay. So, um, uh, part way through your journey, you have a feeling, being a professional procurer and therefore being attuned to your surroundings, like when the floor underneath your boots sinks an inch, you sense it.
Ooh.
Yeah, you sense that the floor under your boots sank an inch, and a stone in the direction you were heading, but about 20 feet in front of you, rose up momentarily out of the floor, like it just sort of swiveled up on a hinge, and a javelin
Ooh.
fired straight at you. And then the stone flipped down again. You happened to notice as you were taking evasive action.
Can
So
I
could
touch
I
it in
have
my teeth?
let's have a d20 roll to let's determine your dental prowess with a d20 roll.
I rolled well. I rolled a 19.
Oh, brilliant.
He
Okay.
caught it in the teeth.
Yeah. So guess what?
Yeah.
You're all treated to the enlightening sight of Ildrim frantically capturing a javelin, a full-size javelin, in his teeth, and the force of it, yeah, and the force of its impact snatches him off his feet, and he's still standing up, but he's being propelled about 30 feet backwards.
Just so we're clear, Ed, was it front on or was it?
Yep, front on.
Okay, good, excellent.
Jeez. And this voice from the empty air says to Ildrim, "I never say this, but don't swallow."
When I've broken the momentum of the javelin, I take it out and I say, tasty. I point over to the rock and I say, don't step there.
They do dental work differently from where you're from, don't they?
Now this is how you get a weapon.
Yeah. Talk about earning it. Yeah.
The javelin. I'm preparing to use it at an opportune time.
Right. So, now where did you land? Let's see. You were propelled backwards about 30 feet, and you landed right there. So let me just roll something. Eric, would you like to roll a d20?
Again?
You're doing so well.
17.
Ah, okay. So when you land and hear the voice and pluck the javelin from your teeth and stand up and say, "Now that's how you get a weapon," that is when you realize that your left boot, the floor has sunk underneath. So you have about a pristine second to decide what your action will be at this time.
I'm going to assume there's another javelin coming straight at me. How close am I to the fake wall?
The fake wall on that side, you're about 30 feet away.
Is there a fake wall on the other side?
Yeah, there's a wall over there, and there's a wall over there, and there's a wall that presumably isn't fake because that's the one you came in through.
Do you want some coins?
Throw one
Touche, touche. I'm gonna go to the closest one that I haven't been through. Roll towards it.
Crawl, did you say?
No, I said like leap horizontally and do a tumble.
Tumble.
Leap and tumble in that. Okay, very good. So you leap and tumble heroically, and the giant cage of rocks plummeting from the ceiling smashes down just behind you.
Ooh.
Boom, shaking the room and cracking, and small shards of stone from the flagstones. Yeah, like that, only a lot faster. And and these small chips of stone bounce up in all directions, and then the chain is used to raise the thing again, and it slowly and ponderously rises back out of view. And
Also, don't step there.
Well, I'm starting to wonder if it would be, with these things coming down, once they're down, while they're being drawn up, it might be safe to make our way across, but
well,
anyone want to test that theory?
Check that out for us.
Eric, can you run across the room one more time?
Yeah, catch this one in your butt cheeks.
and we'll be ready.
Yeah, Eldrum, you just need some more javelins, is all.
Yeah, that's all.
Throw me your coin purse, Bralagar.
Throw a coin to your Eldrin. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, why not? I just take the shield, and when the thing smacks the floor, I run for the door on the other side.
okay. So, Brella sort
saw
of
this
puts
in
her,
Raiders
puts
of
her
the Lost
head
Ark.
down.
It should be good.
Yeah, she
Oh,
puts her head and pelts forward, shield raised, watching.
Okay.
And when she's about 10 feet from that door, floor panels pop open all over the room.
Oh,
Oh boy.
Most of them nowhere near Umbrella, but near all of you, back near the entrance. And, well, okay, 7 floor panels have popped open, and rising up through them are 7 creatures that look like giant mauve brains with black, gold-rimmed parrot beaks jutting from them. And hanging from these brains are 10 bristle-festooned, stinger-tipped tentacles that dangle down.
Love me some grells.
Yep.
Disbelieve.
I just want to go home.
Something that looks like a platter-sized golden oval of metal hangs amid their tentacles, swaying on the end of a fine chain, like they're all wearing jewelry. And they fly at you, tentacles rising to attack.
Time for some hack and slash.
Can I drop down and slide the rest of the way so it flies over me?
You can try. Could I have a d20 roll, please?
Sure.
It's okay. I've got to speak with Dead Spell. This could be okay.
I second George. I have one as well, so you all can die as much as you want.
And
Excellent.
I cry out, "Men fall, but tempest rises," when I slide over the floor.
Okay.
Relegate.
And I
gets a big thumbs
rolled
up.
A1.
Oh.
oh no!
Oh dear.
Let's all bow our heads.
I should have said women fall. I'm a woman. Oh, God.
Well, it all depends on what you get reincarnated. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's probably the last thing I think.
So, Stefan, I want to really thank you for playing with us today.
Oh, come on!
No, I just need a Constitution saving throw from Brella.
Sure. I think there's one thing.
Come on,
she
Brella,
can
you
do.
can do it. System
Nice
shock.
compound
Let's go.
fracture. Chicken.
System shock. Let's go.
Constitution.
DC 11.
Okay, well, I rolled a 15 and my con is 18, so I guess.
You're fine. Meaning you're not paralyzed by the tentacle that has just struck you for, here we go now, let's find out, 11 points of piercing damage.
Oh, okay.
But you are not paralyzed. So when it bites at you, you can move. And in fact, if you try and do something clever to avoid it, you might be able to ward off its bite. Or not.
Then I try to do something clever to avoid its bites.
Well, you have this shield. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and because I was holding it and sliding, I hold it up because the tentacle thing is above me.
Yeah.
Kind of like smacking against it and trying to shove myself away from it.
Okay.
Which
So,
probably keeps it from biting me.
It bites the shield.
Yeah.
And its beak gets caught in the shield. It dents in the edges of the shield and its beak is caught. So it can't close its beak on the shield, and it certainly can't close its beak on you, and it at the moment doesn't seem to be able to open its mouth, open its jaws again and get rid of the shield. So the tentacles that were all coming around the edge of the shield to jab at you, they all stop and pull back, and they're all thumping on the outside of the shield trying to get the thing's beak off your shield and free it again. So it's thumping away on the shield. You can easily get away from this thing by letting go of the shield, or you can continue to crawl along the floor holding the shield up and bring the thing with you.
Or you could shave off those tentacles like spaghetti noodles.
With your
Boom,
free
how it's done.
I mean, we all wanted to have that shield.
Steven, you do have Meteor Swarm coming up, right?
Wouldn't that be pretty? No.
It would be pretty with everybody in the room.
Yeah. Being on the floor, I bulge and I try to kick the shield with the tentacle thing into the general direction of 6 brave adventurers with sharp, stingy stuff that they can put inside of that tentacle thing.
So you're letting go of the shield so you can propel it?
Yeah.
Okay. Bump. And the Grell and the shield go sailing away from you and bounce once on the floor. And from the ceiling, this huge cage of rocks comes down, and oh boy, Grell just sort of turn into slime, purple slime mush.
Sweetbreads.
Yeah. And
Did you take the dagger off the shield and the dice bag, or did you leave them there?
Well, the dice bag would be great.
Oh man.
Well, I hope it still is great.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that flattened mess, because the cage of rocks is now slowly and jerkily ascending towards the ceiling again. And
Pick on the shield.
there's this flattened goo on the floor with a flattened shield underneath it. Let's see.
No, I'm not going there.
Firstly, is the liquefied Grell as tasty as the liquefied bat?
We don't know yet, because at the moment, Tashram is facing 6 Grell.
I'm going to cast Flame Blade. I'm going to cast Flame Blade if I have the opportunity to do so.
Sure, you have the opportunity to do so.
So Ed, do we know where roughly the area it is? If you step, that's where the thing comes down? The big
No, it
Volkswagen?
seems to be just about everywhere in the chamber except that back right corner that Ildrim was heading towards.
So are the grill moving? Are they, or they're flying?
Yeah, they're flying.
Okay.
They're hovering just off the ground.
So
Their
they're not
tentacles-
touching the ground. Yep. Okay.
No, they're not touching the ground, and they're sort of
they're hit by
forming a ring, like an arc, a semicircle, to sort of close in around all of you, with the exception of Brella, who is outside the ring, and of course there is one Grell now missing.
Wished Grell.
Yeah, but the other 6 are sort of like, it's sort of like in soccer when somebody gets a free kick and everybody tries to form that line of bodies between the kicker and the net. Well, the Grell aren't quite that close together yet. They aren't actually touching each other shoulder to shoulder, but they are definitely forming a wall. And
Ed, may I strike one of them with my flame blade?
You may indeed. He's right there.
Natty.
Ah, nice.
Okay, so I think that would cause the Grell to strike you, or attempt to. So let's see what we can do. Oh my. Let's let's roll one of these cute little D20s.
So are we? Oh, I thought we were out of the room. Are we in the room?
Yeah, I thought we were standing in the doorway, but
Yes,
doorway.
yes. You are standing in the doorway, and these things have sort of formed a semicircle to bar you from the room, with the exception of
Okay.
Brella. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. So finish the grill attack, and then I might have some fun.
So, okay, but Tashram is being bold and brave and adventurous, as he keeps telling us, and manages to parry these tentacles and back away from them and smite them aside with his weapon. So he does not get tentacle attacked this round. And what?
Can I cast a spell?
Yes, you can.
Are there any groups of Grell sort of clustered fairly close together?
Yes, all of them.
Okay. The one in the middle,
Yes.
I cast a spell command at it, and the command is dive.
Dive. And the platter-sized golden oval of metal pendant type thing that it is wearing flares brightly and seems to melt half away, and nothing happens to the Grell. Except it points its tentacles at you. Its tentacles come up, and it's definitely fixed on you now.
Okay, I've got Ildrim, it's all right.
And
I can hear you.
And one of the Grell from the end of the line turns and begins to fly across the chamber towards Brella.
Can I attack that one as it turns away?
So just to recap, we were chasing brigands.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Well, no, actually, you were trying to get back a monkey, a missing monkey.
Yeah.
Everybody remember the monkey?
Yeah.
Is there a monkey here?
We may have been pointed in the wrong direction by a shifty eyeball.
Yes, I suspect that was the case.
As one does.
Am I able to attack that Grell as it turns away to go?
Yes, you are.
I will.
You are the one party member who is perfectly positioned to do so.
Yes, I will do so. I believe I actually do get multiple attacks.
You do.
Yes.
And it's turned away, so.
Well, one of those is definitely not going to hit. The other one is 13.
Trepanate that thing, will you?
Okay.
A 1 and a 13.
Okay, and you do hit with your 13. What are you hitting with?
A bastard sword.
And you are going to hit it right in the bastard.
Yep.
Okay.
I am. Now that by my D8.
No, seriously, are you going for tentacles or are you going to try and leap and get slash at the head?
I'm slashing at the head.
Okay.
Go hard or go home.
You slash and lay open the back of the head. Foul
Nice.
mauve ichor splatters. It smells like
Victory.
Team Spirit
I was going
passed through the teen, you know, the way they did.
Mm.
And this grell sort of staggers in midair. It and squalls. Its parrot-like beak goes in pain, and it wheels around
Oh.
with all of its tentacles. It's mad. That is to say, angry. I mean, it probably is insane, but it is angry. And next round, oh, it's going to get you. It's going to hit. Next round, it's going to get. But that's next round. In meantime, we are back in the rest of this round, and in the rest of this round, the line of the other 5 Grell is staring at the rest of the Baron's blades, daring them to enter the room.
I'll go in and attack.
Delthrar steps forward heroically and attacks.
Battle axe and mace again. Oh my gosh. I have yet to roll double digits. A 4 and a 6. Pretty excited about that.
You need to new dice.
This is the second set. You know, we'll find some new dice.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have a chance to cast something? Or...
You do. You do indeed.
I'm more worried about the rest of us getting pecked to death here. I'm going to go through a very complicated spell, spread out how much space do I need here? Let me see.
I got your incantation.
Yeah, thank you. So I can do 240 square feet to have this effect. But I want to make sure that the effect is limited to the areas where the Grell are, not my compatriots. So,
okay,
if I can, you know what? Forget that. That's too complicated. I will summon a flaming sphere. So a 6-foot tall rolling ball of fire is just going to pop up between Brella and the Grell heading for her. And I'm going to, you know, once it's summoned, I will roll it back towards us. But right now, I want to give Brella a little bit of cover. So if anything's within 5 feet of it, it's going to take a D4 damage. Oh, 2d4 damage if it's in contact with it. So.
Yep. So your flaming sphere bursts into being in midair. The Grell was not expecting this and flies straight into it. And you hear a brief squalling. Chandlara is standing her ground, but going, aha, aha, because you know the heat is strong upon her face as the fire roils and rages, and but she's not harmed. She's just right on the verge. Wow, what was that, Jeff? My God, it's like a country and western heaven.
Sorry.
Which is not the heaven I want to ascend to. Okay, and there is this brief squalling and sizzling sound, and a grell exits your flaming sphere hastily, stage right. Ah! Like a fireball leaving that. Yeah, like that.
Okay.
So bad, Eric.
I will roll this. I will be controlling this
So
from the
bad.
doorway, stepping back so others can get in. But
Okay, and where your flaming sphere is now coming back towards the party.
it is. It's only. I'm trying to keep it rolling at the grell, not the party.
Yes, yeah, but towards the entrance to the room where the party is
Well,
outside.
yeah,
And
I summoned it right between Brella and us, but Chandlara was on the other side of that one. So
Yeah,
I'm going to have it roll to the side to go after the grell, not Chandlara.
got it.
My
So
surname's Flamestar, but I don't want to be on fire.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's not a good look for many. No.
okay, so you carefully roll your flaming sphere around in a semicircle to come at the grell from behind. The grell feel and hear the presence of the flaming sphere, and they're swiveling in midair to watch this new peril come towards them, which means it's a golden opportunity for all of the rest of the party to run and hide, flee, run away.
Or attack from behind.
Oh, all right. Yeah, you can do that.
Oh, withdraw and go find that monkey.
That's right. Has anybody seen a monkey?
I'm sure it's around the corner.
Yeah. So what's it going to be, folks? I think
Run.
Bella's got the most action right now.
I say we
I'm
move forward.
I'm
yeah,
I'm
I'm
out of ideas.
close to the door. Am I?
Okay.
Ed, am I close to the door?
You are close to the door. Do you the back door, the door onwards? Yes. Do you wish to go further?
I urge my friends and comrades, come. The Grell are hypnotized by the fire.
Come on in. The Grell are fine.
Yeah.
So are there some that are near enough to us that we can stab at them?
Yes, you can.
All right, Ildrim will stab at one of them.
D20 roll.
13.
You hit.
Oh,
It's
wow.
a palpable hit on a tentacle.
Oh, slice.
Slice. Okay, you slit a tentacle in half.
Sushi.
It just sprays you with mauve ichor, sticky
Ew.
mauve ichor, and the two sliced ends are flailing and around. Droplets go everywhere. It squalls at you, and it turns away from the flaming sphere so that great parrot beak can come around and deal with you properly next round.
Okay, perfect.
Anybody else want to do anything violent, savage to the Grell that are right in front of them?
I'd like
love
one more
to.
swipe with my my flame blade on the way out, if possible.
Okay, and I see Delthrar is readying his mace and battle axe for another
New dice.
New dice.
All right.
I'm not saying better, but I'm saying new.
Yeah.
A 15 and an 18.
There you
Wow.
go.
Yeah.
That's more like it.
I love it.
So both of them hit. So roll damage.
Right.
You better hope these dice are good.
How much damage are your scimitars doing?
1d8.
Scimitars. 4 and 4. 4 from each of them.
Excellent. Okay, so 8 hit points off of 55. So
Hopefully I scared him.
it's looking at you with new respect, and all of its tentacles and its beak it launches itself at you. Tentacles first, and let's see what it does. It has a complete pratfall and misses you, but passes through the party. It is now behind them
Oh,
in the passage.
okay. I attack the one in the passage. I turn and go for it with my battle axe.
Okay. Roll, and Tashheim had a flame blade too.
I rolled an 11.
And you hit. Growligar hits the Grell,
8.
which was not expecting this.
7 points of damage.
Oh, okay. You have slashed open a tentacle. It is not It is not pleased. It is the tentacles are writhing. Writhing, I'll have you know.
And falling too.
And Tashram.
13.
13. Okay. And boy, Grells smell even worse than they sound. When they are burning, when they are sort of how shall I say, you're scorching them, and their skin is crisping, and they have this sort of slimy ichor that is boiling away and sizzling and running up inside them, still burning, and they don't like that, and they are voicing their displeasure. Parrot beaks are going "Ah!" in all directions. This is not a good scene, and one of them seems to be talking to the others. And one of the others going, and next round.
That's pretty good.
10 points of damage on that one.
Okay. Okay, they are not pleased. And what is Brella trying to do?
Well, the person who made my character sheet said I'm muscular and buxom. So seeing things with tentacles, I'd rather go through the door.
I'm not sure how that follows. But
Yeah,
I just
I'm with Chandler on that one. It's like, yeah, what does A have to do with B?
Well, I wasn't quite sure what that exactly means, but I think lots of enemies with tentacles, I don't want to be in the same room with them. I'd rather go.
Okay. Okay, so you're heading for that door.
Yep.
Could I have a D20 roll, please?
Sure.
He's watched too much anime.
14?
14. Brella remains agile and buxom.
Which I just take as an archaic form for happy.
Which,
I'm a happy lad.
Sure.
Yeah.
There's a language barrier there.
Stefan, that means you have 20-inch guns and you're well endowed.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. So while you're being those things,
We're all happy.
you are being them well enough to get out of the way of the giant cage of rocks that plummets from the ceiling.
Okay.
So it crashes down on the floor right where you were heading, but are no longer heading, because with great agility, you flung yourself sideways in one of those pirouettes that football players do when they're trying not to get smashed into tomorrow, and somehow get away. And so you somehow get away from this box of rocks, and it pulverizes the floor where you were going to be. But as you are, with great agility, pirouetting away, you feel the floor that you do step on sink under your boots, and you look wildly in all directions at once, trying to see where the stone floor is going to rise and the javelin is going to come from, and it's right in front of you. It pops open, you can't avoid it, and firing right at you is an eyeball.
Oh.
And it
I thought it
fires.
was going to be a monkey.
It fires right at your face, and it stops about 4 inches in front of your nose. And this voice said, "Getting warmer." And then the eyeball goes straight up and vanishes into the ceiling.
Then I yell, "The monkey's behind the door!" And I plunge for the door.
If I had a nickel for every time I heard that.
Hope we're well paid for this.
Brella, can I have a D20 roll, please?
Sure. Oh, that's twisted. 12.
Okay, so what are you trying to do? You making for the door? You're trying to bam it open or what?
Yeah, assuming that it's one of these doors which are shoved to be open, I just ram my shoulder against it, lean heavily into it, and just try to push myself into the next room.
Okay, so you ram it hard with your shoulder at great speed, which saves your life because the solid slab of stone topples over. Boom on the floor, but you hit it so hard and kept moving so fast that you pass underneath it. So all that happens is you get this bruising blow on your shoulders that trails down your back as the end of the slab rides down your back as you move on out of there. It rides down your back to foom to the floor without crushing you. So you are lucky, 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 and there's no door there now. And you are in a another passage running straight off into the darkness. And there's a single eyeball floating in the passage in front of you, watching you.
Does it look amused?
Yeah, it does, as a matter of fact.
Could you describe exactly how?
It's winking.
Oh, no.
Yes, this is the true definition of the cod loose winker. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm gonna look around because I don't trust anything in this place at this point.
Well, I'm just gonna, people, if we can move forward and follow Brella, I can block the Grell from following us. I'll just leave the flame in between us and them, but we've got to move forward if we can.
I'll go first down the passage and look for, moving quickly, but trying to see if I can spot a trap while I'm going.
See, I still have to run from the doorway across to the new doorway that's open.
Yes,
and I've got to do everybody first so I can pull the sphere in behind us. But while I'm saying that, I want to roll the flaming sphere closer to the Grell and not us.
The Grell don't like this.
Ildrim.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Grell would like to raise an objection.
Sure they would, but, smoke them if you got them is my rule,
So he smoked 6 Grells and strolled across.
Yes.
Okay.
On the advice of my medical professional,
Yes. So you are busy sizzling Grell, and they are busy being sizzled, and Bralagar is trying to rejoin the rest of the people because he had turned the other way to fight the one that's behind. There is one bringing up the rear after all of you, and you're trying to sort of move across the room and not get hit by javelins or boxes of rocks. And could I just have 2 D20 rolls from every player?
Wow.
Yeah.
Across the room, I try to pick up the remains of the shield if I can.
Okay. Yes, the shield can be plucked from the floor. It's sort of like dragging it through Brylcreem or Vaseline. Yeah, more like Vaseline. Okay, got it.
Mm.
So
I rolled 2 10s.
okay,
I got 6 and 18.
okay. So Chandlara and Tashram both need to roll a d20.
All right. A natural 20.
Ah, Mascar, you need to roll a d20.
Ashram got a 3.
Oh
20.
dear. Oh my
Nice,
goodness.
Steven.
I have not rolled a 20
Nice
in
car.
weeks.
Well, let's not waste that 20.
Yeah.
As the box of rocks prepares to flatten Tashram into Tashram pate, you move your flaming sphere in such a way that Tashram shrieks and changes direction in midair, and the box of rocks just sort of flings him sideways rather than pancaking him all over the floor.
Whew.
So, yeah, let's not waste that d20. So,
My shrieking has saved me today.
Yeah, Timora has saved you.
I don't think that's really the theme music that Timora wants for saving people. But anyway, we'll take it. And you have now belted your ways across the room. The Grell are in hot pursuit.
Literally.
Speaking to each other with their nasty parrot beaks. They are parroting back and forth, and Bralagar is fighting rearguard, and Mascar is carefully angling the flaming sphere to try and keep it as a barrier, so that you aren't all wearing Grell tentacles as you
Yeah.
leave the room. And you leave the room. You do this successfully because you're seasoned, valorous, heroic adventurers with a modicum of agility and skill, and you get across the room and out through the other way, and you are in a passageway, and a flaming sphere is blocking its entrance with the Grell on the other side.
Whew.
Wow.
And that will last about another six rounds. So that should give us enough time to beat a hasty retreat.
Give you enough time to die, Mr. Bond.
Mascar, do you have a fireball to throw at them just in case?
No. No, I've used all my fire spells now, so
I
that's
thought
it
you
for
were a
me.
mage. What do you mean you have no fireball? All mages have fireballs.
Well,
yeah. Well, not all
we don't
clerics
talk
have,
about that.
No,
not
that's
all clerics have
no.
shrieks like yours either. But
You're thinking of bards.
No, those are just balls of fire.
That's what. Oh yeah.
Har har har. Okay.
Anyway,
You do notice something, all of you, now that you're in this passage, that you can't account for, you can't ascribe to the flaming sphere because it hasn't been here long enough. It's only just rolled into the mouth of the passage.
no.
The passage you're in is warmer than it should be. The walls and the air are warm, almost like a sauna. And the walls are running with condensation because of that, the stone walls. And therefore, the stone walls that are running with condensation are festooned with spreading growths of several different fungi and mosses, from little black specks to green, gray, and brown clusters to blobs of yellowish orange that look like, when you're removing the innards from a ripe pumpkin at Halloween and you dig your hand into all that orange fibrous stuff. Well, some of these fungi look like clusters stuck on like somebody's been sticking pumpkin goo on the walls, and it's bulged out for about 6 to 8 inches. So you have all sorts of fungi growing there. And you also have the passageway running straight away for 80 feet to another closed stone door.
Is that fungi and condensation underfoot as well, or just limited to the walls?
Just on the walls. The floors are wet underfoot, but there's no fungi on the floor.
And we don't see any footprints or any signs of passage?
No, you just see wetness.
Is there any poop?
No poop, and no flattened monkeys. Oh, yes, there is a growth that looks like a spider web of crisscrossing black threads hugging the wall. And it has tiny emerald green seeds or nodules everywhere two black threads intersect and crisscross. And these little green seeds, they swivel towards you.
Does this look like the webbing that we saw up top, or does this look distinctly different?
Distinctly different.
Okay.
And very dainty, small and dainty. But these little green seed-like things, they're sort of like kernels of corn. Okay, only emerald green. They're definitely reacting. They're turning towards the light. So it's the Baron's blades who are carrying lanterns or torches that cause them to move towards. They just swivel.
Are any of them missing? Like,
No.
I don't know how many eyeballs we've seen, but I'm wondering if that many are missing.
No.
Okay.
No, there's nothing that you can see that's missing. It looks like there's one of these little green specks every time one of the two black threads cross each other, and there don't seem to be any gaps in the pattern. I mean, you're not standing there and studying it. You're just giving it a good look, as you pass, but nothing seems out of whack.
So I'm gonna drop my torch towards the rear of the party.
Yeah.
So that way, if the party keeps moving, there'll be a light sources with us, but also a light source back to maybe distract them.
Okay.
And I could close the shutters on my lantern or keep them very close, so it's just a little slice of light.
Okay.
If we need to, I can bring the flaming sphere. I can pull it further into the corridor with us to burn some of the stuff off, but...
Yes, you can.
Well.
Won't that smoke be interesting?
Yeah.
And is the web attached to anything?
On second thought, I've already sealed us in a one corridor already. I think I'll leave it as is and focus forward.
Sorry, someone asked me if we passed anything.
No, I said, is the web attached to anything? Is it free floating or is it attached to a wall?
Oh, it's attached to a wall. Yeah, it's covering a wall, a bit of a wall, amongst all these other weird. It's sort of like there's a smorgasbord or buffet of different fungi, just sort of growing in patches everywhere, and it's one of them. And ahead of you is a closed stone door with no markings nor any visible handle or lock. It's a single slab of smooth polished stone that looks like it's plain-grained gray granite. It's standard Dwarf Builders 101. What was ordered for this underground cellar?
Yeah. I don't want to quite touch it. Can I feel? Is it warm? Do I feel heat coming off it without touching it, or?
No, you do not. No heat.
Okay. Is it running with condensation like the walls?
No, it is not.
Shall we search for traps, or shall we just boldly move forward with Timora's luck? I said his name and he disappeared. How about that?
Well, if Ildrim is going to search for traps, Bralagar's going to lose some further item of his accoutrements. Or
yeah, so let's do it.
Keep it away.
I can't tell if Jeff is threatening us or offering us refreshments.
Got a jar of that mold from the walls. Yeah.
This is awesome. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? This is the stuff of gods. It really is.
Look at his background. He's threatening us.
I'm sorry. being Canadian and married to a Brit, it's Marmite for me, not
Huh?
vegetable. I have both, but I definitely prefer the Marmite because I like my salt in brown syrup.
All right, so I will search for traps. I'll throw some of Bralagar's rations on the floor to see if there's
I had
Didn't
no
know
idea.
he was is Eldrum your
Bralagar.
little brother, Bralagar? I mean, oh, yeah,
You're muted, George.
I think he muted himself deliberately.
He's just scheming.
You don't know what you're missing out.
Did I miss any? Did I find any traps?
No, as a matter of fact, you didn't find any traps.
Must have
What
used.
you found was
It's a monkey.
no,
Yeah.
no monkeys. I don't think we're in the right section of the store for monkeys. Yeah. Okay. Now what? Oh my God, Jeff is really chowing down there.
Sorry.
It's all right. No, it's okay. I was just like, how can somebody eat Vegemite like that? Holy crap. Okay.
It's delicious.
It's delicious, exactly.
It is, but savor it, man. Savor it. It's like a fine wine. It's like when you paid $40 for a piece of Stilton. Yeah,
That's
you can
true.
throw it down the back of your throat in 5 seconds, and you go, "Geez, that was an easy $40." Or you
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, so
You say that a lot, Ed?
yeah, I do. Do indeed.
So much for this being a family game.
There you go. So all you teenagers out there on Twitch, sorry.
I have no idea what you meant by that comment.
I
My
just
mind
asked
is
if you said that sentence multiple times. That's all I
yeah,
said.
there you go. It's geez, some people, clean mind, clean body, take your pick.
Can't have both.
So, no, you have not found any traps. Now the question is, have the traps found you? Let's find out. And you're well on your way to a lounge suite. But nope, you're okay. No
All right.
traps.
I think the way is clear. Continue on. I give Bralagar a push.
After you, Eldrum.
Well, there's a closed door in front of you.
Oh,
I opened the door.
I have searched that, right?
Yes, you have searched the door.
Okay.
It's a solid slab of stone.
Go ahead and open it, or I will.
I open it. I'm the meat shield.
Okay, you push the door open, and you hear dong.
Oh shit!
A deep
No, a trap.
bell
Oh.
has tolled somewhere nearby.
That's the monkey. He's calling us.
Not close nearby, as in it's not the other side of the door, but somewhere.
That's all I got.
Okay, yeah, one of those.
Okay.
One of those strikes. Only deep, okay? And the door swings open. And beyond.
Holding a bell.
And beyond is darkness.
So I open the shutter of my lantern.
Okay. And you see, hey, there's another lantern. Well, actually, you're looking into a 30-foot wide, 60-foot long, stone-lined room. It has a closed, featureless stone door, just like the one you just opened, in the center of its far wall. Your door enters in the center of the near wall. There's a high, three-legged wooden stool in the room, and it's standing beside a crude, massive wooden trestle table. Like, to us modern real-world folks, it's like many sort of picnic tables. It's a tabletop made of boards resting on 2 trestles or leg assemblies. And on the table is a lantern, a metal shuttered lantern of the sort that would have inside it a pool of oil with a wick. Okay, that's sort of the lantern. And there's also some other items on the table. A pair of leather boots, a belt and baldric that look really weird, as in they look like they're made of living green vines or something, attached to a blood-stained scabbard that looks to you to have, by the hilt, an elven weapon inside. Oh, wait, there are 2 of them. There's a sheath for a dagger and a scabbard for a sword, probably a short sword. Then there's also, a little further down the table, a soft leather neck pouch of the sort that you just close with a drawstring, like a marble bag or a dice bag. Okay, and it's dark with old sweat and wear. This has been around for a bit, and it's not bulging. There's a well-worn, scorched in one corner, blood-stained in 2 places, leather backsack. And there's also a little cluster of what look like human knuckle bones. 6 of them. And then there's an oval ring, and wrapped around one side of this ring is a big sort of coil of black cord, waxed cord.
Is the coil, is that bigger than the ring itself, or just
No, it's sort of like
somebody crudely making a way for a ring to fit?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to use a visual aid. Imagine this size, like just to fill the edges of this.
Yeah.
Metal ring. And the metal ring is a wrought iron, and it's about as thick as my little finger. Okay. And then around one side of that ring has been wrapped over and over and over again, and then knotted at the end so it doesn't unwrap. Black cord. So it's almost certainly one long piece of black cord that's been wrapped around the ring. So this is a carry ring, which is also a storage bobbin for the cord.
And how dusty is this gear? Is it relatively new? Has it been placed here recently, or is it covered in dust as though it's been here for quite some time?
It looks like it's just been put there. There's no dust on the table. It looks like these items have been put there very recently.
Okay, is there? You see, there was or was not a door?
Yeah, there's a door at the far end of the room, matching your door.
Ed, the items, are they placed like spaced evenly, like you're displaying something, or sort of haphazardly, like it was thrown down wherever it happened to fall?
Yeah, not thrown haphazardly, because somebody has taken care to make sure these items aren't actually touching each other. Okay, like there's not a pile. But they're all at random. They're not laid out in a display, but they're just not touching each other.
There's exactly how many? 7?
Well, no. Well, it depends on how you count them. Like there's 6 of these knuckle bones clustered together, and there's 2 boots.
Okay.
A left boot and a right boot. Side by side. Now the boots are side by side. They're not mixed in with the other items. And that holds true for everything. All of these items are with what they're supposed to be, and not mingled together.
Okay.
Oh, come on, guys, pick it up.
Says the guy with no skin in the game.
I pick up the pair of boots and look at them to see if there's anything in them.
Okay, these are well-made leather boots with hobnail soles, made for rather large feet. We might say a size 10, larger than a size 10. They don't do that in the realms, but and they are good boots. They were made with a left boot and a right boot, not one size fits all. Cheap
Yep.
boots, you make cheap boots and slippers fit your left and right feet by wearing them in. These aren't like that. Now, you do notice something. The right boot heel can be slid off. Your trained procurer skills, you immediately try and pull a boot heel backwards and it slides off to reveal a storage cavity, a hollow storage cavity about a finger width or about an inch square in the middle of the right boot heel. But this storage cavity is empty.
What was the item that was vine covered?
That is a belt and a baldric attached to each other, made of living green vines. They are attached to a blood-stained scabbard holding what looks to you like an elven short sword, and there's a sheath, smaller sheath, holding what looks like an elven dagger. All is one thing.
I'll take a look at it, or pick it up and see what it's all about.
Okay, you pick it up, and suddenly you've picked it up. and you're holding very nicely made these, almost certainly from an elf, because who else would wear war harness that is basically living vines? And yeah, are you going to draw any of the weapons?
You're not that good an artist.
It was a short sword and a dagger, is that right?
Yeah.
I'll take a look at the dagger.
Okay, you draw it. Oh, beautiful elven dagger. Beautiful. It's if a dwarf was here, he'd make a disparaging remark about it being more of a letter opener sort of thing. But no, you are holding a beautiful dagger, and the moment you draw it, it glows with a faint blue fairy fire radiance. Just the blade.
Orcs.
Nice.
Are you going to sheath it again, or are you?
Oh yeah,
but
might as well sheath it again.
Okay. I got treasure. I got treasure.
I may regret this, but I'm going to take the edge of my dagger and see if I can't loosen the drawstrings on that sweat-stained pouch.
Oh, yes, and Mascar, displaying the skill for which wizards picking locks and getting out of bedchambers at home have been known for the world over, manages to undo the drawstrings of the pouch, and he can see that there is a scrap of parchment inside.
I'm going to see if I can use the dagger to flip that bit of parchment out of the bag. I'm trying desperately not to touch the bag.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm paranoid about it.
Wow.
I just am.
Okay, practicing no touch. Yes, and we tease the parchment out of the bag by doing the flip, and the parchment curls and slowly comes out far enough that you can pin one end of it to the table and drag. And you pull it out, and you're looking at a scrap of parchment with something written on it in common.
Okay. I am literate, so.
So you're going to look at it?
I'm going to read it, yes. Not aloud, but I'm going to read it.
Okay. So there are 4 lines of text written on it in 4 different fists, or 4 different hands, if you prefer, with 4 different lots of ink at 4 different times. And the top one says Raider with a capital R, Raider. And then underneath it,
Mhm.
The next line says 2 vials. And then the third line says in block capitals, avoid black ring.
Okay.
And then the last line says the Neverwinter moot. And Neverwinter is capitalized.
Can you repeat that? The Neverwinter what?
Moot.
Oh.
M-O-O-T. Neverwinter moot. The
Okay.
Neverwinter moot.
No idea what that means, but I will fold that piece of parchment and tuck it into my belt pouch.
And suddenly, nothing happens. But it happened suddenly.
I check out the back pouch thing.
Okay. Yep. It's a backsack that anybody could put on one shoulder, and smaller people who weren't wearing big shoulder plate armor could easily put on. And it's got something in it.
Right, open it up and have a look.
And bursting into your face is a blackened, often oiled iron skillet, and a fire blackened, long handled iron cooking fork, and a tinderbox with a flint striker on the outside, and there's something inside the tinderbox.
I'm guessing there's tinder in the tinderbox. I have a
And
look inside
you're
it.
right. You win the tinderbox. Inside is dry twigs tinder. It completely full.
Well, we could have lunch if we had something to fry on this.
Monkey! No.
Well, Tezram has those wings. I mean,
I do. I have a couple dozen bat wings.
Are we supposed to close the door, or else will the Grail follow us?
we better.
No, there's a floating sphere blocking their way.
Oh, okay. I thought it vanishes at some point.
Well, yeah. It lasts for 6 rounds, and we've only done about 3 of them.
Okay.
Mhm.
We did cook some of the grill as well.
If you chase run that way, yeah, but.
So, are you taking the knapsack, or just the tinderbox, or are you taking the whole thing? I mean, a cast iron skillet is a handy weapon.
Yeah. True.
Particularly if you get behind him. Bomp!
You said it's blood-stained, the sack itself.
Yes.
Does it look like it's taken any damage, like it's been pierced with an arrow or a dagger, or damaged by a sword stroke or something like that?
No, the backsack has been well worn on all leading edges and corners. Like it's been dragged past rocks, set down on rough stuff, and then picked up and scraped. Many places and many times. But it's not pierced anywhere. It is scorched in one corner, as if somebody put it too close to a fire. But it does look like it was too close to a fire, not a fireball. but somebody set it down too close to a fire. The bloodstains look like somebody who was standing over it, bled all over it.
Right. So drops.
Yeah, large drops, and some of them overlapping, like when somebody slices their hand open or their forehead open, and they're bleeding profusely, and they bend over and go and hold their hand, but they're bending over the knapsack.
Right. Well.
But no, there's no holes in the knapsack like an arrow went through it or anything.
All right.
Well,
okay.
I take it. I take the sack and the stuff inside it.
Okay. And that leaves just the knuckle bones and the ring with the cord on it.
Avoid black ring. Is that black cord on there?
It's black cord.
Imagine that. I just as soon leave that there.
Ed, is the knuckle bones dice? Are they kind of like?
Yes, they are indeed. They're D6s, that somebody's made by taking human knuckle bones and painting them with dots to make put pips for the dice. So yeah, you have 66s should you wish to take them.
Well, I think that tomorrow I would smile upon somebody that took a game of chance.
Yes, yes.
So I shall pick them up if no one has any reservations about me taking them.
I'm just gonna roll something. Okay, so you pick them up and nothing happens.
Okay, I give them a good shake and I give them a toss upon the table to see what they come up with.
Hey,
And
Elvin, let's go check out that door.
And the moment you do that, remember that tolling bell you heard when you opened the door?
Indeed, I do.
Yeah. You hear a toll of a bell. Very loud and very near, but you can't tell where that very near is because you can't see the bell. And the room sort of shakes for a moment and then stops.
That was interesting.
Hey, are we going to avoid the black ring?
Yep.
Yeah. Maybe this isn't the black ring, but I'm not going to take an obvious hint and leave it alone. So
It could be the Neverwinter Moot.
yeah, but
just kidding. Let's leave it.
I don't know. We haven't
rather
seen
go for the
vials
door.
of anything yet, so let alone 40 of them. So
Next door.
Next door.
yeah, let's head for the door. I'm thinking, and
Okay,
unless Breligar has a better idea.
Nope, he does not.
Okay, does anybody wish to check for traps, or does somebody just want to push the door open?
Well, I'll check. I got to do something.
Okay.
Here.
Okay.
Taste this. Wait.
Okay. Could I have a percentile roll, please?
Ooh, yes. I love these.
I'm gonna get your Ben Bar's lift gates roll in before we get to the end of this.
Ooh, I'm a
like
little nervous now. I was 98% successful.
And you are 98% sure that there are no traps on this door.
All right.
Wow.
I am confident. I am so confident. I just push it open.
Wow.
And that, boys and girls, is how Ildrim found. No. Okay. You're looking into a straight, stone-lined, 10 feet wide and 10 feet high passage running off into dark distances. You can see this because about 20 feet along it, steady, soft white light shines up into the passage from a cluster of 3 small holes in the floor. There's a second trio of holes with light coming up out of them, with the same hue of light, by the way, that are rising from the holes farther along the passage.
Okay.
So you're looking at 3 holes that look by their arrangement to be located around the edges of a stone floor tile at about the 20-foot mark along the passage.
Just one, they're encircling just one tile?
Yeah.
And is it a round tile, or is it square and 3 of the 4 sides are?
Yeah, 3 of the 4 sides of a square tile.
And which is the side that isn't?
That side.
The far side?
No, the
near
side
side.
off the side to your right.
Okay. I make sure the rest of the party has seen both of these, and then I carefully advance, but don't get quite close to the first one.
Okay. Just, yeah. Okay. You advance. All right, you all see Ildrim advance along the passage. And you all see nothing happen to him.
This time.
Ed,
Yeah.
one thing to take into consideration: my cat just rolled my 20, and it ended up a 20. So if something happens to Ildrim, he should have a good fate.
Yes, yes.
She's
Save
here
that-
batting my d20s around.
Yeah.
What color
save
is the
that
cat? Timora or Bashaba?
The cat's
To
going,
Tressum.
what did I do? What did I do to deserve that? Okay, so yeah, I say you should save that D20. I will take that result of a 20 for some future endeavor. You just tell me when you need it. Okay.
Search for monkey. Search for monkey.
Search for monkey. Perfect.
And I immediately searched for monkeys.
Okay. Where are you looking? He bends over and checks his own butt for monkeys. Nope. No.
This isn't 5th edition. There's no sense monkey.
Yeah, sure.
True.
I will save it for a future endeavor. I know there's no monkey here.
Okay, no monkey here. Right. And Ildrim, you have approached cautiously these 3 holes in the floor, but you have not negotiated intimate contact with them.
Yeah, not watching that.
Hey, that's what hockey announcers say in Canada. He's negotiated intimate contact with a puck.
Yeah.
I love it.
Whatever you need to tell yourself, you know.
I'll be back in a second. Just keep going. Bralagar can push me around. I'll be
That's
right
what
back.
she said.
Uh-huh.
Well, considering all the stuff that has been taken from Balagar, I imagine Bralagar is now reaching for the lube. Okay.
Oh dear.
So,
Yeah.
Ildrim has approached these holes, and it doesn't take a procurer to tell you at a glance that these look like spy holes.
They look like what?
Spy holes.
Oh, okay.
Like they're intended for somebody in your passage to look down into the rooms below.
No kidding. Huh. Usually it's the other way around where they're looking at us.
Yeah.
So these are on the ground.
Yes. Yeah.
Somebody want to look through one?
I will, sure. I may regret it, but
Mascar cautiously looks down through one of the nearer cluster of holes, and he's Mascar, you're immediately apparent that you're looking through about a 5-foot thick floor.
okay.
Before it opens out into a room below. Ooh. Hello there.
And that's where your 20s are coming from. Huh?
Okay, so the room below is lit by a hovering, glowing globe. And enspelled, hovering in place about 10 feet below your hole, smooth polished crystal sphere that is emitting a soft, steady, pearly white radiance. The room is lined with mortared stones of different sizes, is about 20 feet deep or tall, and it's about 30 feet wide by 50 feet long axis in the same direction as the passage you're in. And the spy hole's at one end of it. The room is stretching away under the passage you've already traversed and under the room you came from, not towards the other set of light emitting holes, and has a closed, featureless slab of stone doors in both of its shorter walls. So you're talking a 30 by 50 room with closed stone doors that look like all the other doors you found down here.
Okay.
In the 2 short end walls. There's no one in the room, but it contains a small, square, rickety wooden table with the top about as large as a warrior's shield. By the way, Chandler is still holding this
Yeah.
slime dripping shield. Um, sort of between finger and thumb over here as it's dripping grill. Okay.
Brello, here's your shield.
Oh, thank you.
And guess what? The stuff is still there. The dagger
Ooh.
in its sheath and the bag are still there. The shield looks a little flattened,
Okay.
but the stuff is still anyway. All on the top of this table are some lumps of chalk, and stood on end along one wall, spaced well apart, are 6 wooden kegs made to be identical. I mean, they're handmade like everything else in the realm, so they vary a little bit, but they're supposed to be identical, obviously, by their design. And they all have chalk writing on them that you can't read from your vantage point. The kegs are what we call in the realms trundle keg size. They're larger than a hand keg, and a hand keg is what a Saint Bernard carries at its throat. Okay, a little thing, and it's smaller than a standard rain barrel, so halfway in between a rain barrel and a hand keg in size. And these trundle kegs are called trundle kegs because they are often used for with a rope harness that 2 men can easily carry along a city street, a keg in between them, or 2 women, but it's usually guys, so that as it happens, that are carrying these kegs just to transport liquid from one place to another. It's a right size. It's heavy, but it's not too heavy.
Okay.
And you can just put the keg into a rope cradle, and then you each have a rope handle, and you can manage both ends of it. It's those size kegs. There's no rope cradles here. There's no 2 guys. There's just a row of these kegs, and they're all stood on end, and they all have writing on them, and they're all closed and sealed. No spigots or anything like that. Just kegs.
Hey, Mascar, how thick is the floor that you're looking through there?
It's a little bit. It's
5
about as
feet
thick as your height, maybe a little less. Can I make out any of the writing, or the barrel's not oriented that way?
They're not oriented that way. You can tell that what's been chalked on them has been chalked with chalk like these lumps, and has been scrawled or scribbled. It's not meant to be very neat writing and last forever.
Okay, all I see is there's 6 barrels, was it, or 4?
6.
6, 3 lumps of chalk. Yeah, okay. There's a table underneath us with 6 barrels on it. I can't see what the markings say are in them, but it's it's wider room than we're in now, but and it runs underneath the rooms we just came from.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we look through the next set.
What's that?
You want to look at in the next set?
Yeah. I guess, yeah. I'm assuming that the room will extend and it's going to be the same view, or
No. By the orientation of what you've been looking down into, those holes must look down into a different space, not this room. Because the room you're looking at, your holes are at the end of this room, and the room runs back underneath the passage you've already been in, and the room you came from. So those second holes must look into another room.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll do that if nobody else is going to, but
You seem really good at it.
I have good eyes. I eat my carrots. What can I say?
and looking down through those holes has got to be better than a poke in the eye.
Luckily, I have my glasses. Okay,
You're going to the second set of holes?
I'm risking my eyeballs, yep.
Okay. Once again, you're looking down through a 5-foot thick stone floor into a room below. It's lit by, yes, another hovering, glowing globe, an enspelled hovering in space, blah, 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 blah. The room is about 20 feet deep and tall, about 30 feet wide, by 40 feet long. Long access the same direction as the passage you're in. Spy holes at one end of it. The room stretching away under the passage that you haven't yet walked along, so into new territory. And it only has one closed, featureless slab of stone door in the end wall in the ahead direction that you haven't got to yet. There are 5 small, square-topped wooden tables scattered down the room, each with 3 wooden benches suitable for one adult human each to sit on, drawn up around each table. 2 men are sitting facing each other across one table near the middle of the room. On the tabletop between them are 2 small metal hand lanterns with shutters, 2 tall tankards of ale, of the sort that have lids affixed to them, but the lids are hanging open, and a small wooden bowl of what looks like dry jerky that started life as sausages of some sort. Stains here and there on the floor of the room suggest it's been used for eating a time or 2 score before. The men are dressed in motley leather, war harness, and homespun. They're armed with scabbarded and sheathed short sword and dagger each. They have hand-sized bucklers, shields, of rusty iron, hung from their belts alongside bulging belt pouches, and they're both starting to go bald. One has a larger head and is brown-haired, and the other is blonde and has a mustache, and they are talking to each other. So Brownhead says, "So what's Mighty Arcoon's latest crazed plan?" And then Blondehead says, "Don't let the Red Wolf hear you talk like that. He'll have your guts for, yeah, garters. I know. He's always having someone's guts for something. But Arcoon now, he's a right madwits, he is. Thinks he can bring down thrones and king it himself on all of them at once, he does. He once wanted me to kidnap 6 princesses from realms all over so he could sire rightful heirs, his, for all of those lands, then stride in and claim the crowns. Thought there'd be no objections at all." And Blondehead says, "Wizards who are good at hurling spells know all about magic and not about people, because they barely look up from their spell books, that's why. So his latest plan is not to blow up guard encampments or bridges and demand ransoms, but to train these blasted monkeys to open castle doors and let us all in so we can take in the kegs and blow the garrisons to bloody smears. And once all of Alm's lawkeepers hereabouts are dead and gone, we'll rule." What? Like openly? That'll last only until someone in Athkatla hears about us and sends an army to wipe us out. But Arcoon has a plan for that. We pile kegs under every bridge an army has to march across and blow it to the gods and them with it. That'll work once, says Brownhead. And there are no bridges in Alm big enough to blow more than, say, 40 soldiers afoot into the sky or half a dozen mounted knights. After that, they'll walk across country like we do, and they'll still bury us under their numbers. Wizards good at spells aren't as good at fighting as they think they are, like I said. But, worry about blowing up those bridges when we're standing on them. This first part, blowing the cruel commanders of mighty Alm to the gods, that's going to be fun. And after that, what local pig of a baron doesn't deserve to fly in little wet pieces? But Blondehead thinks this is really funny and is chuckling away, and Brownhead shakes his head. He obviously doesn't think much of this plan. He thinks it's going to go bad fast, and he picks up his tankard and lantern, takes a big swig, then swings the tankard in midair with practiced skill so its lid flips closed, and then he says gloomily, We're going to need a lot more barrels. And some monkeys who will actually take orders, too. And getting those won't be fun. Now, Blondehead nods at this, and he thrusts the bowl and its jerky into his belt pouch in one fell swoop, picks up his own lantern and tankard, and both men head for the door. And
fire door?
yeah, there's only one door in this room.
Okay.
And yeah, it goes in the far direction. It goes in the direction you haven't been yet. And they both vanish through it.
Okay, and they took their light source with them, so there's no more light coming through these holes, or?
Oh no, the glowing globe is
the
still
glow
hanging
globe,
there.
that's right.
But they
Okay.
took their lanterns with them, yeah.
Well, I'm just glad I didn't have to figure out how to cover the holes to be able to talk without giving ourselves
Yeah.
away. From what I've been able to figure out, and just I don't know if anybody else was listening in or could hear, apparently the person involved in kidnapping the monkey is a wizard named Arkoon, and there are a bunch of barrels underneath in the other room that I thought might be wine or something, but they seem to be some sort of incendiary. They think they can blow things to smithereens somehow. Would they? Actually, smithereens probably shouldn't be used as a word, but yeah, you know what I mean.
So Ed, there's no clear way down to this room that we can see, right? Oh, we can
Well,
do this through the spy hole.
No, you can't you can't fit through those holes.
I can think of one, but I'd be the only one who could do it with a
Wraith
spell.
form.
Yeah.
Yeah, wraith form.
I'm not going to do that because I don't want to be trapped by myself. So I suggest we move on ahead and know that we need to be a little bit quieter because the people that we're looking for are here. How much more corridor do we have before we find the door?
From the second set of spy holes, the passage runs on straight for another 80 feet. To end at, yes, a smooth, unmarked, handled, and lockless, closed slab of stone door.
Okay, just so I'm oriented correctly, the direction the two guys left the room, was that in the same direction we're moving? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, Eldrin, do your thing.
Alrighty then. I'm going to take a gander at it, poke at it, prod at it. You know, whatever Bralagar's sword can fit in, I'll shove it in.
I mean, if we were really wanting to risk things, we could just pour some flaming oil into that room with the barrels and hope with Timora.
It might give us a way out of here.
Yeah. Yes, it might. So, Ildrim, could I have a percentile roll, please?
Yes, you can. Just a second. 33.
You're fairly confident that there are no traps here?
Okay. I tell them my skills as a procurer have given me the insight that this does not appear to be a trapdoor, although I have some concerns. But we should be able to proceed. So I gently push open the door.
Okay.
And guess what?
Boom.
No bell tolls. It's dead silent.
Good. I was kind of hoping for a stairwell.
And you're looking into a room that is lit by a faint radiance. A dim, steady radiance. And you can see that it's a 70-foot square, stone-lined room with a closed, featureless stone door in the center of each wall. The floor is of unmarred 10-foot square stone tiles, and the ceiling is cloaked in likely magical, as it's rippling, darkness that begins 5 adult man heights above you, so about 30 feet or more above you.
Wow.
Fairly big.
Yeah.
And what color did you say the radiance was?
It is. I didn't. It's a
Almost
very
gotcha.
yeah. It's a very faint amber hue, very pale amber hue.
Hmm.
Um, I guess I'm gonna step cautiously into the room.
Okay.
Can I hear the party?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Do I see anything else once I'm in the room? Looking up and all into the corners?
Well, what you see is that the ceiling seems to have that same rippling, swirling smoke that isn't smoke, darkness up there as you encountered in the
Yep.
room with the grill. And that there's indeed a door in the center of each wall of the room, and the door that isn't yours, all of those doors are closed. They haven't opened. There's no sound. And well,
Nothing else in the room.
No, doesn't look like it.
And you said there are 3 doors, not just one on the far side?
That's right, 3 doors. Yeah.
What does the floor look like?
Stone tiles, 10-foot square stone tiles, nice and smooth, all the same size, finest dwarven craftsmanship, and none of them have been shattered or even marked.
I'm gonna take one of the coins I hadn't used yet from Braligar's pouch and throw it through the rippling cloud above.
Okay. And you throw it up, and it vanishes, and it does not come back down. And you hear
We hear what?
A whistling sound of some sort.
Oh.
I guess I'm gonna head counterclockwise around the room with my hand on the wall towards the first door on the right.
Okay. You head along the wall.
Anybody going in with him?
And
Sure, I'll go with him.
okay.
Stay back maybe 10 feet off of whichever stone he's on.
Okay, and you hear a whistle. And the whistle is definitely coming from overhead.
Does it sound, when you say a whistling sound, does it sound like the noise like wind past a small hole?
No, it sounds like somebody is with their lips making a whistling noise.
Oh.
Okay.
I look up.
So,
Anybody know if monkeys whistle?
as Delthrar looks up, Delthrar needs to make a D20 roll.
Uh-oh.
A 9.
Okay, so the glass globe shatters on Delthrar's nose as he's looking up. He closes his eyes and his mouth just in time. As this, it's a fine glass globe, like a real world Christmas ornament of the finest German make, where they blow the glass really thin. So it's made to shatter and cover his face with glue, its contents. And that's about the same time as Ildrim needs to make a D20 roll.
Ooh. 19.
Woo.
So Ildrim sidesteps, and the glass globe that was meant for his head smashes on the tile just beside him on the left, and it dumps its contents, which are all sand.
So glue in the last one, sand in this one.
Yep.
I'm gonna take one of my daggers,
Mm-hmm.
and if I can triangulate where the globes came from, hurl my
Yep.
dagger in that direction.
Okay. D20 roll, please.
Wow.
Not as good. A 4.
Woo.
Okay, the dagger. It frightens the ceiling a little.
Okay. Is it bad enough that I don't lose the dagger?
Nope. Your dagger does indeed go up into that thingy, and you hear it thwack off something, but it doesn't come down.
Oh.
And then you hear another whistle, and then
I dodge. Whatever's coming.
are you dodging automatically, both of you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you dodge, both of you dodge, and the small open cloth sack of glass marbles smashes to the ground just where Ildrim would have stepped, and the bag bursts because it's the thinnest, crappiest muslin cloths. It's meant to perish.
Yep.
And the marbles bounce everywhere. One or two of them shattered and shards went, but the rest of them bounce everywhere and rebounding off the wall because you were close enough to the wall and out into the room. It would be like rolling tripping hazard for about 30 feet. But because it's only a small bag of marbles and you both moved before it got there, you're far enough away that you're basically spectators watching these roll past as opposed to going, thump, you know.
Gotcha.
However, I do need a d20 roll from Ildrim.
Okay. 8.
Oh dear.
That's what I was hoping you would say.
Yeah, the cage of rocks plummeting down upon you is different than the cages of rocks in the other rooms.
These are red rocks?
No.
The cage is made out of rock.
They will be. No, what they are is cages of rocks on chains that are just short enough that the cage will never actually hit the floor. It'll just come within 4 inches of the floor. So if you can squeeze yourself down into a 4-inch space, or let the rocks do it for you.
I can probably manage 5.
Okay, so now I need the bend bars, lift gates roll.
Oh.
Yay!
Catch it!
Hey, Eric, Dawn Storm's new name is Glueface by somebody in the chat.
Nice.
Glueface. So.
36, Ed.
And Brelagar nods grimly, saying deserved it.
you wait. Delthrard hasn't had anything else dropped on him yet. He's still got the glue there, so, you know.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
So I got a 36.
Okay, you got a 36. So, when you regain consciousness... No, So, the box of rocks just slams down upon you. And using your procurer's skill, because you can't get out of the way in time, you attempt to make of yourself a human arrow by thrusting your hands together up top, thinking, okay, well, my fingers and wrists will get broken, but hopefully not my neck.
Yep.
And I'll make myself as thin as possible, and I'm already flinging myself to one side to see if I can be smashed sideways in a glancing blow and not hammered into the floor. And
I can't.
Let's just see how much.
Hey, Ed, before you roll,
Yeah.
can I use my kitty roll 20 to give the luck of Tamora to Ildrim to see if he can avoid that damage?
Sure. You can send Ildrim's blessing to him, yeah.
But Brelagar's revenge means he'll take it for himself.
I dodged the rocks right into Brelagar's name.
That might be preferable for the damage. Jera, yes, Tashram can do this. Tashram can send the blessing, confer the blessing of Timora on Ildrim.
Okay.
And the box of rocks thunders down, and by a miracle, by a miracle of shining luck, the 56 hit points of damage that Ildrim would have taken are reduced to 1 hit point of damage
Wow.
as he cartwheels away. And then the large cage begins to ascend back up into the ceiling, and you'll hear a from above, and you hear another whistle, and now I need another d20 roll from Ildrim.
Ildrim, that was the blessing of the Tressum.
That's right.
Well,
Did
Lady
that,
Luck
did that
certainly
chittering
smiled
sound
at
like a
us.
My
monkey?
goodness.
The chittering did sound like a monkey.
Oh.
This time I rolled a 19.
All right.
Nice.
So that when your own dagger is flung right back at your face from the ceiling,
Catch it.
you are able, in the midst of this frantic leaping and plunging to get away from the rocks, you are able to reach up and deftly snatch it out of the air without taking any damage.
It's the
And you
damn
have your
monkey.
Yeah.
All right. Can I? So I'm gonna throw my dagger as accurately as I can. I'm less concerned about hitting the monkey than showing the other spellcasters in the party exactly where the monkey is.
Okay, so you do that. You fling your dagger right up at where you think the monkey is. And it is on its way up there when it encounters something coming down. Another glass globe. So your dagger is deflected wildly sideways, so it isn't going to reach the ceiling.
Okay.
It's just going to go high, and then it's going to fall to the ground somewhere over there. And you shatter the thin glass sphere that was plummeting downwards. And this thin glass sphere showers the area with tiny, harmless shards of glass because it pulverized.
Mm-hmm.
And it also emits this huge powder, which is it's like a smoke bomb. It's spreading smoke, but because you hit it way up high in midair, it's like this whole area goes smoky.
Oh dear.
And this cloud of smoke is slowly drifting and settling. It's heading for the floor, and it's heading slightly in one direction because you pulverized the glass sphere in that direction because of the trajectory of your dagger.
Do I think it's going to land around me or just in the room?
In the room. In the room.
Okay. I'm getting angry, so I'm going to throw the javelin I seized in my teeth earlier at the monkey.
All right. Well, that'll certainly bring the Lady Laryl back in one piece.
Yeah.
It regenerates.
Not
10.
early.
Okay. So you fling the javelin towards the ceiling where you think the monkey is, and okay, now a javelin covered with glue, having shattered another sphere, is wiggling its way towards the floor. And now I need a d20 roll from every player who is not Ildrim.
Oops.
A 19.
All right.
Hey, natural
13.
20.
Oh, nice.
13.
Okay.
19.
11 for Tasrim.
Okay. Brella?
A 1.
Oh boy.
So, glass globes miss all of you, and sand and glue splatter everywhere, and Brella vanishes in a cloud of smoke after being hit on the top of her shield by a glass sphere that pulverizes harmlessly but unleashes smoke. So Brella vanishes. She is behind a smoke screen. You hear another whistle from overhead. And you also see another huge cage of rocks come plummeting down. It's not near any of you, so you can just watch it go harmlessly. And it actually comes to a bouncing stop about 6 inches off the floor and then begins to retreat back up again.
Which is the closest door to where I am partway in? Maybe on the east side or?
Yep, it was because you were following Ildrim and he was going counterclockwise, so he would have been going towards the east door.
I'm going to be wiping my glue off of my tunic and pushing through that door if I can.
Okay. And you're going to push through that door.
I would like to.
The door topples over inwards. Boom! This huge, there's no hinges on this door. It's just been stood up. It falls onto a rather pulverized looking carpet, suggesting that this has happened before and they've prepared for it, so the slab will stand. And it falls into a 20 by 20 room. Yes, I got the message. You're casting that. And what you see as you attempt to enter the room is that your way is blocked by a tall figure in a full suit of plate armor.
Oh no.
With its helm closed, but there's red light glowing from under the helm. And it's wearing a shield on its left arm, and it's got a long sword in its right hand. And it makes a swipe at you. You're not close enough to get hit unless you want to step forward and duke it out with the thing.
No. I will, back up.
Yeah, okay.
Try not to get hit by a glass globe.
Ed, is this consistent with the helmed horror description we've heard before?
Yep. Yeah, this is the new 5th edition helmed horror description.
Hey, you can't jump 3 editions ahead.
Watch me!
Let me ask you this. Is there any sign of the monkey if we scan the upper part of the room or the area where we heard the chittering around the cages? Any sign of it at all?
There's that illusion above us, isn't there?
There is that roiling smoke type thing that is concealing the entire ceiling, and probably 5 to 8 or even more feet between us and the ceiling is concealed with this permanent sort of roiling smoky type stuff.
I've got an idea. First, there's a helmed horror in there. Let's not go in there. And then second, if another box of rocks comes down, let's ride it up.
Agreed.
Ooh, okay, that's cool. Okay. Mascar cast a spell on Chandelara. It is presumed that both of them knew what the spell was and were used to it because the Baron's blades have worked together for so long. So Chandelar wouldn't have resisted or tried to get away, thinking.
And don't plan on throwing that javelin. You got to stick to hand combat.
Okay, so that is a brilliant idea. I don't know if we'll get the chance to act upon that idea because, of course, there being no door to that room, the helmed horror is clomping out into the room after you, waving its sword suggestively. Not that sort of suggestively.
As one does.
And it looks like there's more whistling going on for one thing, and more chittering, and another cloth sack of marbles has just come plummeting down close to the entrance where the rest of the party is. And bam, shattered on the floor, sending marbles bouncing in all directions.
I start climbing up the wall.
Okay, where? The wall you came in? That wall?
The closest one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that'll be the one that you came into the room through.
Yeah.
Because that's closest. Okay, so you're climbing up the wall.
Hmm.
There's immediately excited chittering
Hello.
and whistling.
We don't want to hurt you. We just want to take.
A
I
glass sphere, a glass sphere is hurtling towards you. What are you going to do?
Sideways.
Okay, you go sideways. The glass sphere glances off your shoulder, shatters, but misses you with its contents, which is more glue. Flop down right where everybody's standing. But hey, you're all seasoned adventurers. You are all looking up.
Uh-huh.
So you all see the peril and you all just sidestep. And it's like watching the dead body plummet past. Everybody politely moves aside to give it room on the sidewalk to splatter.
The nice thing is that glue will hold the marbles in place.
There you go.
And I would like to cast Dispel Magic upon the ceiling.
Okay. Okay.
Not at Chandlara, just
No, at the roiling mass on the ceiling.
No.
Pause the effect.
Yeah, Chandler is well out of your range because she's still on the wall. She's not all the way up it, so you can very easily cast it at the ceiling so as not to be anywhere near her. And you do that, and that roiling smoke type stuff just recedes, fades and recedes. And what is revealed is there is a huge wooden lattice work of cross beams up there, crisscrossing the room in both directions. And where the beams meet, at every intersection, there's a little wooden platform nailed to the top of them. And there's a monkey scampering around up there. On each platform are bags and glass spheres in a little box. And yes, in between them, neatly placed so they will fall down through the holes in this grid, are these giant cages of rocks. And there is the monkey is looking down in one direction now, and presumably there's somebody spying on you, and that's where the whistles are coming from.
Okay, let me ask you this. I kind of had a follow-up plan. I'm able to dispel that and see this. Is the monkey holding still while he's looking down?
Nope. This monkey is always on the move. Sort of like your cat.
Would you give me a chance to use hold position since he's a simian? Just to take a shot to get him in mid-movement?
Sure. Yeah. I'll give you a chance.
Okay. D20 or what?
Yeah. Give me a D12 roll.
Okay. An 11.
Okay. The monkey is scampering along. By the way, it looks sort of like the Lady Laurel. Yeah. And you obviously have affected it because it stops in mid-movement very suddenly, and its own momentum causes it to overbalance because it seems to be frozen in space. And it topples and falls from that. It's high up, lofty towards the floor, where it's presumably going to splatter. That's a killing fall.
Can I die?
Catch it.
Okay, Ildrim, I am the quarterback. You are the receiver. Catch this touchdown pass.
Go long.
Alrighty.
Okay, Ildrim, could I have a D20 roll?
Absolutely.
Yes, Mascar.
If he doesn't catch it, I want to try a spectral hand to grab.
Okay.
19.
Okay, you field this monkey about a foot from the floor. And you learn two things right away.
Now run in the end zone and spike the monkey.
Monkey.
Oh.
Well, unless the Lady Laurel is misnamed, this is not the Lady Laurel. Because this monkey has balls.
the Blackstaff monkey.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh, take away the inspiration point.
Hang
So-
your head in shame.
Maybe it's Manboon.
Oh. Oh. Things are descending rapidly in the world of yes, well, let's just draw the veil of decency over that.
Okay, throw the monkey in the cage. Even if it's the wrong one, we'll take him back to the Baron.
We'll pawn him off.
And let him loose in his house, you know?
This monkey is really angry, but it's still held, so it can't bite you because it can't bring its jaws together. All it can do is glare at you when its head is in the right position. So you can, it's like having a frozen baby in your hands. You can
You know.
aim it in any direction, hold it by one foot and dangle it, whatever you want to do. Yes, and you can pop it in that cage. Luckily for you, it fell in such a way that it can fit through the cage without breaking its limbs. You can get it in the door.
Nice.
We have maces in any way, so he'll fit.
Oh.
Like
Put
the
it down,
Thanksgiving
jam it
turkey.
down.
Okay, well, is there any access point in the ceiling that we can see? It had to
No.
have come from somewhere.
But there is there are several coils of rope up there that are tied to this grid. So if they were dropped down, they would become drop lines going all the way to the floor. As in, they've been drawn up.
Okay.
Mascar, can you grab one with your spectral hand that you spoke of?
I haven't. Well, I suppose since I was saying I was casting it to catch the monkey, yeah, I guess I should just grab it.
Okay.
I can grab at least one of them and pull it to have it fall down.
Okay, it falls down.
Okay.
There is a whistle from somewhere nearby.
Uh-oh.
I get out of the way.
Yeah.
I like the warning whistle.
Ed, is the whistle exactly the same every time, or is it varied like somebody's doing it?
Yeah, it's varied by two things. It's definitely somebody doing it with their lips.
Okay.
And they seem to be different whistles, as in different signals or different commands.
Oh. Is there any? Well, how high up is the ceiling?
Let me have a look here, and let's see.
It was 50 to the royal.
Okay.
It was about 30 feet to the bottom of the darkness.
Okay.
And it's about 50 feet to the top of the real ceiling.
So there's an unlikely chance that I'd be able to spot any spy holes in the ceiling, though I'm assuming that that's how this person is seeing what we're doing.
I still have the spider climb.
Yep. And you're
Yeah,
now about 2/3 up the wall.
Yep. I keep going.
You can do stuff when you're up there.
Yeah.
Like, anybody in the party you want to drop a box of rocks on.
Hey.
Or a helmed horror.
Or a helmed horror.
Since I've got spectral hand.
Yeah, there is a helmed horror in the middle of the room. You could probably line one up with a box of rocks in about.
Oh.
That's my current plan.
Okay. And you are now up there, and you discover that there's a lever beside the capstan for every box of rocks, and there's a capstan with a chain wound around it. So you just pull the lever, and it unleashes, and its weight carries it plummeting down.
Oh.
And you've got about another 10 seconds before the helmed horror advancing on all the party will be right at ground zero.
I know I wouldn't be able to see, so I was just trying to think if I could pull down a box of the glass globes onto it, but
Hey, I've got this horror thing. Just let it come at you.
okay.
The
I'm
time
calling-
is nigh.
Yeah,
It's the right time. It's now right at ground zero for you.
Ever.
So you pull the lever, and the cage of rocks goes like an elevator cage going down, and boom. Guess what? Yeah, sort of like that. The helmed horror still has a red glow. It still has a sword in its hand. It still has a shield in its other hand, and it's now 6 inches high, washed flat. And it's sort of
Yosemite Sam.
I'll jump on the box of rocks.
Okay.
And you're gonna ride it back up to the ceiling?
I
All
am.
right. Okay. There's a tricky moment at the top where you have to not get wound around the capstan with everything. But yeah, you manage it and you leap and you almost fall to your death, but you grab the platform and the crossbeam and you're up there and you're standing there, and Chandler is over on the platform right over there. So hi.
See if you can spot any spy holes, or I don't know what, but
Yeah, I try to see if I can tell where the whistler is whistling from.
Yeah, find Whistler's grandmother.
Ooh. Stop those podcast award jokes, please. So no,
that's right.
You're looking all around and you can't see any spy holes. You sort of guess where they must be, sort of over there, but guessing that they're sort of over there is different from actually seeing them. So
I'll try to move over there.
Okay, you're carefully picking your way across it's like walking the high wire, walking the high steel in New York. You know, walking along a girder with a 460 foot drop below you, to cars stopped in traffic below. You think, oh, I would ruin that guy's convertible top, so not that I care.
Right.
And you make it over there, and you're peering, and you think you see a spy hole.
Where should we go next? Through that far door?
Are you trying to talk to whoever was controlling that monkey?
I think that monkey that thing was whistling to tell us. Wasn't it? Like warning us? Oh, he was controlling the monkey, you think?
No, the monkey had a whistle for each bag or trick it had to do.
Gotcha. That's way smarter. Okay. I thought somebody was trying to warn us about things. I was liking the whistle.
There was a mute, and he whistled.
Do I see any doors up here to exit, or just the ones on the floor?
Just the ones that you can see down below. There's no way up here except by these drop lines and stuff.
Maybe Ildrim, do you want to check and see if that west door is another helmed horror style fallback door? Could you tell that without knocking it down?
Wait, before you do, some of us aren't very dexterous to get up these drop lines. Let's make sure we're up there, so if another helmed horror comes out, we can't line it up. We don't get chopped apart.
That might make sense.
Well, somebody could just pull a lever, drop a box of rocks, and then you could all ride it up if you're all ready.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get out of Dodge before the helmed horror comes out and says, "Hey, let's just make mincemeat."
I'm
Be
going to
careful
climb
at
the
the
rope
top
I
so you don't
pulled
get-
down because I don't want to feel like I wasted the spell.
Okay.
Okay, wait, Ed, let me stop you just for a second there. George is, I think, done.
Yeah, I got to step out, guys. It's 5 a.m. here, and I'm pretty cooked. So,
Oi, oi.
Thank you, George.
so thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
It's
George.
been lots of fun.
Thanks, George.
Thanks,
Good night,
George.
everyone.
Take
See
care.
ya.
Good night.
Sleep
All right.
well.
Good night.
Good
We'll
night,
try and
George.
keep you alive.
They won't.
Eric won't.
We won't let Eric
See-
steal any more stuff, you know.
See you. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Nick and George.
Thanks for joining us, George.
All right.
And just like that, Bralagar is wiped from the. No. Okay.
Wiped from existence.
Don't take away my fun.
Oh boy. And we haven't heard the whistle in a while, right?
No, we haven't heard the whistle in a while.
Probably realized that the monkey's gone.
Dun dun dun.
Mhm.
So is the monkey unfrozen now and making a racket in the cage?
The monkey isn't making a racket. It's hunkering down, being very quiet, glaring at you, and looking all around in all directions, as if it's
Bad
waiting a chance to get out. And when you say bad monkey, it gives you a chitter back that sounds like it's saying a dirty word to you.
See, it is a bad monkey.
Don't give it a reason to start throwing things.
Well,
Pooh.
oh, yeah. Okay, except that.
Yeah. I wish I had some way to, find hidden things, but I don't. So, okay. Let me know when I've reached, when we're up there. I'll just keep searching around for any other clues.
Okay. You're climbing up there. Mm-hmm. And you have now reached the platform, and everybody else want to ride a box up? And
Sure.
okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
So is everybody reaching the ceiling?
we're trying, yeah.
Okay, so you're now all up there. And the door that across the room from the helmed horror opens. And something that looks like a fanged human head with terrible hair on the end of a serpentine body sticks its head out for a moment and lightning bolts you. Sends a lightning bolt up into the ceiling to ricochet around. So,
Oh dear.
Wow.
So
I have a lightning spell. There you go. There you go.
good thing there's more of them. No, okay.
oh crap. Well.
Okay.
So saving throws or
No, 24 hit points of damage to everybody.
ow.
Wow. From a lightning bolt.
Wait a minute. 24?
Yep.
Well, I'm now at 0, so I'm either unconscious and or dying.
Okay. You collapse unconscious. But you don't fall from the platform because I am a
thank goodness.
kind and merciful DM.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear that.
We need need some healing.
Luckily, your spell keeps going, Shandlara, so you're fine. But
I know
And it might
that.
you're enough to Mascar to cast a healing spell on him.
You can all get to each other with care.
Did we take damage or just Mascar?
Everybody took 24 hit points.
Okay. Sorry, I had stepped away.
So yeah, everybody took that much damage as the lightning bolt ricocheted around, and she has more.
Is she? Has she come out into the room at all?
No, she stuck her head out, cast
Okay.
the spell, and then pulled back in.
Is it a Naga or a Medusa?
It looks like a Naga to you.
Okay.
I get as close as I can to that door with a couple of those sand and glue orbs.
Yeah.
And when she sticks her head around, I throw a glue orb followed closely by a sand orb at her.
Okay, you're just gonna hand throw them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pitch them. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, and she does stick her head out again, and you're throwing. Could I have 2 D20 rolls, please?
That's not so good. That's a 14 and a 5.
Okay.
thank you.
So the glue hits her and shatters, and the sand misses miserably, and she hisses and says something very rude that you can't understand, and pulls back in. And then she sticks her head out again and casts. Oh yeah. I need a saving throw, a spell saving throw from Chandler.
Okay. It's been a while since I've done one of these in the second edition. Well, that was a 19 on the dice, so I don't know what that means.
Okay. No, it means you're okay. It means instead of it means you only take this much damage.
Uh-oh.
One of these and one of these and
Oh my god.
2 of these and
Half a dozen of these and
okay, minus 18 hit points of necrotic damage.
ow.
I hate
Mascar, you got 11 points back.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw
Okay.
that. I'm just waiting for a chance to act with it, but
Okay, so Mascar doesn't feel good because he's been brought to the doors of death and then snatched back.
like unto a yo-yo, but mortal.
So the cat just tried to leap from my desk to the window and missed and ended up in the trash can.
Okay, remember that roll for later.
I think Bashaba has shown up.
Oh my god.
Okay, so so that
Don't throw your life away.
Chandler had just got a blight spell cast on her.
Oh.
What door is the Naga peeking in through?
The one I guess it would be the west door, the one across from the Helm Tor.
Okay, all right.
And it's now sticking its head out, and another lightning bolt is sizzling your way.
Okay,
Do we get a chance to do any counter spelling or
Oh, yes.
throw other spells?
Sure.
When that head immediately pops out, 4 magic missiles are gonna smack right into it. So.
Oh, okay. 4 magic missiles. So one magic missile spell.
Yep. And the damage is 1, 2, 6, 10, 15.
Okay, that ruins whatever spell it was doing is ruined by your magic missiles hitting, and it hisses in anger and obvious pain and pulls back, and silence falls.
Okay.
Okay, I would try to get down as quickly as possible, having my either the rope or I'll step on one of these rock things and somebody levers me down, and then I run over to the door where the Naga is.
Okay, So the box of rocks crashes down. You leap off it at the psychological last moment, and you land running towards the door, which means you're about 10 feet from the door when the Naga pops its head out, covered with glue. And what are you going to do?
Would I have a decent chance of chopping it?
Yeah, you can get in one blow, depending on what it casts at you, because, you know, it only needs verbal components for its spellcasting.
Hmm.
You can probably get hit with a spell as it hits you. You know, you can hit spell and you will hit it at the same time.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay.
I take that.
Very heroic.
Okay, so you launch yourself, and you're already at full tilt, and you're gonna use what?
My longsword +2.
Okay, D20 roll, attack roll.
Oh, that's a 16.
16, you hit, and you also take 7 points of cold damage because all it had time for was its cantrip, its ray of frost. So you get it sort of like right in the face.
Yep.
Because it's so close, and you crash into it, and you hit. Your attack lands. So,
Yeah.
what are you going to zap it with? How much damage?
I rolled a 6, and if I understand that correctly, it's +5 would be 11 points of damage then.
Yep. Yes.
And I slice it a bit.
Yeah, you slice into the side of its face, trying for its eyes, and it jerks its head away to try and protect them, which means you sort of slice open its cheek and jaw. This thing reeks like a pile of rotting corpses. It really stinks.
Oh.
It is black scaled, banded with crimson. It has a face that has a malevolent, nasty expression when it's smiling at you.
Wow, I
and-
don't know if.
And it's of course going to try and bite you. But
That's
that'll
fair.
be that'll be the next round.
Okay.
Everybody aloft, you have a round to do stuff. Do you wish to do anything else to this thing? Or do you want to try and get down or anything like that?
No, I basically run to the nearest wall and scramble down.
Okay.
And basically go to fight at Brella's side.
Okay, that's going to take you the full round to get down the wall. And then you're going to have to unleash the spider climb.
Mm.
End the spell so that you can hold on to things. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
I want to stay up here because it gives me a better field of vision in case there's something else coming.
Yeah, Taskrab's going to cast Cure Light Wounds on himself, and he gets back 6. That brings him to 18.
Okay, cool.
I want to climb down, but I'd like to go and hand Mascar a Cure Light Wounds potion on my way.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
I'm good for it.
Excellent. Love this working. Yeah, okay. And you guys are responding to that, and meanwhile, Brella is toe to toe with the Spirit Naga. What is Brella doing?
She kind of hisses at the Naga and then beats the crap out of it.
Okay. Roll.
I wouldn't have been as good
A
if you
diplomat,
didn't.
how nice.
Yeah, I tried her language, but I failed.
Uh-oh. Okay, so moment of truth. The Naga is going to try and bite you.
Nice.
And it failed.
Okay, I rolled a 15. I guess with my pluses, that should have been a hit.
Yep, that's a hit.
And the damage, ooh, that's a 13 as damage.
Ooh,
Wow.
it really doesn't
Nice.
like you. It's backing away. It's
Good
backing
job, good
away
job.
into its room. It's 20 by 20 room. It's
Okay.
backing through the doorway. Chandlara has reached the floor and is sprinting across it to be at your side for the fighting.
Mm-hmm. And Rella, you should have multiple attacks. I think it it depends on your level.
On level 8 fighter.
Is that 3
Let
per
me-
2? I think that's
me
3 per
check.
2.
Let me
Yeah,
check
3 for
the-
every 2 rounds.
Yep, 3 for 2. Yep,
Oh,
you're right.
okay.
Oh, I forgot about that rule.
Yeah.
Just checking the character sheet, and I see that Jeff has too.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have them.
I'm a wizard. I don't know anything about this 3 for 2 thing.
Yeah, wizards are always full price.
Only when they're on fire.
Oh.
And because they have crystal balls, yes.
Oh. Oh. We're here all
So-
week.
Does 3 for 2 mean I do have a second attack or just in the next
Yes, you
round?
do.
Yes.
No,
Oh,
right now.
okay. Then
Smiter mightily. Go
I
on.
do.
Ice me, bone, bitch, and die.
Yeah, 11 plus 4 would that be with my strength and my sword? That'd be a 15. I
Mhm.
guess that hits.
It is indeed a hit.
Ooh, it's another 6 I rolled with plus 5, then would be 11. Another 11 points of damage.
Ooh. Oh, okay. This thing really doesn't like you now. And it's going to lightning bolt you.
Oh.
Now, Chandlara, I need a D20 roll from you. This is a dex check because Brella's going to get lightning bolted at point blank range, but it's a straight line bolt. So if you leap to one side, because you're incidental in this, you're going to get it in the face if you're in line. But if you manage to fling yourself aside, it will totally miss you and just go across the room, hit the far wall, and come back and get Brella in the rear on a 3 band.
Oh.
The 4 on the die. Dex, that's an 8.
An 8. Okay, let's see how merciful the gods are. Oh, you are so lucky. Okay, your 8 beat my DM's roll of 7.
Oh,
wow.
So you fling yourself frantically sideways. The lightning bolt just sort of makes your armor tingle on the way by. And let's see how much this is a.
Is Brella still buxom and bountiful?
Give me a moment.
Don't forget Buff.
Now, let's
You
see.
forgot to add and fried.
And I need Brella to roll a saving throw. A D20 saving throw.
Can we bargain?
Oh dear.
Yes.
Well, let's just see. So far, the rolling is sort of in your favor.
I doubt that.
What'd you roll, Stefan?
A 2.
Oh.
Okay. 18 hit points of lightning damage.
I'm still standing.
Yeah. And it is now the next round. So,
Ed, can Tasram see the Naga?
yes.
I'm going to use command when it is my turn to tell it to sleep.
Oh. Okay. I'm just checking my.
Dirt nap, snake face.
Hey, is the trash can horror still waddling around with squished in it?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Looks like an accordion or something, you know?
You can hear him now. Oh my god.
What is that annoying noise?
Oh, that's great.
Okay, Brella, you're still standing. I take it you are going to attack because, hey, there's little alternative. Okay. What is Brella doing?
Now, we're not friends. And you really made me pissed off with that lightning bolt first in my face, and then it came back from the wall behind me.
But you've got lovely curly hair now.
Yeah. And I hate curly hair.
But it goes so well on a buxom woman, so it's
That's right.
really
That's right.
it's
Yes,
working.
that's something that
You're gonna be very
painfully.
popular.
So you're saying the lightning bolt enema was not something you wanted?
That's right. Did you find a ring? That's all I want to know.
I try to carve into her face again from the other side this time.
Okay. D20 roll. Yeah.
Shave and a haircut.
That would be in total a 14.
That hits. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
High numbers. High numbers.
I wish I had 7 points of damage.
Okay. And suddenly, boop. She's gone. You are facing
Oh.
nothing.
Wow.
She dimension doored to get the heck out before she died.
Wow. You did
He
it,
was
Brella.
robbed.
Okay, I just sink on my knees.
Well,
I call it
yeah.
a win.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah, she didn't want to try. She figured she could have killed you with a blight, but
Oh boy.
might have died sticking around to do it. So she decided, no, I've fulfilled my bargain here. I'm gone.
Boy.
So she's gone, which
Oh.
means it's all of a sudden the coast is clear. Now, far be it from me to misuse Brelagar, but I don't think it would be misused to heal somebody if somebody needed it at this point.
Oh, go ahead and misuse him now.
Yes, please do, because I'm just about out. I have one spell left. One healing spell left.
Okay, so does anybody need a cure serious?
A bit, yes.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm down
so
67 hit points.
Oh.
Bitte ein.
That's like 3
Healing
times
spell.
what I've got.
That's good.
okay,
Down half. Actually,
wow.
half.
Okay, so Brella, you get 19 back,
Ooh, that's cool.
Oh.
and Chandler, you're down half.
Yeah.
So you're going to get another one. $14 back.
Ooh, that's good.
Nice.
So a silence falls as of lack of enemies, except for this flattened helmed horror creaking its way across the floor, and the monkey is just sitting there in the cage giving you all a
Well,
Just
so
use
we
the
know
cage
which.
use the cage like a shield.
Well, we came in one door. The Naga came out another door. The helm door out the third door. So there's still the western wall that we haven't.
North door, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Naga came out of a room. It was in there. May have been a lair, even though it was a temporary one. Perhaps there's something in there worth investigating.
Oh yeah, I believe
Hmm.
that. I'm just worried that we've made enough noise that the 2 yokels that I was listening to have now been clued to our being here.
Yeah, the
Well,
lightning bolts probably did that.
Yeah, I would think. Yeah. So
But-
okay, well let's
Well,
search the
Tefram
Naga's
has got a
lair.
point. Yeah, exactly. Tefram's got a point.
Does anybody have any extra healing potions? Let's get as high up hit point wise as we can right now.
I've got one left. Who needs it?
I'm only down 5. I'll not worry about that. But
I'm down 24, but if somebody else needs it more, that's fine.
Go ahead and take it, Idrum.
Okay.
Ildrum.
And what does that do in second edition?
I think it's 2d8 plus 1 or something like that.
2d8
Oh,
plus
okay.
1, yeah.
Yeah. God, my poor wee brain. It's full of useful stuff.
12 points back. 12 points back.
It is useful.
Yeah.
Delphar, could you speak to animals?
Not exactly, but I can make friends with them sometimes. I was
Can you
just
make
reading
friends
about that.
with this angry little monkey?
If they're trained to attack, I have a real negative on that, I think, but yes.
Hi, angry little monkey that we've put in a cage.
Poke it with
I
a
want to
stick.
be your
Hey.
friend.
Yeah. Maybe one of the clerks can cast, create water on top of it just to,
I do have create food and water left.
Well, so you get to not only cover it with water, but, hard biscuit.
Food.
Failing that, we have some glue and powder to put on it.
Ooh.
So,
Nobody likes a sticky
yeah.
monkey. Nobody
What you
likes a
do is
sticky
you
monkey.
you put the glue all over the monkey, have him walk in the next room and get all the armor stuck to it. You got yourself a little monkey golem
It
covered in
says if
armor.
I can approach it fearlessly, which I think I can accomplish, he gets to save against rods, staves, and wands against my overtures. So,
Hi, little monkey.
There's a joke.
I can hear it now.
He's the best little
You come
monkey.
here often. You come here often, monkey.
14 is my overture.
And the monkey is no longer glaring, looking at you, sort of warily, like, yeah.
Ed, before you roll, I'm going to give Balthar some of the prunes to sweeten the deal.
There you go. Pooping monkeys.
Are there any other kind?
That is a shit-tastic idea.
The monkey accepts a prune, starts eating the prune, spits out the pit, reaches out for another prune.
Okay, I'll give him a few. I'll give Bralagar a few more so he can hand them off.
He
Delphar.
eats prune after prune after prune,
Oh,
and then then he sits up and he rubs his belly and puts his hands behind his head. He likes you.
that's
Oh,
like
better.
Here, Dunstorm, here. Maybe you'll want to drink the cod liver.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You never know.
I just want to be sure we're all on the same page. You want to give a monkey excessive amounts of prunes on top of cod liver oil to lubricate the exit wound?
Or was the cod liver oil for me so I had something to throw back?
There are those of us that wait for the
Whatever
credits for the
works.
cutscene.
That's right.
I don't know how to. What do we want to do with a friendly monkey?
This is a family broadcast.
You now have an animal companion. Hey.
Good. Is there?
That's right.
I feel like I should ask him if there's anyone else here like him, but
Oh.
female.
And the monkey goes,
Imagine that.
"Oh, Eric, that's an enema of the people,
Oh.
an enema of the state."
Oh,
Are we
that
just
ain't
gonna wait?
right.
Are we just gonna wait patiently for the monkey to do his business, or?
Well, it's not the right monkey, I thought, right?
No, this is definitely not the right monkey.
No,
We are.
this is-
Well, what do you want to do? Cast haste on it, or?
Yeah, only if you don't have maximized spell feet, then that probably would be a good idea.
I'll say Lady Laryl Silverhand to the monkey, and then kind of point around and see if he knows who the hell I'm talking about.
And the monkey looks at you and goes,
Lady Lara. Laryl Silverhand.
and
Maybe.
the monkey points at the last door.
Ah.
All right. I think he just swiped right on Lady Lara Silverhand.
There you go.
Let's head that way.
Okay. Yes.
So
told
monkey's
you
more
the monkey was a
trustworthy
black
than an
staff.
eye.
Hang on, Alex. We're getting close. We're getting close.
Oh.
I know the hour is early, but
All right. Ildrim, do you want to check that door?
I would love to check that door.
it is a yet another lockless, handleless, smooth slab of stone door.
Do I see any traps if I do my usual dagger routine and kind of?
No, you don't see anything.
Find traps, or is that you trying to trigger traps?
Finding traps.
Yes.
I'm a don't question an expert.
Which, Alex, that means feel free to question Eric all you want.
Yeah, that's true.
He's checking for traps using science. We have to agree.
Exactly.
He's using Brelagar is what he's using.
I keep poking until I find one.
Yep, there's a mine. Click.
You only find those once, Stephen.
Yeah.
And
Not
it's a
to use
blast.
Brelagar.
Could I have a percentile roll from?
Ooh, yes.
Ooh, yes.
I never get to roll percentile dice, and I just rolled a 99.
Wow.
Man.
Okay, you rolled a 99, and you know what that means?
I have no idea anymore.
Wet
Fail.
balloons in the summer sky.
You are dead sure there's no trap on this door, but you have a horrible spidey sense feeling that there's some sort of trap somewhere very near. So the door is fine, but opening the door may not be fine.
Should inward and step out of the way. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to move to the side.
Ildrim, perhaps
Or something?
perhaps Delthar could ask the monkey if it's trapped. The monkey might know.
Yeah, let's do that.
I pointed the door.
And the monkey stands up, and it mimes standing there, and then it moves over and mimes standing there, and then it moves over and mimes standing there, and then it moves over and mimes standing there. So 4 thingies. Then it goes back to the first position, and it mimes doing this.
I can't quite see what you're doing, Ed.
Yeah, I'm too low down. I'm going to stand up a little bit, and it mimes doing this. I'm going to turn sideways so you can see what I'm properly doing. It mimes doing this.
Like throwing a bucket of poop?
Maybe. Yeah.
Bingo. And and then it does it again. It moves to the second position and it mimes the same thing. And yes, Eric, you have throwing a bucket of something. So it is mimed that 4 times in 4 positions.
Okay, I can lead you to water. You guys have to drink. I don't know what it means.
Yeah.
And then it points like this.
At the door?
At the door.
At the door, yeah.
So I suspect that there are like 4 pit traps past the door. And if we throw things, we might trigger them, or 4 trigger points on the floor. Does that sound consistent? And the door swings in or out, or my choice?
It swings in. All of these doors are the same way. They can't swing out because the frame's in the way. They're slightly bigger than the frame.
Okay. I take
So-
Bralagar's mace when he's not looking. And he's got to have a bucket on him somewhere.
No.
No.
Nice try.
Does anybody have a bucket?
Yes,
Well,
hold on, Ed. He has a helmet.
Yes.
That's a
Yes.
bucket.
I was
there you
going to
go.
say that. Yes.
I'll
Yes.
take Bralagar's helmet.
Yes.
And I know Bralagar has a nice stash of
You
wine.
use that flattened shield as one.
I'll take some of Bralagar's wine from his wineskin
Oh,
and put it in his helmet.
Okay.
And
Oh,
I will
boy.
push open the door with the mace.
Okay.
And I will throw the wine in on the floor.
Okay. Can I have a D20 roll, please?
Sure. 8.
Okay. So you bash open the door with the mace and throw the helm full of wine. I presume you keep hold of the helm.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And so the wine goes splashing, and in midair, it meets the bucket full of acid being flung at you
Oh.
by the brigand standing right in front of you, but there's 3 brigands beside that brigand, and they all have buckets of acid, and they're all flinging them.
Oh,
So
dear.
I need a D20 roll from you, a dex check.
Oh, man.
Oh boy.
If you have any acid, fling it now.
Moment of
18.
truth.
18. You leap aside, and you and Bralagar's precious helm are both spared the acid. The acid splats on the floor, smoking, as it starts to eat through the stone.
Oof.
And eat its way downwards and downwards and downwards. Yes?
From my vantage point in the lattice work up above, is the guy that just flung the acid, is it one of the ones I heard talking?
No, you haven't never seen these guys before.
Okay.
They're dressed the same way and equipped the same way.
Okay.
And they fling the buckets all out at you and run.
Ed, I'm going to command one of them to fall. Tasram's going to cast command on one.
Okay.
Okay. And one of them falls.
Trip.
I'll say, get back here, or our coon is going to be livid.
Well, that's okay. The one that's fallen is lying flat on his face. The other 3, they only ran far enough to snatch tridents from the wall where they were leaning against the walls, and then they whirl around and come charging at you.
This is where Mascar casts some spell to save us.
Yes. Got fireball.
Can I see into that room, or from my vantage point?
You can't see into the passage, but as they come to the doorway, you can see them all.
Okay.
I'll just scream, Mascar! There's bad guys coming through here.
Okay.
Zap them!
But I do have a clear shot at the doorway, right?
Yep.
I'm
Yeah.
just gonna everybody down. Lightning bolt. Bounce it through that room. Hopefully it'll clear them all out. That's my last good spell.
Oh, I hope you're accurate.
We don't see a
I
monkey
hope
in
so,
there,
too.
do we?
Yeah, hopefully the monkey's not there.
Yeah.
We'll get the ring back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, don't zap the Blackstaff monkey.
And we have another monkey. We can just force the ring down the other monkey.
Oh, there you go.
And castrate it, and then they'll never
Castrated.
know.
That's right.
Say
you
wizard,
guys,
wizard.
you guys really don't like monkeys. Okay.
Okay.
The lightning bolt sizzles away from Mascar and bounces
for about
around down there.
23 damage
Ooh.
with each hit.
Okay, so the 3 men and their tridents clatter to the floor and lie there smoking. or rather their hair is smoking, and the smoke is coming out of their ears, and they don't move after they finished slamming face first to the floor and bouncing and writhing for a few moments, jerking their limbs spasmodically. They stop. And those of you who are down at ground level see that the fourth one, who's lying flat, he briefly writhed and spasmed without ever getting up. He levitated a few inches with lightning, but he didn't actually get up. And then he subsided again, and he's lying there. And there was somebody else, a woman with honey-colored hair, standing in the passage beyond. Yeah, and she's lying there, and you notice one thing: she's wearing a black scaled glove that covers her left arm to the elbow, and the glove, the fingers are long black tentacles, and two of the tentacles are holding long swords. However, she is dead or passed out on the floor, motionless, and the tentacles are just weakly writhing by themselves. So the swords are sort of rat-tat-tatting against the floor, and then they'll fall still, and all you see is the passage running off into the distance.
Ed, question: the guy that fell from the command spell, does he appear to still be alive?
You can't tell from here. He's facing away from you, and all you can see is his boot heels. He's not moving anymore, but he just finished writhing and spasming all over the place. You could ask.
Actually, I'm a healer, so I'll go grab him by his boots and say, someone grab that chick with the magic glove or whatever that the thing is, so they can't use it against us if she gets up, and we'll see if we can question this fellow if he's still alive.
I'll spend this round climbing down one of the ropes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. He's sort of like, yes, dear. Okay. A little more on the left.
Oh, Lucy.
Ed, I got a quick question. Do you know how close are they to the end?
It depends on what they do.
Okay.
Why? What are we thinking here?
Well, I know
6
that.
hours in.
Well, yeah, Stefan's Stefan's not feeling good, and and George had to leave, of course. But
it could be one room if one encounter if things are done right.
Okay. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's good for me. So I mean, it's up to everybody else. It's up to
you
everybody
guys
else.
willing to eke out the last few measures of this stanza?
I
absolutely
try to fight through then.
Yeah,
One more room I can get.
One more room you can get. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Maybe with Boone of the DM, he can help aim us.
There you go. All right. We're good. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to ask him. I'm going to say we're looking for a specific monkey that traveled here from.
Oh yeah.
From the Thunderbridge family.
Yeah, it's in a cage. It's a couple rooms on. Damn thing is untrainable.
Okay.
We're glad to take it off you.
Does he have a full head of hair, Ed? Does he have a full head of hair?
He does. He's neither of the two guys. He says, I have been shat on so many times by that thing.
I hope that somebody's rolling everybody else for loose change on anything else, but
I'll make sure that the tentacle hand girl is woman is either dead or incapacitated.
She looks dead.
Good.
She might not be, but she's definitely not doing anything.
Anyone want a tentacle glove?
Let's put it in a sack for now and deal with it later.
Ildrim, could you convince our slightly charred friend here to lead us to where this monkey we seek is with the point of your dagger?
And unmute yourself.
Stephen, could you not hear him?
Eric is.
We're talking to Eric.
Yeah, Eric is muted.
Oh, Eric
is.
There he is.
Sorry.
It's okay. Sure. Okay. The guy is struggling to get up. Okay. he can barely, he's reeling on his feet. He's really not feeling well. But he points ahead down the passage they were standing in, and then looks at you all, and then starts staggering that way, holding onto the wall to keep from falling over.
Is Arcoon the mage between here and the monkey?
And
Question.
he doesn't know. He doesn't
Okay.
know.
All right. And then who was the honey-haired woman?
Oh, that's his apprentice. One of his apprentices.
Ooh,
She's bad news.
not anymore.
Not anymore.
And wow. What you see ahead of you is the passage is even warmer than it was before, and there are fungi growing everywhere. It's damp. There's fungal growths everywhere. There's spores eddying in the air. And the passage is getting warmer as you go ahead, and it's sloping downwards, gently at first, and then more and more steeply, but running arrow straight. This is good quality dwarf work. We're maybe 200 feet. And then, thank you, and then it ends at a smooth, unmarked handle and lockless closed slab of stone door.
If you lead us into a trap, Captain Dorjack, I'll send you straight to Siric's embrace. You better be telling us the truth.
Hey, would I lie to you?
Yes, I think you might.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, so I suppose you don't want to buy any bridges then.
Huh? If you think having a monkey throw stuff at you is bad.
I'm kind of intrigued of buying some of these doors. If I find that dwarven family ever, they must be filthy rich by now.
Really?
Oh, well, yeah, I'll keep my mouth shut. So you're facing a closed stone door.
Let's not waste time checking for traps. We haven't found any yet.
Let's see if the bold are truly favored. Let's just open it.
Okay.
Can we push the dude through the door? If
Yeah.
there's a trap.
That's true.
Okay. You're pushing him through the door. Okay. He falls to the floor after being pushed through the door. Nothing happens to him, and he sort of staggers up again. And you find yourselves in a long, narrow room. The walls on your left and right are covered with hanging curtains.
Oh boy.
And the about the room is 20 foot wide by 80 feet long, and there's a guy standing at the far end of it and facing you, and he's a big, strong, buff guy with an orange beard, and he says, "Hi. I don't know who you are, but you must be pretty persistent to have made it this far. I am known as Red Wolf. I would like you to join me in our great quest to rid this land of its tyrannical rulers who have misruled it for so long and given so much misery to so many people. You look like hardy adventurers. How would you like to be rich beyond the dreams of avarice, to quote that? How would you like to be on the winning side? And how would you like to survive this meeting with me?
Oh.
That's funny. We had the same question for you.
I am pretty avaricious.
Yes, I forgot. Adventurers. Well, you know, I would hate to see things descend into more violence between us. So if there's anything I can do to avoid it that isn't too damaging to our cause, I would even let you go unharmed.
I think we can strike a deal.
Yeah.
Do you have the monkey that was assigned to let you in the Hawkbridge Castle? or the Thunder Bridge Castle.
Oh God, yes, we have that monkey. Would you like that monkey?
You cage that monkey, you hand that monkey to us and let us leave, and we will keep your secrets and head back and do our job, and you can continue to do your job.
Okay.
Do you
I would
know?
add.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I am amenable to this.
Don't forget, we need what was inside the monkey. If it's been flinging poo, it might have made its way out. I just say that as an aside to my friends here.
Yes, the monkey has ingested something valuable, and we are to return the monkey and the ring to our lord, and we will leave you be and cause you no more headaches this day if you make sure that both of those are returned to us.
Well, I can tell you that the monkey has emitted quite a bit of fecal matter. I can also tell you that's all it's emitted because one of the guys thought it would be a joke to feed it a lot of wine. So what's been coming out the other end has been liquid.
Ooh.
So I can tell you that's all that's been coming out of it. Its cage is floored in liquid, and the cage is as big as a wagon.
Ed, does it make sense that a ring that size might not pass through a monkey's digestive tract?
Yep. It makes perfect sense. It might be in the monkey forever, or until surgery, or
it might be that some servant has taken the ring and blamed it on the monkey.
Yes, there you go.
Does
Okay.
Master
I don't want to
have
speak.
a detect magic?
He would if he'd memorized it.
Well, yeah, I haven't memorized it. I know it, but we would have to take the monkey. I would need to rest, memorize the spell, cast the spell.
I think we all know this is going to dissolve into violence prior to that happening.
Well, how about we take the monkey with us, and if it doesn't detect magic, then we come back and...
Yeah.
If you'd like to wait back in that other room, I will go and get the monkey for you and bring the monkey in its cage and put it on the floor here and let you
Okay.
have it.
This is female.
Yes. It's all right.
I think we'd prefer to accompany you and see the cage.
Oh, all right. Well, that wouldn't be my first choice, but all right. Let's come with me. And he turns and walks away. Further down this long, narrow room, through an archway, and there's a descending ramp.
Hold, Red Wolf. Hold.
Yeah.
There are curtains aside of each of this passageway.
Yeah.
And you have put many traps in our way thus far. And I know there are other traps behind these curtains. Any fool would
That's why I told you to wait out there. But you wanted to come with me. And he jerks aside the curtain on one side and said, "See?" And it's rows of those same kegs.
Ooh.
Well, that's mutually assured destruction.
Then he jerks aside the curtain on the other side. More kegs. And beside them is just solid stone wall. What he's got is 2 rows of kegs along the wall. Almost touching.
Wow.
But
so they're basically claymores.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do we see how they're set off? Are they pressure plates again?
Or
are there monkeys standing back there?
No, there's nothing back there. There's just kegs. There's just kegs.
Okay.
Then get the monkey?
Yeah.
Okay.
Retrieve the monkey.
Okay. I'll see you in a few minutes. I would advise not tampering with anything. Or it'll be a blast. And he flies down the ramp at speed and vanishes from view in the darkness.
What a show off.
I'm wondering if that was our coon instead of Red Wolf. Or...
Well, remember the blonde and the brown hair guy were discussing them as individuals. So they mentioned Arcoon and they mentioned Red Wolf. So they're separate individuals based on that conversation.
Okay.
Right.
And
True.
he comes back with a small cage that he's obviously just finished cleaning by throwing buckets of water into it, because the monkey in it is wet and shivering and chittering angrily at him, and this monkey does not have balls. And
Does my friend monkey recognize this monkey?
oh yeah, and your monkey, yeah, this is the one you want. This is the female. This is
dear.
and she wouldn't have anything to do with me. And he says, "There's your monkey," and he sets it on the floor, and then he flies away again and said, "Leave in peace."
What is the easiest way out of here that we don't have to fight our way out?
You shouldn't have to fight your way out. Just go back the way you came.
The Grells
Avoid
might
every trap.
Oh yes. Oh, I think we can. I think we can take care of that. Wait. Go back a room or two. Wait until you hear the bell sound. The bell will toll. After that, it should be safe.
Okay.
Okay, in order to get Stefan, who's not feeling well, out of the adventure, we're going to trust him and move forward unless anybody else has an issue with it.
Nope, that works for me.
And
The
he
less
trusts
bloodshed,
you.
the better.
He trusts you so much he doesn't detonate all the kegs.
We're still planning to nuke him from orbit, right? No? Okay.
Eventually.
There's your bells.
The bells! I hear the bells! Okay, so now
Tintabulations.
you have the Lady Laurel in a cage, looking up at you, holding on to the bars, like, what's going on? And she's looking rather scared. Who are you? And she takes a huge dump on the floor of the cage, and there's a ring in it.
Ah,
Yeah.
Oh.
Who wants
This
to put it
scat
on
looks
to
very
test
recent.
it?
Is it the right ring?
Oh, there you go.
For the left.
2 rings
It's
there.
the left one, yeah. All right.
Ah, yes, I sense a trilogy coming on.
Right.
That's okay. It's just chocolate.
Oh.
Tangy.
Now, the question, I think we should take both monkeys back to...
And let them
Well-
loose in the castle.
Delthar now has an animal companion. Why would he want to leave that monkey behind now that they've made
Yeah.
friends?
And it's well trained, too.
That's
you know.
right.
And it's shitting like a goose.
No. you gave it prunes. And...
Here, you stay here on my shoulder. That'll be nice.
I don't think the flood has started yet with the Blackstaff.
No, it will soon.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Steven, could you autograph the Blackstaff before we leave here? Just
I'm
hold the
sorry,
monkey up. Let
what?
him.
Hold
You
it
can
up to the
autograph
screen.
the Blackstaff.
That was a
Oh, my
strange segue, but okay.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves.
Yeah.
That
Very
was
much so.
fabulous.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Ed.
I hope you're
All
feeling
right.
better soon, Stefan.
Yeah, I hope you're feeling
Yeah.
better soon. And
It'll be fine. I think it's just a long time in front of the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh yeah, and Alex, we just know that you held
Yeah.
up better than George did. So
Yeah.
That's not hard.
that's the truth. That's the truth.
Wow, that was great, and everybody survived.
Yay!
Yay. I tie Braliger up and leave him behind.
No, put him in the cage.
There you go.
Hey guys, hey guys, family broadcast. Remember?
Yeah.
Tying Bralagar up.
Okay.
Ed, one question for you: is this the adventure that you ran in those library games you wrote about years ago?
No, I wrote this adventure last night.
Oh, cool.
Ruins and all.
It was wonderful, Ed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So how do you like
Thanks a lot.
that?
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. That was fun. Thank you.
I appreciate it, guys.
That was a ton
Much
of fun.
appreciated.
And we want to thank all the people we got. I think we made affiliate tonight because of all the people joining the Twitch Twitch
cool.
page.
Nice.
Yeah,
Terrific.
so, yeah, just the people are saying like amazing. Ed just wrote it last night. That's right. That's right. He just wrote it last night, and I believe him too. So
Yeah.
Do too.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm glad y'all had a good time, and we really appreciate y'all entering the contest and coming in and listening to the podcast, and I hope you all listen to it. I know Alex is going to, right?
I just feel
Hey, George is only an hour away by plane. I'll send them over.
Well, no, he wouldn't get here at the moment because we're locked down.
Oh yeah, locked
that's
down.
right.
Oh, okay. You're safe for a while.
Here.
No, really appreciate everybody. I'm glad y'all won. Hope you had a great
Thank you.
time, and hopefully we can do this again, Ed.
Yeah, let's do this again.
We'll do another contest and see what happens.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
And I think if this crew can make it together again, we should have maybe a 1-year anniversary or something.
sure.
Like that.
Oh, that would be
Absolutely.
awesome.
Be awesome.
Love
Yeah.
that.
Yes,
No.
entitled Brelagar's Revenge.